Your Excellency, dear Konstantinos, Director of Research and Innovation, dear Harry, dear Javier, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It's an honor, it's unbelievable today to manage under the very difficult circumstances that we are undergoing at the moment in our region and in Europe, to have all of you here. It was a question mark if and in case we will manage to have in-person meeting and event or a virtual one or a hybrid. We managed to bring you here, and that's already the first success. And thank you very much. On behalf of the UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage and the University, a warm welcome, and we are looking forward to a very fruitful and productive discussions so that we will catch up. I left my presentation and I am asking Her Excellency, the Minister of Culture, for the floor, for her speech. And
Good morning, everybody. I already see familiar faces from Sunday. Nice to see you here. Welcome to Cyprus. Cyprus had a small, but we remain a stable and safe place to visit, and I hope you will return. Nobody comes to Cyprus once. It's only the beginning if it's your first time. It is an honor to welcome you to the Digital Heritage Summit 2026 here in Lemesos, an event held under the auspices of the Deputy Ministry of Culture and the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the European Union. The Cyprus Presidency is anchored in the vision of a European Union that is stronger, more resilient, socially cohesive, and strategically autonomous. A Europe that invests in people, in memory, in creation, and in culture. During its presidency, Cyprus aims to strengthen the bonds within the Union by promoting culture as a vital instrument of political cohesion and a powerful expression of our shared European identity. As the result of our excellent collaboration with member states of the EU Council, the Commission, and the European Parliament, our presidency has completed two important tasks for culture: the partial general approach for Agora EU in the Council of Ministers of Culture, and the provisional agreement on the joint declaration of the European Commission, the European Council, and the European Parliament based on the Culture Compass prepared by Commissioner Mikalev. The joint declaration bears the motto, Europe for Culture, Culture for Europe. Next, and this will be signed in June by Mrs. Metsola and I think President von der Leyen and President Christodoulidis. So it's a great success of our presidency. Next week, we will host the informal meeting of EU Ministers of Culture in Lefkosia, during which we will deliberate on two particularly timely and significant issues, especially in the context of current geopolitical, technological, and societal challenges. The one topic is the safeguarding of cultural rights, especially in relation with AI, and the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural goods. We are therefore very pleased that the Digital Heritage Summit, featuring keynote speeches by distinguished scholars and addresses by representatives from EU institutions and UNESCO, as well as international and institutional partners, takes place here during the Cyprus presidency. The summit represents far more than a scientific conference. It is a strategic European and international platform where policy, research, technology, innovation, and culture converge to shape the future of our collective memory and identity in the digital age. Today, we stand at a historic turning point. Artificial intelligence, extended reality, digital twins, big data, cloud infrastructures, quantum technologies, and next-generation networks are transforming every sector of our societies at unprecedented speed. And I have to tell you that one of the, it's a recurring subject in the recent Ministers' Council, how AI is affecting the creative industries and how we need to protect and teach people from the creative sectors to use it as a tool and protect their work. On the contrary, digital cultural heritage must become one of the foundational pillars of Europe's digital future, strategic autonomy, and cultural sovereignty. The Digital Heritage Summit demonstrates that Europe continues to lead globally in the preservation, protection, digitization, interpretation, and reuse of cultural heritage. It brings together world-leading experts, universities, research centers, European institutions, ministries, museums, archives, libraries, industry leaders. Small and medium-sized enterprises, startups, policymakers, and young innovators under one common vision: to ensure that the memory of our past becomes an active, intelligent, and trusted component of our future. A major challenge, and at the same time a major opportunity for this summit, is how we can collectively contribute to shaping the future of Horizon Europe policy in the domain of digital cultural heritage. This is something that for the presidency is dealt by the Ministry of Innovation, Research and Innovation, and it's a critical issue that they are working full on. And of course, the Agora EU program, which is the most important funding for the creative industries, which is under our mandate. This discussion is critically important for all of us. As a ministry and in the framework of the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union, we want to listen carefully and learn from this multidisciplinary community how Europe can support, coordinate, and sustain the ecosystem that works tirelessly for authentic documentation, preservation, interpretation, and transmission of our common past. The key word here is authenticity. In the era of artificial intelligence and synthetic content, authenticity, scientific validity, this is the most important, provenance, trustworthiness, and ethical responsibility become essential pillars of our digital future. Europe must ensure that its digital memory remains original, reliable, sovereign, secure, inclusive, and sustainable. For many years, digitization was mainly focused on the creation of digital collections and repositories. Nowadays, however, we are entering a completely new era, the era of heritage intelligence. This means moving beyond passive digital libraries towards dynamic, semantically enriched digital ecosystems capable of supporting scientific research, education, innovation, policymaking, sustainability, tourism, social resilience, and intercultural dialogue. The future lies in the creation of memory twins and heritage digital twins, where high-fidelity 3D documentation is combined with historical knowledge, oral traditions, environmental information, scientific data, and AI-driven analysis. Through this approach, heritage becomes a living digital entity capable of supporting predictive conservation, immersive education, cultural diplomacy, creative industries, and evidence-based decision-making. At the same time, Europe faces major and interconnected challenges: climate change, natural disasters, armed conflicts, and illicit trafficking of cultural goods, cyber threats, misinformation, and technological dependency create enormous risk for our cultural memory. This is why Europe must invest in sovereign infrastructures capable of protecting our digital heritage for future generations. The transition toward European sovereign infrastructures, such as the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage and the Euro 3C Federated Cloud, represents a strategic necessity. Our digital memory cannot depend indefinitely on fragile local servers or on non-European commercial infrastructures. We must ensure the long-term preservation of authoritative golden copies of our cultural assets in resilient, interoperable, and trustworthy European infrastructures. Another critical challenge is the expertise gap. Europe needs a new generation of heritage intelligence professionals who are capable of combining advanced technological knowledge with deep curatorial, historical, ethical, legal, and scientific understanding. We need multidisciplinary collaboration among engineers, archaeologists, architects, historians, computer scientists, museum professionals, archivists, librarians, educators, artists, and those who work in the creative sector. This summit sends exactly this message. No single discipline alone can preserve the memory of humanity. Only through multidisciplinary cooperation can we create a sustainable, resilient, and trustworthy digital ecosystem for culture. The Digital Heritage Summit is a unique opportunity to discuss and plan the future of European Knowledge Hub for digital cultural heritage, a future ecosystem where science, policy, education, innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship, and cultural diplomacy can converge for the benefit of society. Europeana, the European Data Space for Cultural Heritage, the European Collaborative Cloud, Twinit, and many other flagship European initiatives have already demonstrated that Europe can lead globally in this field. Now we must ensure the sustainability, long-term impact, interoperability, and future evolution. The challenge ahead is therefore not only technological, it concerns how future generations will understand the past, how societies will preserve memory, how democracies will defend authenticity and truth, and how Europe will protect and promote its cultural identity in the digital century. At the same time, we must recognize that digital cultural heritage is no longer a scientific field. It is rapidly becoming a strategical, horizontal domain that supports innovation, competitiveness, education, tourism, regional development, social inclusion, and Europe's global cultural influence. The ideas, recommendations, collaborations, and visions emerging from this summit can help shape future European priorities and contribute substantially to future policy directions under Horizon Europe and Agora EU. For this reason, we, as the Ministry of Culture, are very much looking forward to receiving your feedback with the key outcomes and strategic results of this summit. We'll review your conclusions carefully and will seriously consider them as part of the broader outcomes and legacy of the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union. To conclude, I would like to express my gratitude and warm congratulations to the organizers of the summit, the UNESCO Chair on Digital Cultural Heritage at the Cyprus University of Technology, which in cooperation with Heritage Malta brought together major European and international partners to exchange ideas, strengthen collaborations, inspire innovation, and work towards a resilient, inclusive, sovereign, and intelligent European ecosystem for digital heritage, cultural heritage. We are looking forward to working together so that the memory of humanity remains accessible, authentic, protected, and meaningful for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, speechless. I'm very touched, Thank you very much, Thanks for the speech, thanks for coming, thanks for being with us in a very short time period. We do know the high pressure coming to you. It's extremely important to mention in Limassol is the Digital Heritage Summit running this week. In Nicosia is the other part of cultural heritage running under Europa Nostra, And the European voice of cultural heritage is within this week in Cyprus. It's amazing. It's amazing. I would like to call to the floor, because we are under a lot of pressure, the director of the Deputy Ministry of Research and Innovation, Konstantinos Kleanthous. Konstantino, the floor is yours. And thank you also very, very much for coming. He's under a lot of pressure. He's going to leave and go to the airport.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Marinos. So, dear Deputy Ministry of Culture, Dr. Kasianidou, Professor Ioannidis, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you today on behalf of the Deputy Minister of Research and Innovation and Digital Policy, Dr. Nicosia Damianou, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. I'm going to keep my address short and complimentary to the illuminating and exceptionally, if I may say, insightful speech of our Deputy Minister of Culture. So cultural heritage is not only a record of the past, it's a living part of our identity and a bridge between generations. Today, advances in artificial intelligence, 3D digitization, and extended reality are transforming the way we preserve, the way we study and experience cultural heritage. These technologies create new opportunities for scientific research and digital innovation, while strengthening Europe's capacity to develop new tools, new methodologies, and creative industries around culture and heritage. Investing in digital cultural heritage, therefore, carries importance far beyond culture itself. It contributes to scientific advancement, technological development, entrepreneurship, and international cooperation. Cyprus, as a country with rich historical legacy and a growing research and innovation ecosystem, recognizes the importance of combining scientific excellence with emerging technologies to create meaningful societal impact. Through stronger collaboration between research institutions, universities, and policymakers and industry, we are steadily strengthening our contribution to Europe's digital and cultural agenda. At national level, the government has invested recently 3 million in the Pharos AI Factory Antenna, which focuses on strategic areas including culture and language, with the aim of supporting the development of AI services and products through access to relevant databases, advanced AI resources, specialized know-how, and capacity building. These initiatives reflect our broader commitment to leverage advanced technologies in support of research excellence, innovation, and the preservation of our cultural heritage. So as Dr. Ioannidis said, I'm off to our last council, competitive council in Brussels. And 1 month before our presidency concludes, I want to emphasize that Cyprus is carrying forward the presidency work program with great ambition, remaining committed to fostering a constructive dialogue aiming at building a coherent European research and innovation ecosystem, promoting excellence while further supporting the integration of a single market. Under the Cyprus presidency, our work program has focused on key legislative and not legislative files, including the new, much anticipated framework program for research and innovation, FP10, and the recommendation for a European Union framework for science diplomacy, which as the Cypriot government is very high on our agenda. In parallel, the Directorate of Research and Innovation of the Deputy Ministry has organized more than 10 high-level meetings, events, and conferences in Cyprus, bringing together government representatives, policymakers, academic, international organizations, and stakeholders from across the research, policy, and innovation ecosystem. And as the Deputy Ministry said, we had an amazing ride with amazing events and many people from the European Union and beyond visiting Cyprus, hopefully not for the first time. I'm confident that today's dialogue will lead to meaningful collaborations and concrete results. I wish you the best. Thank you again, Professor Ioannidis, for hosting this amazing event, and thank you for inviting us to take a part of it.
Thank you, Konstantinos. Thank you very, very much for the kind words. And we will proceed now with another one speaker. It was a surprise for us. We break the protocol. Anyway, you are in Cyprus, no problem about that. And I would like to ask my colleague, Graham Bell, a member of the board of Europa Nostra, who joined us today to say a few words, please, because we are under a lot of pressure. Please, please. Thank you. Thank you. So we joined forces, yeah, and the Cyprus University of Technology is one of the first associated members of Europa Nostra, if not the first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marinos. Your Excellency, Ministers, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity just to share what you were saying about our commitment to Cyprus. What bigger commitment can we make than to hold two European events at the same time in Cyprus, one here and one in Nicosia? And it just shows the magnetism that Cyprus has for heritage in all its manifestations. And I just want to thank you in particular for one point that you raised in your speech, which was about heritage intelligence. And both of us are in a sense in the business about sharing what that means in society across Europe. And Europa Nostra is the largest civil society organization committed to cultural heritage. But this event is in a sense drawing out a particular aspect of that wider community. And if we think about it today, and indeed what will happen over the next few days in Nicosia, is in a sense creating an understanding of what heritage intelligence is all about. Because really intelligence is almost nothing without dialogue. And Cyprus is a perfect place to demonstrate what dialogue about heritage is all about. And that, in a sense, takes us to the heart of the subject, which is about meaning. So everything that we're involved with must have meaning in terms of wider society. So we thank you for your speech and your welcome, and we extend that welcome to Nicosia. And we thank Marinos for this week as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. We do know how busy you are and what you are doing and so on, and that you found the time to come here. It's highly, highly appreciated. Thank you very much. And as a last word, I'm calling my colleague, Professor Athos Agabiou, to come to the podium. He's the acting director of the research center. You may know we got 13 years ago, we started. 13 years ago, Cyprus declared bankruptcy. And on that year of the bankruptcy, we started. And from that time up to now, we brought here 13 million euro in the dedicated area of digital cultural heritage, nothing else except that. And out of this, 2 chairs in one and the same domain, the UNESCO chair and the European research area. This never happened in any other European university up to now. And last year, and thank you very much once again, Deputy Minister, the government approved our proposal to establish a research center fully dedicated in digital cultural heritage. And here is where we are, and Athos is the Deputy Director, or acting director.
Acting director.
Sorry.
Okay. So, Kalimera, good morning to everyone. Honorable Deputy Minister of Culture, Distinguished Director of Innovation at the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear friends from Cyprus and abroad. As Acting Director of the Mnemosine Research Unit, it's my great pleasure to warmly welcome you to the Digital Heritage Summit 2026 here at the Cyprus University of Technology in Limassol. We are truly honored to host you in Cyprus for this important international gathering, held under the framework of the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the European Union and under the auspices of the Deputy Minister of Culture. Your presence today gives special significance to this event and reflects the growing importance of bringing together cultural heritage, digital innovation, research, education, and policy. Digital heritage is not only about technology. It's about memory, identity, knowledge, and responsibility. It is about how we document, how we protect, understand, interpret, and share the cultural legacy that connects communities and generations. It is also about ensuring that the tools we develop today serve society, support cultural institutions, and create new opportunities for learning, access, and collaboration. This is especially important at a time when cultural heritage is facing increasingly pressures from climate change, conflict, urban transformation, natural hazards, and rapid technological changes. These challenges remind us that heritage protection cannot be seen as the responsibility of one discipline or one institution alone. It requires cooperation, shared expertise, and strong connection between science, technology, policy, and society. This summit brings together people from different countries, disciplines, institutions, and professional backgrounds. Researchers, policymakers, cultural heritage experts, innovators, public authorities, professionals, and young scientists are here to exchange ideas, present experiences, build collaborations, and shape future directions for digital cultural heritage in Europe and beyond. We are especially pleased that this event takes place at the Cyprus University of Technology, an institution that strongly supports research excellence, interdisciplinarity, innovation, and international collaboration. Through Mnemosyne, we are proud to contribute to this vision and support Cyprus' active role in the wider European dialogue on cultural heritage and digital transformation. I would like to warmly thank all our distinguished guests, our partners, the speakers, and everyone who contributed for making this summit possible. On behalf of Mnemosyne, I will welcome you all once again to Cyprus, to Limassol, and to the Cyprus University of Technology. I wish you a productive, inspiring, and successful summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Athos. We are moving to the next speaker. Before that, I would like to take the opportunity to say that we are here together not only because of the Digital Heritage Summit, but because of another reason. Two, actually. Because the first one, and the most important, is that it's the final event of the Oerica 3D XR project, which we had the opportunity over the weekend, in the presence of Her Excellency the Minister, to demonstrate the final result, one of the final results, on the site at the St. Neophytos Monastery in Paphos to the public. And the second one, which is also very important, 2006, 20 years ago, some of you, I recognize the faces, were here. It was the first ever big event happened in Cyprus with over 600 participants. We blocked Nicosia hotels, and we had to rent minibuses or buses to bring the guests to Larnaca because the hotels were overbooked. We were out of any dimension. And now is an anniversary event. Two very important reasons here. And for that, I would like to invite to the podium Antonella. I would like to invite the coordinator of Oerica 3D XR for her introductory speech. And then we have a keynote, a distinguished guest, Professor Risto Huvila from the University of Uppsala in Sweden, a country with which we are collaborating, closely collaborating together, to give his keynote. Antonella, podium is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Marinos. We are more than proud to be hosted with our Eureka 3D XR final event in the Digital Summit. Everything that I heard this morning, in particular by the Ministry of Culture in Cyprus, is exactly in the line of what we have done in Eureka 3D XR. So it is good that at least we are aligned. Then we are going towards common goals. It's a hard path. It is complicated, but we are well in the energy to do it. So what is Eureka 3D? Because we talked many times about Eureka 3D, and I asked to have the roll-up of Eureka 3D XR on my back. It is the combination of two projects. Two projects supported by the European Union in the frame of the Digital Heritage Program, that is the same program that funds Europeana and the data space for cultural heritage. The data space for cultural heritage is the core, is the kernel of the initiative. Around this kernel, there have been projects. And I say have been because since this year, the European Union decided that this constellation of projects are not necessary anymore. We are a little bit sorry for this because you will see that in Eureka 3D and Eureka 3D XR, two small projects, we did a lot. So two projects, Eureka 3D ran from 2023 to 2024, 2 years, and Eureka 3D XR is still running, and it will end at the end of July 2026. So 1.5 years. In total, 3.5 years. The Photo Consortium, the organization that I represent, and the president of Photo Consortium is with us today. He was my supporter for the roll-up, so thank you, David. Photo Consortium is the coordinator of these two projects. Together with many partners, you see all the partners in the footer of the roll-up. Two projects under the Digital Europe program that started from looking at which are the main challenges that the cultural heritage sector is addressing today. Well, first, and I had the opportunity already to mention this fact, first, the need to move from the concept of a digital twin to memory twin. And I heard in your speech that exactly this is the challenge, because the digital twin is the geometric representation of the object, plus the texture, but it is the copy of one object. In the cultural heritage sector, individual objects have a relative value. They need to be contextualized. They need to have the information that is around them. And this is to move from digital twin to memory twin. And the IT, the AI, the networks, all this makes this connection from digital to memory twins possible. And we have to cope with this challenge. Second challenge. This big amount of data needs to be stored and managed. All the sciences, and I said the same yesterday night, if the digital cultural heritage is a science, as we pretend to have, if it is a science, it needs a digital infrastructure, a place where data are stored and managed. Because science today, without a digital infrastructure, is an old concept. Today we need, and we are missing, because it is true that we have Europeana, okay? It's a good registry, a good preview, a good publishing place where we have editorials, but it is not the place where cultural heritage institutions deposit their content and make this large amount of continuum data accessible to science. We are missing. It is not Daria, it is not Eris. We have many It is not even, and I'm very interested to know about ECOS, but it is not even ECOS, because ECOS is not a place to deposit data as a digital infrastructure, as the digital infrastructure that supports science in all the domains. Third challenge, foster reuse. Foster reuse means to have a high quality content, so quality, to have a high quality metadata, so rich, expressive, bringing information for the reuse, and high quality paradata. Because when we have to inform, for example, AI, to train AI with our data, we need high quality data, metadata, and paradata in order to avoid hallucinations, just as an example. And eventually, last but not least, this remains a problem, capacity building, upskilling. The cultural heritage sector is very profoundly competent on cultural heritage, but it is still missing, still has a gap towards the new technologies. And this should be overcome. It is as in all the other sciences. If it is a science, it needs an infrastructure and it needs capacity. Okay, look at these challenges. We tried to provide some answers. First, quality matters. Secondly, we need a digital infrastructure with an authentication and authorization system that is compatible, interoperable with the other sciences, because science now is cross-sectoral, cross-domain, cross-discipline. And there is an urgent need of competencies. So, partial, because there are many other answers that are needed, but you know, in 18 months plus the 2 years of Eureka 3D, we could not afford to change the world. So we concentrated on these 3 answers. What does it mean that quality matters? To have a baseline, and our baseline has been the VG study on quality in 3D digitization of a tangible cultural heritage. We did our best to promote this study as our baseline. From this baseline, we derived a Eureka 3D online course on quality of 3D digitization in cultural heritage that is published in the Europeana Learning Platform. We derived guidelines. They are available also on paper for your quick view, but you can download it. They are few pages targeting cultural heritage institutions, so distilling from hundreds of pages of the study what are the steps to success for a 3D digitization in cultural heritage. And we are translating these few pages in French, Italian, Greek, Spanish, Catalan, Dutch, because cultural heritage institutions need to speak local language. Also to be more informative, to bring all their knowledge. From digital twins to memory twins, we heard many times, but what we wanted to highlight is that this makes possible to have a better sharing, a better access to content. It is really to adopt the point of view of the cultural heritage in the digital world, because the single object, they are toys, they are not a piece of culture. Culture is connected with space, with the time, with the other influences. The single object doesn't express the deepness of culture. This is a skeleton of what we have structured our approach to the 3 answers that we wanted to provide. First, there is a phase of capture, and there we need to have capacity building. The capture is done by cultural heritage institutions. Secondly, there is a phase of storage and data processing. And this is where we have developed the Eureka 3D Data Hub. And I will tell you more about what is it. Third, there is the delivery. And the delivery is not something that we did. We just connected with Europeana. So we published in Europeana everything that is in the Data Hub. We gave the possibility to download the full documents for preservation. We connected with the e-archiving, and we are very happy of this. And we connected with the B2Handle to provide a permanent identification. With EOSC, we are negotiating the creation of an EOSC node about cultural heritage. So, but in this complex map of things to be done, we concentrated mostly on capacity building, on capture, on digitization, and creation of the Eureka 3D Data Hub, with the storage and computing, federated authentication and authentication, that is the same that is used by EOSC and by ECOS, because ECOS uses the same login, the EGI check-in. So there is a continuity, a federation of our approach. 3D viewer is a big issue, and we discussed it. I will not enter into this, but we have our viewer that worked rather well, because it has been used to bring the Englistra of Paphos in Twinit, and to bring the 3D models of Spain, Portugal, Flanders, Greece, Germany, and another one that now, and Estonia, in Twinit. So it is the 3D viewer that worked. It is just one among many, but it does not mean that it is nothing. Interoperability with Europeana. So everything, this is what we have done in Eureka 3D. But we are talking a lot about authenticity. Authenticity of the object, tracing the provenance with the new standards, one among many, but probably the one, the JPEG Trust. There was a panel a couple of weeks ago about JPEG Trust to contribute to the monitoring of the provenance of digital cultural heritage. But the authenticity of the object, as I said before, is just one step towards authenticity. Because authenticity means also, in the cultural heritage sector, authenticity of the cultural experience. So, and the cultural experience is not only to look at a repository, is to have extended reality experiences, because this is what we are facing nowadays in our life. So, authenticity of extended reality. And what we have seen on Sunday at the Englistra in Paphos is exactly our interpretation of an authentic experience of a cultural heritage in the digital world, that is connecting digital and physical, that is using the digital as an added value and not a substitution, and so on and so forth. So we move the question of originality from the object to a wider framework, where the value is, there is a value of a contextual information, and there is a value of the subjective, natural, of the visitor experience. So we heard about connecting people with the cultural heritage. We cannot forget that the digital experience of a cultural heritage is something that can have also a subjective dimension. On the basis of this, in Eureka 3D XR, again, this is just one slide of a big pie, we developed 5 tools, 5 software tools. The AI tool Birdle, the AR tour experience. This was tested in the frame of a scenario in a BIBRACT, in an archaeological scenario. And you can have a live demonstration in the booth of Eureka 3D XR. The AI tool 3D Builder and the 3D XR Studio, where these tools have been experienced in Girona. And the avatar builder, that is what we have seen on Sunday in Paphos. These are open source tools, so in order to continue their life, it is necessary to put our attention on the creation of the community around the open source. The open source works if there is a community. But they are completely free and open access, and you can test it. Just a few words about the 3 scenarios, because then they will be better explained by my colleagues in the next presentations. In Girona, the medieval walls, as in all our cities, have been partially destroyed because of the new urbanization. But there are traces of what they were in pictures, in drawings, in interviews, in maps, in documentation. So all this has been given to an AI instrument together with drone recognition of the current status in order to reconstruct the 3D model of what does not exist anymore. It is an experiment. We have to go ahead to perfection it, but the idea is that we wanted to transform, thanks to the AI, what is documented into the archives into a digital experience of the reconstruction of what is no more there. So it is not only the preservation of something that has been damaged, it is the recreation of something that we don't have anymore, not only because of a disaster, but because the physical world changes. Over time, it changes. So this approach can give us really a travel through time. Second scenario is in BIBRACT. In BIBRACT is an archaeological site in Burgundy, in France. It is one of the best studied and preserved cells site. By the way, I'm proud to say that Julius Caesar sit there to write a portion of the De Bello Gallico. So it was in these exchanges between the Celts and the Roman, and this in a certain way gives also a good sign. We have to dialogue in our life. Anyway, in this archaeological site, the objects are no more there on the floor, on the ground. They are in the museum, or they have been covered. And something does not exist, exists only as a 3D reconstruction of the idea that we have of what was there. Well, this 3D reconstruction, the 3D digitization of the objects in the museum, the repositioning of these objects on the soul where the visitor walks, represent the AR tour experience that we have developed in BIBRACT. Third, Paphos. This has been already described, but we think that there are 2 aspects that here are important. The holistic documentation that has been engaged in the realization of the experience, And secondly, the capacity, and for this Marinos has been the leader, the capacity to create a process that lives from the physical space to the digital world, connecting with the communities, with the religious community, with the scholars of Byzantine art, and with the visitors of the cave, because then there is also this other dimension, to communicate with the visitors. So these are just everything that has been used for the pilots is published in Europeana. The case studies have videos, so I invite you to go online to look at these videos. And many of these experiences are possible also online through the browser, so with the normal computer. Twin It campaign, you already heard everything, but I'm proud to say that 8 member states used the Eureka 3D Data Hub, and we are very proud of this. It demonstrates that there is a need. That is the first important point. We need an infrastructure, and the Eureka 3D Data Hub is a decent solution. We had a very rich program of capacity building. I invite you to go online. There are conferences, events, everything has been recorded, guidelines, manuals, tutorials, online courses. So a very wide offer of capacity building resources. The next, I would like to invite you to the next event. This will be really the final one, because in July the project ends on the 26th of June in Brussels, hosted by EMEC, that is a research center of the VUB. We will run navigating AI, authenticity, and ethical challenges in heritage collection. The organization of the event is under the coordination of MEMO, an important Flemish organization, and experts from museums, technology sectors, academia will share case studies and will present their innovation. So please consider to come. It is an hybrid event, so either you are around Brussels and you can join in person, or you can also connect online. We are accessible online on the web with the resources, news, and we have been really committed to communicate as better as possible, and the communication manager is with us today. Thank you, Elena. I have been invited to synthesize my speech. I would have been delighted to tell you more, but time is pressing us to arrive to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonella. Something which Antonella forgot, and it's an achievement of the 3.5 years of hard work and success story, and I would like to announce it in front of the Deputy Minister, is that out of the Eureka 3D and the Eureka 3D XR, the final result is not the final report. It's going beyond that. And yesterday, here, we decided to create the so-called Eureka 3D Competence Center in the domain of 3D documentation. And we go public and we go commercially. So we move out of the co-financial status and we go to the financial, full financial, independent financial status. By saying this, I would like to invite now as the first and
I wanted to add that I didn't forget. I wanted to leave him the announcement.
Yes, yes, indeed. And I would like to invite to the floor our keynote speaker, Professor Risto Huvila from the University of Uppsala, to give us a keynote on the 3D services for cultural heritage institutions digitization, storage, sharing, and reusing. Risto Huvila is a prominent researcher. He had an ERC. You may know that ERC grants are not easily to get. It's the top out of the tap. He had one, he received one, and he did out of his project, in brackets, a revolution so far as the digital documentation concerned in archaeology. Why? Because with his ideas, he came up to the result. Look, if you do excavation, if you document, you need a certificate of quality. And voila, the gentleman to explain to you. Risto, the floor is yours, please.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk today about sustainability of digital practice, and especially about the digital practice that we need to think maybe more than we are thinking, and thinking especially from the perspective that kind of what the practice is and where it takes us, and whether it's good or bad, and in what senses it is good or bad. It's not good or bad, but it's something much more. Now I'm wondering how I'm getting the big button. Okay, wonderful. I don't have to tell you that cultural heritage is in risk. We know it, and it's easy to see in use worldwide in different contexts. We can see floods, we can see wildfires, and we can see war. We don't have to go to historical pictures to see what happens to cultural heritage when the biggest threat to ourselves, but also to our past, is us, the biggest threat. But in addition to what is the threat in the physical world, that is all too easy to see what it is and see how it affects the physical aspects of cultural heritage. So there's also a big risk in kind of in our heads, kind of what is cultural heritage, how we interpret these things, what they mean for us, what kinds of identities they build, what is the past that we see from the present, what is the present we see from the present with and through the cultural heritage that we're interacting with. And this is a bigger issue, maybe. It is terrible to say so, that it's a bigger issue than the physical destruction, but it is a big issue in a sense that it's so easy to forget and so easy to not notice that things are happening. It's so easy to notice that we don't really see things changing. We don't especially see what are the implications of the things changing. Then there are many other issues as well, from illicit trafficking of cultural heritage. And it happens also in physical kind of sort of environment, in physical sense, but it happens also in mental sense. Kind of what is the cultural heritage? Is it ours? Or is it something to possess? Is it something that we can sell, we can buy? And it's what are we selling? What are we buying? Is it that we're selling our identities? We're selling who we are. We are buying something like that. At some point, we possibly believed that digitization would be something that would solve all the problems that we have. Some people may not kind of say it aloud, but act as if digitization might solve all the problems that we have. But most of us, I would dare to say, maybe kind of don't believe in that, that it's it's the only and the full solution to everything. It does help us to preserve many things. It can help us preserve something about the things. Not, of course, the physical heritage, but it can help us to preserve memories. It can help us to preserve an idea who we are. It helps us to preserve information that can be turned to knowledge. And it can also help us to keep safe the physical parts of the heritage. What the digital can do, it can give rise to new capabilities. We can do many different things, as you well know, when we digitize things and we process information digitally. We can do many wonderful things when information is digital instead of when we have to deal information inscribed on physical media. Then it's been written, for instance, a lot in archaeology that I've been working with quite a lot, that, but also in heritage sector in general. There's a general idea and hope that digitization will increase speed and lower costs. And when we do that, so then it would allow us to do qualitatively better heritage work. Whether this is really so has been debated quite a lot, that we seem to be doing something much faster and we can lower costs somewhere. So it doesn't necessarily transpose to that the quality becomes better. It easily transposes to that we buy even more fancy equipment, do even more precise digitalization in some terms. We use the time to do things that don't really maybe necessarily contribute directly to the quality, or that it contributes to some kind of quality that, that is debatable. Whether it's really becoming better cultural heritage experiences, whether we learn more, or is it about that we do more of the technical stuff. It will be more data, and the more data is more quality, even if it's very doubtful whether it's necessarily so. Then in the digital sphere, it's based on the idea that, okay, kind of the old paper-based things were pretty messy. Disorder, no organization, difficult to access things and so on. And we have made a big shift from this kind of an imagined and, of course, kind of partly real disorganization to imagined organization of everything. And much have been done, and many excellent things have been done. But it doesn't, of course, mean that we have a network of something that it would be including everything. There is many, many things that are kind of outside of the idea or kind of where we think that we're now and when we're talking about the everything. Then the question is that that we're talking very much about systems and how different users. We should be talking about people, not that much about users. I'm talking about users all the time, and that's my problem as well. But what we are talking about still quite a lot is that we have people and then we try to present them something. But what we maybe don't talk that much about. This was something that was recognized early in the 1990s already. And the question is that how far we have come from that. Maybe not in all respects that far. But the question is that it's not only a person meeting one application, seeing one cultural heritage object, one digitized experience, one monastery, one city wall, and so on. But it's more like that it's about, or it should be about, we as individuals, we as collective, we as a group of people meeting an infrastructure consisting of all of the cultural heritage, and especially a kind of an infrastructure of the cultural heritage itself. Kind of what is that we want to do with the heritage objects, what we want to do with the digital data, kind of what is the heritage that we're talking about here. It's not about pixels, it's not about ones and zeros, it's not about kind of individual digitalized objects, but it's something more that ties all of this together and lifts it on a different plane, where the heritage really is. Why is it so? and where are the kind of the burning points that we would really need to think about. Partly the question is that we are very much focused on developing techniques, we're focused on developing repositories, we're developing different types of archives. And going through different kind of ways of archiving, preserving, putting digital heritage in order. So if you look at that landscape, so you can identify many different things. We have data repositories, we have different types of portals, we have aggregators that bring together things from different sources. We have project-specific portals quite often. One project produces a data hub or a portal where to put the outputs from that project. We have certain domain-specific databases for different areas of heritage specialization. Those who are interested in geochemical aspects of heritage, those who are interested in particular kinds of heritage objects, they have their own databases. Then we have general heritage information systems that are built for administrative purposes, basically knowing that is it okay to build something here or not? Is there something that's heritage somehow, or is there something, or don't we know it, or are we clear on that, okay, you can build the railway, you can build the house there if you like. And this is of course good. We have different uses and different needs, and we have to have the information in different places, and it has to be structured in different ways. But because it's structured in different ways in all these different places, so it means that it keeps very fragmented, and it has implications on what is there. What is the heritage that comes out of it? The administrative heritage is quite a different thing than when a community group creates something together, or when a researcher of some specialization creates something for the purposes of generating new knowledge about a particular aspect of the past. But that's only one thing why things are dispersed. We all know that one of the big questions still is that much of all the things, especially those things that are kind of could be used and are not just kind of display items, they are on the local servers and old computers in our offices. How many of us would admit that kind of something, kind of sort of digital heritage might be on your hard drive, either in this room or in your office? I might definitely have something. Maybe not the only copies, but I guess I'm going to be the only one to make a confession here. But now the question is kind of where we are now and why this is so. Where we are now, so we have dispersed repositories. We don't have an infrastructure, really, even if we would like to say that, okay, yes, we have an infrastructure, but we don't really have that. We're lacking standards, and we have too many standards at the same time. And we don't know, especially we don't know how to use the standards. We know what we should be describing, kind of, sort of, but we don't know how to describe it. And when we're talking with each other, we don't necessarily talk about the same thing. We talk about paradata, but what I'm thinking as a paradata, you're probably thinking a whole lot of different kinds of things. When you are, as a data creator, talking about paradata, about documenting data creation processes, or you are talking about metadata, about kind of what is this site all about? What is this object all about? You are talking about different things than the person, either an individual from the general public or a researcher or a heritage professional would like to have, even if you're talking about the same thing. So it's in different format. It's about different details. It's described in different ways. And we don't really match in what we provide, what we need. And we don't even know what we need. That's also a big problem. And then we don't have a common understanding or certificates of quality. We're thinking about quality as kind of that it's good or it's bad, or that quality is 5, or quality is 25.2, but it doesn't work like that. There are many different kinds of qualities, and we would need to kind of open up the discussion, kind of what we mean by quality. And and how we would operationalize it in heritage sector. And that is not only something that we can decide here, we convene here and talk to each other and decide, okay, that's what quality is, but we have to go outside and we have to see kind of how quality works, what implications different types of qualities have, what the 5 means in practice, what different types of goods means in practice, what is bad in practice. But of course, there are many things are being done, and there are examples of initiatives that sort of kind of give us hope, definitely, that we are on track. Of course, you just heard what Antonella told about the Eureka 3D XR and 3D projects. Important things are being done. Important things about the processes, kind of how to digitize something and how to move it somewhere where it can be displayed. We do have Europeana, and I think kind of the best part of Europeana is the idea of Europeana, a hub for cultural heritage in Europe. Okay, there might become some kind of rough edges still, and you are probably going to have some work to do for the forthcoming years. That's probably just kind of good. Heritage isn't kind of here and now stable, but it's living and it has to be developed. So that's an important part of the job. But it's there, and there's an idea what it could be. So it's a place where to go. Then there are initiatives like the Twin It. So kind of that how to use the process, how to put the process in move, how to kind of get things on the platforms. And these are, of course, kind of important because the heritage or the digitized heritage, it doesn't end up being somewhere just kind of automatically, kind of magically, just kind of appearing somewhere. But it takes effort, and it takes work to kind of get it there. And having these kinds of initiatives, so they are super important. Here, just as kind of an anecdotal sort of note on Twin It, so going back in time, so when kind of the seeds were sown for this initiative, for this particular initiatives in 3D cultural heritage, so it happened to be under Swedish presidency of the European Council when Professor Ioannidis was giving a keynote at an heritage event in Sweden, and kind of sort of we go around, and now I'm here from Sweden on Cyprus when the Cyprus having the presidency of the European Council. But this also kind of shows that this is a European concern, and this is a concern that kind of, it has end and it has a beginning and it has an end, and it takes cooperation and it takes coordination. This is not that we launch one thing and then hope that it works, but we have to follow it up and we have to take it to the end and kind of see that things actually are coming to a conclusion. Okay, kind of then where we are, and that's a good question. I think we're in many places at the same time. Now we can say that we might have a platform. Okay, we might be missing some pieces there as well. We have stuff in European collections. We have stuff in Europeana. We have stuff because of Twin It. We have stuff because of Eureka 3D, and many, many, many other initiatives. I don't want to kind of forget everything else you guys are wonderful things you are doing here in this room. And now we have a sort of a vision where we'd like to go, heritage for the better Europe, European identities, for competitiveness, for a better world, to put it kind of in just kind of 2 words. And then we hope that there will be some kind of use. Okay, now I'm using the U word again. But somebody is doing something to get to the better world. And then we get the benefits, and it will be the better world. And yeah, this is a quite simple process. But is it really that simple? Maybe not, because there are kind of some things in between. When we put the platform and the stuff together, it doesn't automatically lead us to a vision, a clear vision of what we can do with the platform and stuff. It doesn't mean that somebody would be doing something, and it doesn't necessarily mean that there would be the benefits that we're kind of sort of hoping that would come out of that. And what is missing from here is kind of an important aspect. Is that definitely we have this kind of a tendency that we look from left to right. We look from kind of what we have, and then we think about that, okay, kind of, yeah, there will be many benefits out of this. But what we don't think that much is that what if we would be staying on the benefit side? Kind of, we would be kind of standing in the better world. So how it would look like, what kind of use precedes the better world, what kind of vision has been directing the use, and how we can trace it back to the platforms we have, to the stuff we have. And having this kind of, because the better world is kind of really done, we have to look back to kind of where it comes from. We have to kind of jump into the future and look from the future back to this day, to the actions that we take, and have that in our mind when we are thinking about what to do right now. We can't kind of stand here and trying to look into the future because we don't know what's going to happen. There are many hindrances in the way. And many of these hindrances are something that are difficult to look into and difficult to solve. This kind of a looking forward, we can do something with that. We can look also backwards, and we can try to look from the other direction and try to imagine how we could get there where we want to get. But there are many, many more practical things. We can ask, do we have a digital archival infrastructure for long-term storage of European digital cultural heritage? And I would say that no, we don't. We have many places where digital stuff is lying. We have many national initiatives that are extremely good, but we're lacking many, many things. And we don't have a kind of a, if somebody would be doing something digital, so we don't know where to go. Okay, now we heard that we could go to EuroMed, the 3D data hub, but that's only one small part of the cultural heritage. And do we know, kind of now the project is closing in the end of July. Okay, we just heard that there will be continuation, but what kind of continuation it will be? Will there be resources? How long it's going to take? When we talk with technology people, they say that, okay, kind of, yes, this is kind of sort of, we can handle this. And then kind of how long, if we ask. So yeah, kind of for a long time. Okay, what is long time? Well, kind of 5 years. Does it sound like kind of long? And from heritage perspective, no, it's not a long time. Kind of, we're really in the business of permanence. Even if permanence really can't be managed. So we can still kind of try to manage it that there will be no end, and we kind of take it in a way that, okay, kind of, yes, we need to kind of follow up and try to make it as permanent as possible. Then we, of course, have the question that everything like this, so it costs money, and we all know that. And this is a kind of, partly I think that we need more money. It's a bad argument because it usually means that we kind of, there is some kind of a problem that we want to do with the money, and we don't kind of spell out what we would like to do. But then, of course, having a digital archive, having all these things in place, so it's not coming out of nothing, and it needs long-term financing, and that's probably what we don't have. Then we have many legal barriers and many restrictions, regulations that don't make things easy for us. And there is a kind of maybe kind of a good thing to remember that we all kind of sort of know that laws are made by human beings, so human beings can also change laws. So these shouldn't be issues that we can't change. It's just to start changing them and convincing the colleagues that say that, okay, kind of, yeah, this is so difficult. No, we can't do it. So that it still can be done. Then there are many more kind of, let's say, more fundamental questions. I kind of say that kind of the financing, building a digital archive, changing the laws, they are easy things because they can be done. But then we have fundamental questions. We have the questions about, we want to kind of make things findable, make things in quantitative sense interoperable. it requires standardization, it requires formal data, it requires kind of sort of making things equal that are not necessarily equal. And then when we think about cultural heritage, so it can't be formalized. But we still have to do it. So how are we going to solve this problem? We formalize and then we kind of keep things flexible at the same time. Good example of this is the long-going and still ongoing debate in archaeology about the pro forma documentation. You have a kind of a formal sheet that you kind of write on all the information that you have. Now, kind of this piece of information here, that piece of information there, and the third piece of information there. And then we have done proper documentation. When kind of the world is pretty much more complicated than that, we interpret the things in different ways. So we try to kind of sort of squeeze everything in a form, and it kind of doesn't really work like that. But still trying to do that, so it has many kind of advantages. It makes things comparable, it makes things kind of sort of easier to get the idea of the whole thing. So yes, we do have to kind of really find some kind of a balance between being flexible and being formal. Then when it comes to formalization, we have plenty of standards, but we don't really still know how to use them. And the result, kind of a sort of, if somebody is saying that, okay, we have a problem, we have to kind of sort of manage this information, so it leads to that we, and we look at the standards, we are not happy with them because they are not quite what we need. So then what the result is, okay, we introduce a new standard. Whereas the question is really how we could use with, and how we could kind of navigate the existing standards in a way, how we would kind of know what exactly, when something in a standard says that we have to document a name of the site, so kind of we have to decide what is a name, what kind of a name, in this case, what we need to document, and how we would use the standard to document the things, to preserve the things in a way that we think that would be useful for the future. And here, the key problem really that we have is that we tend to forget that multiplicity of expression, that somebody says that this is pottery and somebody says that it's ceramics. So it doesn't only mean that you can kind of set equation marks between these two, but it actually might mean that we are talking about not two different things necessarily, but two different aspects of the same thing. And it's multiplicity of meaning, not multiplicity of expression only. Then we have the problem with the digital data itself. Digital data is highly heterogeneous. It's super difficult to contextualize. It has different contextualities. It's not only ones and zeros, and it's not kind of the truth. That we have kind of sort of sorted the problems of that world is pretty complex. To put it into data, and the data is kind of, it's the truth. But it means different things in different places. It's always, it can be complete in different ways. In some kind of a formal sense, it can be complete, but in another perspective, depending on how we'd like to use it, so it can be very incomplete at the same time. And the problem isn't that when it comes to heritage, so it's always going to be incomplete, especially when it comes, when we go back in time. We don't have everything from 2,000 years ago. It's not a problem if we know that and we communicate that we don't have everything. But there's this kind of a tendency that we have a digital repository, we put everything in there, and everything is in there. Or that we put something in there, but we don't tell what's not there. So we should be much better in telling that as well. When we talk about digital systems, so we think that they are stable, or we hope that they are stable, but they are not. They are fragile, and they are fragile in different ways than the physical systems are. We can't forget a digital repository for 2,000 years and then go and pick it up and start using it like we can use with stone slabs. Stone slabs are fragile in another sense, but we would need to kind of think about the fragilities of the digital systems in a new way. They are also accessible and inaccessible in different ways. Yes, they can be when they are up and running, so we can use the same system on Cyprus, and we can use it in Sweden, we can use it wherever in the world. But if the digital infrastructure doesn't work, if we don't have network connection, kind of the most important thing coming before food and drink and so on in this world, so then the digital system isn't accessible. While a physical system could be if we take the time to travel to Cyprus, for instance. Then the digital structures have different characteristics as well. And in comparison to the physical structure, they are structured in different ways. They are material in different senses. We do need to have materialities for the digital systems. We do have to have the computers. We do have to have the cables. And here we also come to the question of the standardization versus flexibility. How the structures that we create, are they really flexible for the needs that somebody might be having in 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years? We are formalizing things in digital structures. We are building databases. Do we know that this is the useful way of organizing things for those coming after us, or even those who are kind of sitting here together in this hall? So kind of the underpinning thing is that the digital art is really the art of either or. It's one or it's zero. It's organizing this way or in that way. Whereas heritage is definitely the art of both and beyond. It's everything, and it's changing all the time. So that's why heritage is super difficult to digitalize. So the real gap might not be between the object and the text. Kind of, we have a physical object and we have a text about it, or we have a kind of a digital representation of it. But it's really about the object, kind of the physical thing, about the heritage, about the experience, about kind of what was happening in the past, and the digital sort of stuff, thing that we have created, the kind of the formal thing. Then we can ask kind of what digitalization is doing to us. Is digital intensifying the projectification of heritage archives? That it kind of, we have a problem, we create a new project, we have to create a new project to kind of solve the problems coming out of the previous project. Is digital intensifying an unhealthy homogenization of heritage archives? Do we have a problem in that it's becoming more formal than it has been before, and everything is the same? It's European heritage, but it's also local heritage at the same time. And there's a kind of a big problem and a big question about that, whether blind systematization is really lethal to heritage data, to heritage itself. We have to systematize. I'm not against it, but at the same time, we have to be very careful how we systematize and on what we systematize. We need to ask questions when we create the networks, whose networks they are. Are they my networks? Are they your networks? Are they the networks of the local population? We have to ask questions about unknown sustainabilities in environmental sense, in physical sense, but also in very much in the sense of the intelligence, in the intellectual sense. Is this what we are doing sustainable in a sense that in 100 years, in 1,000 years, we are communicating, we are able to kind of make the things, keep the things authentic. So what I'm saying is that information is increasingly becoming a process issue. And data is not enough. And okay, now I came to paradata, of course. We need paradata of the practice underpinning data. We need paradata about, we need to know about the processes. We have to kind of understand the processes, and we have to work that we are working with the processes, really. And not about data, or not about objects, but about the different processes, the different practices. This means that data literacy goes beyond technical skills and subject knowledge. We need computer people, we need archaeologists, we need heritage professionals, we need historians, we need art historians. But we need also understanding of what the digital transformations do, what the digitization means, what it does to information. And this is not a question that we can decide here again, but it's a question that we need to do research on. We need frameworks, how to work, but we need also to avoid dead ends. And this is also something that we need research in, so that we look forward, we look backward, and we try to see kind of if we take these steps, so what doors we are opening and what doors we are closing. So digital heritage future, it's about harmonization, it's about caring for diversity at the same time. There's a dichotomy, and that's what I kind of really want to underline. And then at the same time, it's humility ahead of an unknown future. We don't know where we are going, and we have to admit that, and we have to do everything that we don't close the doors from what might be happening. Then we are looking very much on the screen, kind of what is this person looking? We try to put the best things there. We ask him or her whether it's good or bad, but we don't look that much into the process, kind of what we do to get the things on the screen, how we do it, what implications it has, what's kind of really happening with this person. It's not about good or bad or 5 on the scale from 0 to 10, but it's a question kind of really, what is this person's understanding of the past? What is this person's heritage? What is this person's identity, whether it's European, Cypriot, Swedish, or all of them at the same time? And we really kind of need to take this all and kind of the whole packet so that we can take it to the future. So it's not a question of luxury or something that's nice to have, but it's kind of the very cornerstone of what we are and who we are and what is Europe. And otherwise, if we don't kind of keep this thing with us, so then there isn't that much anything left to invest in the future. We don't have any Europe. We don't have anything to be competitive for if we don't have the heritage. So, but it's a process, and it's a journey. We have to take the journey together. And it takes a whole lot of pedaling and kind of real work and doing it together. But yeah, that's really what we must do. And we have to do it together. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that your speech has been inspiring, has given a vision. So thank you very much. You give the timing for the next...
Thank you very, very much for the very, very, very inspiring presentation, Isto. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you. We managed to come to the most important part of the session today, which is the coffee break. And thank you very, very much, everybody, especially Your Excellency. It's highly, highly appreciated, yeah? Thank you very, very much. We're looking forward seeing you very soon again, yeah, here in Limassol. And if you have a...
So, thank you very much, everybody who is coming back to the room. We have still an intense program for the day, so we are going to present now in this new session the 3 case studies that I mentioned before. Then, as you know, there will be a few minutes for a discussion. I don't know how much Marinos will leave us, but we'll try to have some time for some questions. And this afternoon there are 2 important roundtables. So we have to keep the pace, otherwise we are lost. To keep the pace and not to lose ourselves in the wood, we have told by Isto that we are crossing a wood where we have to stay together to find the right way. So thank you very much. I would like to tell you that we have 3 case studies. The first one that we want to present is the case study about the virtual Girona, discovering the historical walls. And I would invite David. Okay, so here we are in Girona, the beautiful city in Catalonia. There are historical walls. We still can see a portion of them. Others have disappeared. What have you invented? Please. Okay. Sorry, this one, the bigger. I will not introduce the speakers. They will do by themselves. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Antonella. And thank you, Marinos and CUT, for the organization of this event. I will talk you about the first scenario, what we did with our walls that were demolished at the beginning of the century. I am David Iglesias. I am from the Center for Image and Research and Dissemination, that is the photographic and audio. Thank you. So I am from CRDI, Center for Image Research and Dissemination at the City Council of Girona, that is the Photographic and Audiovisual Archive. And in this project, we've been working with this pilot of Virtual Girona together with a technological partner that is Swing IT, a company from Italy, that unfortunately for healthy reasons, the man cannot be here, so he cannot join me with this presentation. Anyway, the most important thing is to understand the whole story, our narrative about this and the context. So I will tell you about the context mainly of the scenario and then the process from the point of view of an archive. So my message is mainly for cultural heritage institutions. What is our role and what is our work in a project like this? So for you to have an idea, I don't know how to, not to pass to the video, to start this video. Can somebody help? How it works? No. But for the video, I want to see the video, please. Okay, yes, like this we will go straight to the app. And here you see the last vestige of the walls that actually is the bastion. And with this app, with this tool, our colleague from Swing IT is able to see the whole bastion. So he's following, please, a bit more, yeah, on the right, yeah, you see more or less, here you see the wall. So here is where the wall it was placed at the beginning of the century and in the middle of the city today, how the city it is. So we need to work also on the occlusion because there are sometimes some buildings or something between. We decide what we see when we create the whole path. But this is the mainly idea, is to go there and visualize the walls. Nothing exceptional. But to start with this, what we need to understand is a bit of our history, what these walls represent. Because Girona is a Roman history, it was founded in 76 before Christ. So now we are celebrating the 2100th anniversary. And they created the walls because the city was created to control a way that goes from Rome to Cadiz, so it's a strategical point of the Via Heraclea, later called Via Augusta. So we have this Roman city, the walls of the Roman city, kind of acropolis in the hill, not in the flat area, in the hill. And then we have a second walls in the 3rd century because Romans in the imperial times, they reconstructed the walls in a different way. Then we have the walls at the beginning of the medieval age, Carolingian period, because the city spread a little bit. And then we have the main walls of the Middle Age, mainly the ones that protected the flat area. The city spread, so there was a need to protect this. And in the 16th century and 17th century, they introduced new elements. They need towers to defend, they need bastions. So in this part of the city, in the flat area, they built 5 bastions, a 16th tower, etc. And that was used until the French War at the beginning of the 19th century. That was the last war that the walls were used. And after this, no need to say that we lost the war, as always we do in Catalonia, but this time was with the French army. Anyway, the walls were useless after this, so at the beginning, at the end of 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, people want to demolish it. There was the need to expand the city, and there is a period of the small industrialization of the city, but they need this, and everyone, even the intellectuals, wanted to demolish, and it's what happened. So that's the historical context, but what is important here for us is that there is a research group at the University of Girona focused on urban history. So they publish 14 books that are not very friendly for reading, I mean, unfortunately, but there is a lot of information, a lot of data. So we based on this. We based on this to collect data, but not only this. Here you see a film of the demolish process. It gives you an idea how the wall was at that time. It was hard work. Everything was done manually. It's exceptional to have film. This film is 9.5 millimeters. It's from 1936, so the year that the Civil War, Spanish Civil War began. So we have this extraordinary document, but it gives us a lot of information about the walls. You see the width. So that was something impressive. And the bastions, the area of the bastions was very big. It was like 6,000 square meters, 7,000, depends on each one. So it was something really important, as you can imagine. So this was demolished, and only 50 years later, in democracy, they decided to rebuild the walls that were kept. That was the part of the walls that were in the mountains, in the hills, because they demolished what was in the flat area, but the other part remains. So that was a physical reconstruction of the walls. And nowadays you can go to the path and have a very nice views of the city from there. You have 2 kilometers walk. It's fantastic. So the problem was that the demolished part cannot be reconstructed, of course, but can be virtually reconstructed. So that's why in 2000 we create a video using video technology, and we also use rephotography. So all photographs in the place, place it in the place that where is nowadays placed, let's say. So we did something to explain how the city was. So we won't see all this video, but this was good work in the sense that we worked on this and we placed it every bastion, every tower, and then we recreated with video, photographs, the technology that we worked at that time. That was 26 years ago. Here you see a detail of a bastion, and then you can see also something about rephotography. I just show you this portal just to see how it works. And this is an old image from 1877, one of the doors of the wall and the city. And then we skip the image, transforming a little bit. So it was shown this way. But now we had the opportunity to go farther in this project. This is the place nowadays. And we had the opportunity with SingIT to create the 3D models. So the company started working on this using this software, this pipeline that is a conversion from 2D to 3D. They use Trellis as the main tool, and they also work with Photopea for working with the images, and then Blender for the final editing, for textures, etc. This is their work. So they worked on this, and they also created software in order we are able to place everything on the map. So this is another software, another tool that is also in the data hub, and as Antonella explained, you can use it for free. Everything is open. But the process from our side was documenting this, and that was something serious for us. That was a lot of work, because we gathered all the documents from the period. We have maps, for example, a lot of maps, and French are very good doing maps in the 19th century, so we control all this. And from these maps, from textual records, even engravings, images for another use, but we extract data. So we don't offer to the company records, we offer them data, very precise data of all the measures of the walls, the bastions, every part, etc. So in this sense, we have been very exhaustive, and this facilitates the work. The other thing is the images. We manage an archive of 3 million images from the beginning of the photography in 1839 until nowadays, because nowadays we are producing images, the journals, the TV, etc., etc. So we have a big archive. We selected images, old images, actual images, and they selected the ones that were good for the project, and also we created new ones. The company gave instructions, precise instructions of the images they needed. So one of the images they needed are aerial views. Like this, we hired a company to fly with a drone and capture new images. And then we create the narrative, and that is we decide what is the tour for a visitor, what are the points of interest, and in some points we record a video that is an explanation of what it is, a general comments on what is the history of the walls and specific aspects that we want to comment. And then points of interest where we put a video, for example, this one of the demolishment, but also a video of the lion that is up in the bastion, in the vestige of the bastion, because this is a sculpture to commemorate the war, the French war, and dedicated to the people in the city that defend the city. So it's very symbolic. So we explain all these things because the visitor go there and to have an idea. And also we explain that the walls are also in the underground. Huh? There is a parking in the underground. You can go there and see part of the original walls because on the level of the street it's not the same. So there is a big difference, but you can go there and see the original walls there. So this is what we did, recording, etc. And I also would like to introduce that we do all this work, but this is our plan in the City Council of Girona. It's not something isolated that we participate in a project. Our idea is working with cartography, base of cartography, and introducing elements of information, of visual information. For example, in this case, we start working with a aerial photograph of a cadastre, and as we had the height of the buildings at this period, we show the volume of the buildings. And so you can compare the buildings at 70, the buildings nowadays, how is the city, how the city evolved. And also we introduce videos that explain how the evolution of different parts of the city, etc. So this is the idea. This is the framework of we work on this. We need to create layers of information based on this cartography. So these new elements, these 3D elements are going to be part of this. And also we digitize oops, sorry. Okay. And also, we digitize different places that are interesting for us. For example, this is a square that is close to the walls, and that will be used for an avatar that Miralab are developing. A heroine of the French war, a woman, a group of women that defend the city. So we want to explain the role of these women in the war, that they participate actively, not just giving support. So this woman is going. The avatar will be ready very soon because the project finished in July. And this is an extra, thanks to Miralab. We appreciate very much their very good work on this. But we create this. We are able to digitize these exteriors, these places, and then reuse for different projects. So the main thing is why we do all this, and probably first question would be why an archive is interested in 3D. And there are different reasons, but you know that archives, we are responsible mainly of preservation and giving access to the records and all this. But there is something very important in archives, that is discovery. We have documents from the 12th century until nowadays, the City Council is producing. So as we have all this period represented in documents, we are able to find plenty of stories there. We can create narrative because it's not just for research. Archives are also for citizens. So if we want the citizen have an interest, we need also to create visual narrative, that the one that are possible with the 3D and the XR, as is in the case of this project. Then why we chose this topic of the walls the topic of the walls is strategic. History, cultural heritage is a strategic in this case, for example, for taking urban decisions for the future. If you understand how it was the city in the past, you can take more solid decisions for the future. Also, is a value for the city. The cultural heritage, that's obvious, is a value for the city, for the companies, for the organizations. You have the example of IKEA in Sweden. They created a museum because the museum gives value, it's their history. And also they take decisions considering what is in their archive, that they manage themselves. So they focus on this. They think that is also good for their commercial strategy. So history gives value. And then why we believe in the Eureka 3D solutions, and Antonella explained this very well, so I can say it short, is because it provides a methodology for digitization with the BG study and the guidelines that we developed in the project, because it gives us an infrastructure where to manage the collection, all these 3D models created during the project. We can manage, we can share with the communities we decide. We have some preservation guarantees, etc. And we can also show it in our catalogs in Europeana because it's integrated and it led us to create narratives. So as the Miralab is not here and time, sorry, Miralab, Swing IT, Swing IT. The Italian company that developed these tools are not here. I won't go in details on this, but just for you to know, there are these two tools. The one, the AI 3D builder to convert 2D images to 3D images, and the 3D XR Studio, that is the one to place all these models on the place. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Davide. As you have seen, this is mostly a process, as it was mentioned by Isto. It is not only technology, it's to put the technology into a process that brings a benefit, and to look from the benefit that we are imagining, coming back and deciding what we have to do. And what I would like to highlight is also the connection between the three scenarios that we developed in Eureka 3D, because as David has explained, the pilot of the avatar in the Englistra in Paphos is also used to create another avatar that is the heroine of the war in Girona. So there is an exchange of information that is one of the positive aspects of these projects. And now I would like to give the floor to the second scenario that is about Bibract. The title is the AR narrative of the hidden side of a Bibract archaeological site. And we will have two presentations, the two voices. Agathe Leriche-Mogis from Bibract, and Irini Calderi from the National Technical University of Athens that collaborated with the Center of Bibract in the implementation of the tools and the scenario. So Agathe and Irini, please, the floor is yours. And you present yourself, as I asked to David. Thank you.
So it is a great pleasure to have the opportunity to present our work at the Digital Heritage Summit, and big thanks to the hosting team for organizing this event. The work we are going to present, as Antonella mentioned, is a result of collaborative work between the AI and Learning Systems Lab of the National Technical University of Athens and of the Bibrakte European Archaeological Center. It has been conducted in the context of the Eureka 3D XR project. And the main motivation behind this work is to make AR technologies more accessible to the cultural heritage communities, and specifically to support cultural heritage professionals who wish to define and design AR tours tailored to their own objectives and needs and deliver them as AR experiences to the on-site visitors. As a matter of fact, most available such tools out there are proprietary and often come at a cost that often, especially small and medium-sized cultural heritage organizations cannot afford. And what's more, the use of such tools often requires quite advanced digital skills. And our objective was to address this barrier as well by offering an interface that can be readily used by cultural heritage organizations without the need to have specific expert knowledge in AR technologies. So this vision, this overarching vision, translated to 3 concrete objectives within the Eureka 3D XR project. So the first objective was to implement a web platform that supports, that allows cultural heritage organizations to design AR tours by reusing collection items that are openly available online, on online repositories. Then to develop a mobile app that takes these defined AR tours and delivers them as on-site AR experiences to visitors. And finally, to test and evaluate these tools on the Bibrakte archaeological site to reveal what is no longer visible on the site today. So in the first part of the presentation, I will provide a brief overview of the tools, and then I will pass the floor to my colleague Agatha, who will describe how these have been applied at the Bibrakte archaeological site. So this slide depicts the overall architecture and shows how the 2 complementary tools, what we call the AR Tour Builder, which is the web platform, and the AR Tour Experience mobile app interact with each other and with online repositories that host various types of assets, including 3D models, images, videos, quizzes, audio files, various types of media are supported. Then these assets need to be hosted, as I said, by an external repository such as Europeana, the Eureka 3D Data Hub, or could be accessible, hosted online on an organization's repository. So via the AR Tool Builder, the user can manage these assets and create a library of their own and reuse these assets in the context of various AR tours that they define. They can pin those assets on a map to create points of interest and add contextual information associated with each point of interest and the tour as a whole. And then these defined tours, as already mentioned, are served via the mobile app, via API calls invoked by the mobile app, and the user is tracked based on GPS and are prompted whenever they approach the defined points of interest. There are different visualization opportunities for 3D models, and an AR mode is supported so that 3D models appear overlaid on the physical environment as captured by the user's, the visitor's mobile camera. And we will see examples later during the demo. So the AR Tool Builder is endowed with various features that enable quite advanced capabilities, so there is support for defining multilingual tours, there is support for designing tours that are guided, so the points of interest are in an order, or free roaming, where the visitor is free to follow their own path. And tours are organized in projects because there can be more than one tours associated with a certain area. For example, tours addressed to visitors that have a lot of time at their disposal, or tours addressed to children, and so on. And the tour builder also supports collaborative functionality, so that you can share a project and a set of tours with your colleagues to work and edit them together. I already talked about the support for this asset library that allows you to collect online context and reuse it in different tours, and how these are grouped into points of interest, supporting a rich variety of media. The Air Tour Builder also offers a dedicated 3D editor that allows you to manipulate how the 3D models and define how they should appear on site. So define the model's position, their rotation, their scale, and so on, and also allow you to anchor it on a very specific position. And we will see what kind of AR modes are supported later on. It's important to mention that all functionalities offered by the tour are exposed via an API, so that any third-party application can reuse the Air Tour Builder's capabilities. And let us now see how these tours are served via the mobile app, the Air Tour Experience app. So the user selects a tour and follows the instructions provided by his mobile. It's important to mention that there is also the possibility to download a tour in advance in order to support cases of limited connectivity and support uninterrupted use on site when there is no sufficient internet connection. Then, as already mentioned, the user is tracked via GPS signal, and they can tap on a point of interest whenever they are within its proximity and access its content. And here we see different examples of types of content that can be associated with a certain point of interest. So there are different kinds of visualizations that are supported by the builder and the mobile app. So in some cases, it makes sense to visualize 3D models via a 3D viewer. This is the case, for example, for objects that were found in the ground and are now moved and exhibited at the museum site. And through the 3D viewer, the user can manipulate the object via touchscreen, zoom in, zoom out, rotate, and view it from different angles. And then there is the AR mode that embeds actually the item in the physical reality, in the physical environment, which allows you to move via your body motion away from the object, approach it, and so on, as if it was part of the physical environment itself. And it's important to mention that for certain types of object, fixed anchoring is very important. So imagine a reconstruction of a roof, for example. This has to be positioned exactly on the top of the building on very specific coordinates. So in this case, the mobile app provides hints to the user as to how to rotate and position the camera to see it on the very exact appropriate location. And I pass the floor to Agatha.
Thank you, Irini. Good morning. Good morning. I really enjoyed using the Air Tour Builder to create the tour of the archaeological site of Bibracte and testing it on with the Air Tour experience. And I'm very happy to propose you a little demo this afternoon of the app on the University Square back to the library. Augmented reality is a great opportunity for us because it can show things that are usually no longer visible for visitors. Yes, indeed, if many artifacts are on display on the site museum, very few remains are visible on site, especially because Gaulish buildings were made in wood and left very few remains. And the chosen 3D models for each period are also the main media for each period and are the starting point of the stories and explanation. So each point of interest tells a story, and through these stories, visitors can discover hidden or less visible aspects of Bibracte. For example, lost landscapes or a former Gallic building and public space, or also all type of specific aspects. Augmented reality can bring invisible remains back to life, like, for example, this pit filled with amphoras, which was backfilled after the excavation. This includes also excavated structures such as a cellar, a mine shaft, which were also backfilled for conservation and safety reasons. Augmented reality can also show what Gaulish wooden buildings may have looked like. These buildings have disappeared, but archaeologists can study the post holes. The post holes left on the ground. These traces help to reconstruct the shape and the heights of the buildings. For the Roman houses, which the lower parts of the wall still remains, augmented reality can show lost decoration and also and place museum artifacts back where they originally found, like, for example, this part of mosaic. Beyond 3D models, as Eleni, you told, each point of interest also includes audio presentation, text, images, videos, and quizzes on Historiana. These media help visitors learn more about each stories and make the experience more engaging. And to finish our presentation, you have a demo video for the scenario in Bibracte.
In front of you is a pit filled with the bodies of wine amphorae. Most of them are broken at the neck. This is where the amphora was deliberately struck to open it quickly rather than trying to pull out the cork, which was sealed with lime mortar. Once opened, amphorae were sometimes reused, for example as drainage elements, but most often they were simply buried in the ground, as you can see here.
This small bowl, with a diameter of no more than 4.4 centimeters, reminds us that wooden tableware was probably more common on Gallic tables than pottery. It was made from sycamore maple, a local species found on the slopes of Mount Bouvray. You can appreciate its light-colored, even-grained, and relatively hard wood. Easy to work with, it is particularly well-suited to turning. As you zoom in on the object, you will notice fine regular grooves running across its surface. These are the marks left by the turning process, a skilled gesture that can still be perceived today.
Explore this silver mining shaft virtually, dug in the 1st century BC into massive rhyolite, a very hard volcanic rock. Walk down the 3 steps to reach, 3.5 meters below, the extraction pit, which is 4.5 meters deep. The shaft follows a fault line along which hydrothermal activity deposited silver-rich sulfide minerals more than 300 million years ago.
I think that you have seen another process. So we are again using technology to deliver experiences of a cultural heritage. Thank you very much. And again, this afternoon, if you want, in the library that is just there is an experience of how this works.
For people who want to make this demo, the apartment is on boot on the table, and I can go with you to discover with the application.
Okay. So see you at the booth of Eureka 3D XR. Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, the case of Cyprus, because for those who have been in Paphos on Sunday, we had the experience on the site, but here we are going to have the virtual experience. So I would like to invite Nadia Talman and Nejma Kadi from Mira Lab, our Swiss partner, because we have gone even beyond the EU. Switzerland participated in the project, and eventually if Marinos can appear, he can add something, but the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So it's our great pleasure with Nejma to present the work we have done at Mira Lab. So the first thing to say, so if you don't know, myself, I used to be a professor in University of Geneva. We made a startup, which is Mira Lab, from the university. So it's a commercial entity, but we are still, in my case, working at the University of Geneva. And we were invited in the second part of this project. So the project only for the part XR. And as Antonella said, we are funded by effectively Switzerland, because at that time, Switzerland didn't sign the agreement with Europe. Now we are within, but at that time, we were like, okay. So this is how we came to this project. Oh, sorry. So this is not the first one. Yeah. Okay, now we come to the project itself. So Marinos was the person to explain, but you will see it in the film, what we have to do in terms of cultural heritage. When you start a project, the first thing, if you are a technical person, you can do nothing if you don't have the setting and the people who know what you do, in which context, and all the story. And we have the chance in this project, really the chance, that Marinos and his team, with Maria in the room, and also Drew, we have worked extensively together, because they have fetched all the information about the site. And we have, through this team, excellent collaboration with the monastery. So this is the first thing to do, because otherwise, whatever you do is just a cartoon, so I don't know, it doesn't fit. So thanks to that, it's the part you see on the left. So that's a discussion about what do we show, what kind of story is it, and so on. And so we have discussed intensively to know what is to be said when we represent in 3D the monks. So the main idea of this project, and in my case, I'm working since 30 years on virtual human, is to have a virtual monk who is able to tell a story. So you come to a place and you have the icons or the people on the wall, they come out and they are able to explain their story. And you will see the demo if you haven't seen this. And this is the part, let's say, mainly of CAT with collaboration with us. We have asked our question, we have asked, and they have related to the monks. It was validated by the monks. So once all that discussion has been done, we move to the technical aspect. So the technical aspect, what we have to deliver in this project are three things. One is the VR setting. That means that you are anywhere in the world and you can see the monk, San Neophytos, coming out and telling his story according to different pieces of stories we have cut into pieces, otherwise it would be too long. So this is the thing we have done first. It was a deliverable. Now the second thing is the AR. The AR is you are on the site and you enjoy absolutely having San Neophytos next to you. So you see your companions and San Neophytos, and he can explain stories according to heritage knowledge. So this is the second thing we had to deliver. And the third thing we have to deliver is the Web 3D setting. That means that anybody having no glasses, how do they see the things? So we have developed on the Eureka 3D platform an application that allows to be visualized on the 3D platform on the web. So this is really our three contribution. So if we go next slide. So the next slide is just to say that what is new in this project, because we have made at least 20 cases in cultural heritage. If I have the chance this afternoon, I will just show you a bit through the time how we have, what was the technology and how we move today and tomorrow. But here, what do we bring new? The main thing we bring new is each time we were doing something, it was that we do fully for one case and then you restart from scratch. Second, we have developed our platform, but then it was only for us. When you have finished the project, then most of the time, as we know, nobody uses it. So in this case, we decided not to develop again another platform to make the virtual human, but we decided to look intensively in the literature who has done what and what are the open sources. Of course, as everybody knows today, you have commercial software where you can create fantastic avatar, not only creation, but also in some way animate them. But the results belongs very often to the company, the data. And the second thing, as we know in Europe, we try to develop our own tools, and most of these products are American. So with all this context, we decided in this project to develop or to find out what are the open source software we have available, made here, and that we can link together in an easy way in order that we can reproduce what we do. So the goal, finding the right software available to everybody, and also what we did, we wrote a manual where everybody, in fact, if they take the time, could reproduce themselves. So this was really the novelty we brought in this project in terms of software and the making of. Okay, as I said before, these are the objectives of the project. Reusable data set. You have seen now Girona. Thank you for mentioning that we have already provided something, but we will continue because what is interesting, we can reuse quite a lot of things we have done in the avatars for the avatar in Girona. And as said, we have all kind of practical guidelines in a manual we have delivered. People can follow that. So at least we try in this project to be really open and distribute this to everybody for VR, MR, and Web 3D. So three applications. Okay, so as said just now, you see the monk as it is done according to all kind of recommendation we received. And you will see, for example, I just mentioned here, in the animation, we would have liked to make more gestures, or he moves a lot, but we were told that, first of all, the face, nobody really, except what we see in Clastra there. We don't know how he was really in the detail. And the second thing, we don't know how he was moving. In cultural heritage, when you do animation, one of the main concerns is that you don't know how people were behaving and moving. This is rarely described. So the recommendation we receive is don't move it too much because at least we are near the reality, we don't invent. So this is the reason also why he's a bit static, he doesn't come out and move too much. Yeah. And then, as said, we have two kind of formats because we produce the same sequence, so you can do the same on Web 3D for everybody on the planet at any time. Okay, so just to summarize a bit, to introduce, and afterwards Nejma will speak about how she implemented the thing, showing all the detailed steps of the making of. When you see this of the avatar builders, as I said, there were 3 parts when you do that. As said, we have described everything in details in a manual. And the first part is, of course, to do the virtual human according to all cultural heritage recommendation. The second one, we speak very little here, is you don't have an object 3D. It's an object, a human, that has to move. So what is the animation? How do we make the animation? And without using any programming, very easy, as I said, we try to find the available software, open source, dedicated to users. So it's how we did it, the animation. And then the third thing is, you do that, but where is it deployed? Where can you see it? And again, I tell you, we have for VR, AR, and 3D web. So it's in 3 things we have done, so with different format, as we have said. Okay, finally, before I gave the floor to Nejma, this one is just that at the beginning, you know, you need always scenario on our side too. So we were discussing with Nejma, how do we present the things? So we take the helmet, the most recent we could find, and we try to have this goggle to communicate. And you know, in fact, in the project, we were supposing, and we liked, because in other projects we developed at Mira Lab, we are very much linked with AI. I have a realistic robot that looks like a person that can talk to you like ChatGPT and advise you on anything. So this platform, we were thinking we can bring it to Eureka 3D, and particularly, you know, the dream was you see San Neophytos, you talk to him and ask your own questions, because everybody likes to ask questions and not to be given what San Neophytos like to say. But unfortunately, when you have this 3D helmet, the problem is, particularly in AR, you could not transmit all the information. It's not, it cannot hold so much information and calculate in real time. So we couldn't do it, but it's something on the table that out of this project, we would like to go further on that. Yeah, okay, I think it's your turn, no? Yeah, yeah. And then the final image that Nejma can talk about. What you see here, if you haven't been visiting this fantastic place that Marinos kindly introduced us, you know, I said on Sunday that I had the chance to come to Cyprus for another project, and Marinos said, you know, Nadia, you are interested, I will show you a fantastic place. He introduced me to this place in 2012, and I saw the frescoes, and also I met Priest Neophytos, who was such a great person. And from then on, I was always dreaming. And I always said, Marinos, when can we do a project like that? So when Marinos invited us to do that, you know, it was an immense pleasure, because dreams come true. We were able, from this fresco, to make Neophytos. Yeah. And thank you, Marinos. I take this opportunity. Okay, so. Là, ici.
Ça, c'est pour avancer? Oui. OK, très bien. Hello, good afternoon to everybody. From fresco to digital human, just to take the following what Nadia was saying. So actually the process is basically transforming the fresco-based references into a digital human. So this process relies on different steps as modeling the 3D model, texturing the 3D model, and also animating the 3D model. So these techniques, all these techniques, modeling, animation, texturing, etc., rely basically most of the time on parametric software tools. Why parametric? Because with the parametric tools, you have the ability, you have the ability to customize to customize the model. Customizing the model because we are working with references. We have been given references, text, description, audio, all kind of data that we have received from our partners, and all this data has to go through these tools in order to create this model. So here what you can see, for example, it's basically the modeling of the body. I was talking about the parametric. So with this kind of tool, you can, of course, model the shape, the size, all kind of aspects of the digital human, and also prepare the model to receive all kind of animation, especially for the facial animation. Because as Nadia said before, regarding the animation, we were a bit limited because we didn't get any references or any guidance for the body animation. So we decided to keep a very austere posture of the body, but we focus on animation of the face. Why? Because this digital model, the Sant Neophytos, has to deliver a message. So the most important thing, I think, here in this simulation was to listen to this message that was delivered by Sant Neophytos inside this enclaustra. So here we can see a bit, technically speaking, the complexity of the geometry we are dealing with. So the geometry is extremely complex. Why? Because when you design a model for animation, you have always to take into account that the animation means deformation of geometry, etc. So you have to put emphasis on the regions that are going to be animated and deformed. So here, in this case, it's mainly for the face part. Here we can see we have a sequence, but without sound. We don't have sound. Just to show
it
a
gives
bit
me
some
great
results,
re to guide you through this hallowed
some results
space.
of the facial animation, the style of the animation we would like to have. Can we Oops. Oops.
Dear visitors, thank you for traveling from near and far to visit my enclaustra. It gives me great pleasure to guide you through this hallowed space.
So you see, in this kind of animation, we are really focusing only on the upper part of the body because we have a lot of content regarding the message he has to deliver. Here, it's just to give you an idea of how we prepare the scene, even for, especially for virtual reality. So we were working with real data with point cloud for the enclaustra. So Cut delivered us the 3D model of the enclaustra, and we had to integrate this avatar inside. So the main thing it was specifically for the scaling of the model. It has to be really accurate. So we have positioned and we have scaled the model to be exactly in the appropriate scale, and then the lighting, because the enclaustra has a lot of frescoes, colors, etc. So and the model is animated. So the thing is that when we are in VR, the light is taking a lot of resources. So we need to take this also in account. So it means that we have to bake all the lighting. To bake the lighting, it means that we have to calculate while he is moving. We are calculating the lighting of this virtual human inside this colorful space in order to have more or less the same tone and to not have something too much detached from the background. Oops, non, celui-là. Okay. So for the deployment, as Nadia said before, so we had the deployment through 3 different setups. We have the web-based setup. It means that here for the web-based, actually we are using exactly the same model that we have transformed in another format, which is an which is a GLB format. It's specifically for the web. We are always using standard format because this is very important for portability, for exchange, for sharing, etc. So here in this example, you can see how we share the digital assets inside Eureka 3D Data Hub. So we have a collection of 3D models, static, animated. We have developed a viewer for this part. Why? Because actually the viewer, as we have to integrate this animated artifact inside Europeana, we had to develop our own viewer that support also animation. So this was the first prototype we did for testing. So in this viewer, it's something quite simple. We can play different stories. We can change background. We can add 3D background behind, and like this one, for example. And then you can visualize very easy the different stories for this artifact.
Welcome, seekers of light. This cave is not of stone alone.
So it's what we call the contextual storytelling. From web-based access to full immersion, so this is mainly for the VR, and so for the VR first and the AR, so it's something we did 2 days ago directly there on site. So for the VR part, we will have something different. We will have user interface. We will have full immersion. So this kind of experience, you should see it with a headset. Of course, if you are interested, we will have a demo this afternoon, and you are welcome to test it.
You are now in the southwestern part of Cyprus, about 10 kilometers north of the town of Paphos, near the village of Talla. Amidst this remote and rugged, yet beautiful and serene landscape in 1159, Saint Neophytos found the ideal dwelling where he would wholly dedicate his life to God.
Dear visitors, thank you for traveling from near and far to visit my Enklistra. It gives me great pleasure to guide you through this hallowed space. I settled here 7 years after I became a monk. Although I was delighted when I first joined the monastery of Koutsouventis, I soon began to feel a deep longing for the eremitic life. I asked the hegumen, as we call the abbot of a monastery in Greek, to let me go on my own, but he refused. He granted me, however, permission to travel to the Holy Land. For me, the journey was not merely a pilgrimage. I hoped to find a hermit who would accept me as his disciple.
In the period that followed, the saint lived in austere solitude, patiently and perseveringly carving further into the rock, deepening the cave and creating the first 2 chambers, his cell and a sanctuary, where he placed an altar to celebrate Holy Communion. His life, and with it the story of the cave, took a new turn when Vasilios Ginamos became Bishop of Paphos. Ginamos had long known and respected Neophytos. For 4 years, the new bishop persistently urged him to accept a disciple and form a monastic community.
In obeying the bishop's will, I ceased to be merely a recluse. I became the hegumen of the monastery. The newly arrived monks began carving cells, storerooms, and other essential chambers into the rocky mountainside next to the Enklistra, as well as a refectory behind my cell.
The most distinctive feature of the sanctuary is the striking variation in ceiling heights. At the center, the low rock displays an oversized image of Christ Pantocrator, from the Englistra's third decorative phase. To the west and east are two bays, with the eastern rising steeply to a significantly higher curved pinnacle. Directly below is the Holy Altar, made of rock slabs. Here, before a wooden cross, the Holy Communion was celebrated. The east wall has small arched windows that let light into the dark cave. You can also see alcoves, as in other parts of the Englistra, used for placing objects and books. The concave west wall shows 7 life-size monastic saints, while above the north door is Christ Emmanuel amidst the scene of the Annunciation.
Please enter and see my first and final dwelling. After deepening the cave, I stopped at this point. I placed flat stone slabs to make a bed and a small desk. I spent endless hours sitting here praying, writing my own manuscripts. I wrote 16 books in the course of my secluded life, and copying the texts of others.
The original decoration of the cell must have been truly magnificent. It featured prophets on the apex of the vaulted ceiling, warrior saints on the eastern wall, along with an inscription about Saint Neophitos' journey from Kutsovendis to Paphos, the crucifixion complemented by saints on the southern wall, and circular decorative patterns on the western wall, where the recesses left no space for figural representations.
I hope your visit to my Englistra has been rewarding, and that my life will inspire you to embrace some of my guiding principles. True peace does not come from material wealth or status, but from focusing on what truly matters. Achieving this requires self-knowledge. Pause, reflect, discover what brings you joy and fulfillment, and stay true to yourself, even if you have to stand alone. Hold fast to faith, patience, and perseverance, for they will guide you through life's adversities. Reach out to others with care, in spirit, in heart, and in action. Share your wisdom and knowledge, and in doing so, enrich both your soul and those around you. Do your small part, so that the world you leave behind is at least a little better than the one you received. Go in peace, dear visitor.
Amen. I will finish with this message. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Najma, please. Yes, 2012. You know what a year was on that time? And event, of course, here in Cyprus, in Limassol again. It was the presidency event, the official presidency event of Cyprus, of the European Union on cultural heritage. And Nadia was our keynote speaker. So esto, have in mind what is happening with our, there is a sustainability with this. Yeah? So, yes. I would like to explain to you something more, because the monument as such, it has been digitized not only for the XR, it has been digitized in a wider spirit, in the way of holistic approach, bring the entire knowledge together, starting of course from the 3D, taking also the intangible together, and then if you have the 3D, what you have to do? Monitor, yeah? And we monitor the monument, not only locally, but also from the space. And I would like to show to you first where the monument is. I need the, if I can, yes, the remote control, please. Yes. Yes, here is Cyprus. It's a very, very important position, geolocation, 3 continents. And there is no civilization which was around us which didn't manage to pass through this island. And because of that, that's why Cyprus, even if it's not visible in the world map, is well visible in all of the national museums of your countries with permanent exhibitions. Why? Because exactly that. The geolocation which we had and the important roles that we played in the past. So, taking that into account, we are, since 2004, a member of the European Union, and now, having that, European Union, yeah? There is always a sense why I am sending out or presenting something on my slides. This is the western part of the island, the location where the monastery is, far away. If you have time during your stay here on the island, please visit the place. It's unique. So, if we go and see, that's the monastery, and on the monastery on the left-hand side, on the hill, on a part of the hill, is the so-called englistra in our language, but in English, hermitage, the cave, yeah? Where San Neophytos, when he arrived there, he spent his life. So, if we have a closer look, and what it's all about is 950 years old monument. It consists of 4 different parts. 3 of them are connected together. Has a significant religious and historical importance for us here in Cyprus, and of course is a monument under high risk. Why? The area of Paphos, and especially the western part of the island of Cyprus, and the southern part of Turkey, Anatolia, yeah, you know, the city, Antalya, we have several earthquakes on the scale of 5 and 6, yeah, level. So, the monument, if you visit it, has a lot of cracks. Now, a crack in a monument, for us, doing a documentation, is not like a chemical engineer, material engineer, a geologist, and so on, or an architect, an archaeologist, important. For me personally, it's as if you stand, of course, in front of these cracks, it's as if the monument is shouting and saying, I have a pain. Take care of me. And take care, otherwise if not, then I will collapse. So, and that's now the challenge of the engineering in place. If you go there, you have to digitize. Why we digitize? And there is Miguel, where we are going to start tomorrow to talk. 100% not to have all these games that we know today. 100% not. So, but it's in a holistic approach to see how we can help, support, sustain a piece of a story, of a knowledge, and as the minister said this morning, memory and identity of our country. That's the challenge of the digital cultural heritage today, yeah? So, having that in mind, and I say monitoring, that's the view now from the satellites moving around that place. You see, that's the monastery of San Neophytos next to the village. And if we have a look and go backwards from the 1963, 1993, 2014, 2019, and continue and so on, and see what happened all over the time, all over this time period, then what we see? Something strange. It was a movement of the entire landscape. Taking that into account and observing the meteorological data, now digital cultural heritage, meteorological data, okay? Bringing that together, bringing these two data sets together, you see that from the time of 1963, we had the so-called slowly climate change here in this region. And what happened? We didn't get enough rain. Not enough rain, and if there is not enough water, what do? We drill to get the water from the underground. Drilling. In the meantime, yesterday, when we were, not yesterday, 2 days ago, the priest told us there are 300 with the licenses, yeah? Legal licenses, springs to get water for the agriculture around the monastery. That was the #1 reason why this structure there, this part of the hill, moved, okay? #1. #2, you have the challenge of the earthquakes, yeah? Now, if you bring these two systems together, you can create something unique for the researchers working in geology, which, you know, those people have nothing to do with the theology, yeah? Nevertheless, we saw that this monument was moving. And now let's go and have a, you know, a walk through the monument. And I would like to ask the colleagues, yes, please, if you activate it. It's a walk. Yes, it's another one window. It's a 360-degree walk through, and the 360 degrees images, we receive them from a high resolution scanning of our 3D scanner. The quality is 4K, yeah? So anyway, we have a problem here. I will move, but the presentation, I will give it free. Here is the QR code. If you would like to scan, you are going to be there and you can get the walkthrough, yeah? So, next slide, please. Oops. No. Yeah, okay. The monument. 1,214, yeah, 900 and plus years old. Next one. No, I will take care of here. Yeah. We had to populate the Englistra with digital representations of the monks, stage, a partial recreation of San Neophytos liturgy in the virtual space. So when we went there to scan, we didn't scan just only the Englistra, the interior, the exterior. We scanned, we digitized even the liturgy, but not every Sunday liturgy, the key liturgy on the day of the celebration of San Neophytos. Yeah? So, enable the real monks to tell the history of the Englistra, so that to have the crowd there to talk, to discuss, and communicate with you, and so on. But that's the part 2, that's what's coming. This is what you say in a later stage, and so on. And allow the viewer to ask the digital San Neophytos questions about the life, his life and times, and what he went through his life. So now, if I will go here through because I wanted to show to you something else here, but an overview, as an overview, access the current digital assets with the relevant components to the narrative, This is what we did. This is the overview, actually, in the text form here. And then if we go and see here, provide access to the monument through XR implementation. This happened, you saw it in a very detailed way. To develop, to engage, and then align dissemination with ICOMOS. Next year, we're going to present it to ICOMOS, not this year. But this, what it happened here, it's in line with the Sevilla and the London Charter guidelines, or as it is today in the modern form, the so-called paradata. Paradata is for us here in Cyprus the certificate of quality that your data have a value and you cannot afraid to show it and present them, yeah? So, and of course, the storytelling here, another one icon which has been digitized. This is an object in Europeana. It's not just only that, but now we interview even the monks. We got also the story from them, yeah? The monument belongs to them. And here I would like to tell you something which I learned also Sunday when we were there during our outreach event. No, Saturday I learned that, and on Sunday I was ready to repeat it. And I would like to repeat it here. And it's very, very important. I started, you know, going through the cave, explaining to the priest how and when and in which way we managed to have the 3D model. And in a certain time, when I was standing in front of the frescoes, I started saying, high accurate digitization, precise, almost correct, you know? And the priest interrupted me, telling me, you are wrong. And I thought, oh my God, we came here to present the results of the project, and even by, you know, walking with them through the cave, they are saying we are wrong. Said, no, you have to use the correct word. You use the wrong words. I told him, accurate, precise. This is what we use. Said, no. Here, for that case study, is wrong. Say, okay, what is the correct word? It has to be authentic. If it's not authentic, it's not accepted. Authentic was also one word that the minister mentioned today in her speech, because she is an archaeologist. Now pay attention. We had the priests, theologists, we had an archaeologist. This is the language that they are using. They use the word identity. They use the word sustainability. Yeah? Sustain the authenticity of your work, of this what you copy. And, of course, the memory. If we go to the last part of the cave, where you are going to present us the results, I would like really to see a part of our memory in an authentic one way. And I was shaking. I thought, okay, now, Saint Neophytos, please help. Yeah? Make you wonder that things are going well. But I have to say something because I conclude my speech. In 2012, we had the first thought. We had a project, one of the biggest Marie Curie networks in Europe ever funded, with Nadia, with Tonia here together, and several other partners. And there is where the story came up. And when we decided we go for that, You know, we applied several times in the EU to get funding, and all the times we were rejected. I would like those who rejected us, even in case one of them is here with us or during this week, to stand here and see what the kind of chances we had to move years before. And on that time when we thought, Nadia, about that, you know, if you want to find, to go for something which is something special, it has to be not beyond accurate, beyond, you know, precision, and so on, authentic, identical, and so on, then you need to find the colleagues with whom you have to collaborate in such a way so that nobody can put a question mark. And we had to find them, and nobody, I think, was or is in the position to put a question mark here to Nadia and to Najma. You saw the results before. And for that, thank you very, very much, Nadia. Yeah? You know, who we are nothing. As I mentioned at the beginning, if you open the world map, you will not see us, okay? And if you open the map of scientific excellence, again, you will not find us. But if you check about the person sitting next to me, you will find here even in the first 3 persons in the world. Yeah? So, and that person is now dealing with, you know, a group of persons who, you know, who are those? But you did it, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an honor, and especially to have you so many times with us together, you and Daniel, I don't know, Daniel, yes. Thank you very, very much. Daniel, also a high caliber scientist in the world, to have them with us and be with us for so long time and support us, that's the proof of trust. And that's how we move forward. And thank you very much once again. Yeah, it's an honor, real honor. And I came to my presentation, and thank you very,
maybe
very
I
much.
just say some words because with the enthusiasm from Marinos, I take this opportunity to thank our coordinator, Antonella, who managed this project so nicely and gives the opportunity of many of us to be a team who work so nicely together and try to find solutions. You know, when the priest said we need to go to authentic from, you know, you have these beautiful frescoes, and how you do put this in 3D that looks so authentic is still a way to go, but we try our best technically to do together. So, and thank you, Marinos, to have organized this conference. Is absolutely amazing. I think nobody can do it like Marinos. So much energy. You know, you can send a mail at midnight and Marinos will answer you on the spot. If you sleep badly and you are awake at 5 o'clock and you think, okay, I will see if Marinos has sent what he has promised, you have Marinos online and he will answer you. You see, so thanks to his incredible energy, so we are all here today. So it's my turn to say thank you.
Thank you. It was my avatar. It is an online avatar running behind, you know, on the system, the computer, and answering. See, Nadia? Yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you very, very much. And Antonella, if you want to say a few words. I said about the duetto, yeah, the duet that we had Cyprus and Switzerland and so on. But this what you saw today in our final event, it was an accomplishment of, I can tell you, extremely hard work, really extremely hard work, a lot of enthusiasm behind, because this what we achieved that because we like that. Not because it was an obligation in the whatever page of the contract. That's definitely yes. And that's why We had the viewers that Nadia presented, unique examples now in Europe, without us to have it as an obligation. And please have in mind, we helped by the Europeana Twin IT Part 2 campaign, 8 EU countries, 8 EU countries. Among them, now listen, Germany, Spain, UK, Portugal, Greece, to go online to show their unique representations on that specific day. Without that, this wouldn't have been possible. And that's not because of the contract. That was because of the, let's say, chemistry of the people sitting together, working together, this orchestra. And that was the unique, and that's the reason why those projects are successful, and that's why we decided from now on, and if you wish to follow the success of the Eureka 3D era and the 3D in XR, we are going in a business, and you can enjoy also a lot of fun with us together. And thank you very, very much. And with that, Antonella, you talk with the board of Europeana. I know it's a new business coming up, but we need to break and go for a lunch. And you don't believe it, we are even earlier with an Italian coordinator in Cyprus. Incredible. Thank you very much. We will meet back again here exactly at 2 o'clock. Why? Because we have officials coming from abroad, online, okay? 2 o'clock, sharp.
Okay. And okay. And Ναι. Τα έχουμε σαν ακόμα ακόμα.
Ένα.
Ακούεις με? 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Μίλα μου λίγο. Να μιλήσουμε μαζί. Ταυτόχρονα. 1, 2, 3.
What you are about to see is a creative reconstruction generated through experimental AI research. Some scenes may not be fully accurate to the archaeological evidence. This project was commissioned by Dimitris Skouradis, Chief Scientist of Cyprus, to demonstrate how
That's what we want to explore jointly today. Because you can see it's happening everywhere. It's happening within the Europeana initiative. We just had our second Twin It campaign, where 26 member states and the invited countries of Montenegro and Ukraine jointly submitted over 50 3D assets that were configured or that were made available with specific reuse scenarios in mind. I think this is an important thing. We don't digitize just for the sake of digitization. We do it with purpose and with intent. At the same time, within Europeana, the AI Alignment Assembly is running already for over a year, right? We are coming together. We are discussing how to responsibly and ethically use AI in the digital cultural heritage sector. I would say count all of that together, and you can say that we're doing fine. We're doing really great, actually. But not great enough yet. We have dozens and dozens of amazing 3D assets, but we need millions, right? So this is the time to go and explore how we can accelerate and how we can scale up, in fact, our efforts. We don't have all the answers yet. I hope that we can at least sketch the problem space a little bit in this session and start exploring avenues to look for solutions. But I think that one thing is for sure. If everybody works in silos and we don't forge the synergies that we need to scale up and to accelerate the 3D digitization effort, we're not gonna get there. We're not gonna hit those 2030 goals. This is where our policy roundtable today comes in. We're going to try to spot some of those opportunities for synergies, collaboration, and partnerships between important stakeholders. I'm luckily not doing it all on my own. We have, I think, a very exciting lineup for you of speakers who will deliver a keynote. We have Rihanna Schwinninger-Ladak, whom I will introduce more properly in a couple of minutes, Harry Verwaayen, Mr. Demetrios Kourides, and then a roundtable where I will be joined by Stefanos Kolias, my colleague Ines Vodopivec, and online by Marco Medici. What else do I need to add in terms of housekeeping? The program, yeah, I just sketched it out briefly for you, a couple of keynotes. We will have a demo, also a very exciting one, by our colleague Marco Medici, and then we move to the table to have a discussion and a bit of grilling, I would say, of my esteemed guests. Before we set it off, indeed, we respect the inclusive discussion guidelines that we always employ during Europeana events, where we listen with intent and with respect, where we keep an open mind for opinions that might differ from ours, and where we also accept that we are human beings and sometimes something comes out wrong, and then we just accept it, we make amends, and we move onwards. I think that's it for my brief intro. Again, thank you all for spending the afternoon with us. I'm happy to give you our first keynote speaker, Ms. Rihanna Schwinninger-Ladak, who is joining us online. She's the Deputy Director General of Data, Interactive Technologies, and Digital for Culture and Education at DG Connect. Rihanna, I hope your day's going well and you can hear us and see us all right. Rihanna, can you can hear us and we see you and hear you.
Okay, great.
Fantastic to have you with us. Thank you very, very much for joining. I think the floor is all yours. Please.
All right. Thank you so much, Sophie, and thank you for the very fast promotion you gave me. I'm not Deputy Director General, hopefully one day, but I'm the Deputy Director for Data. So, good afternoon, dear Excellencies, dear hosts, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the policy sessions of this afternoon, held at such a meaningful moment, the closing of the Twin It Part 2 campaign. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our host, the Cypriot presidency, and to Dr. Marinos Ioannidis and his team, as well as the teams of European Foundation and the European Initiative for an inspiring and energizing week with a series of events that will also mark the end of the very successful Twin-It campaign. I would have loved to be with you in person in such a beautiful country, but since that wasn't possible, I'm glad to be joining remotely. Allow me to start with the policy context at EU level to frame what we are here to discuss today. Sophie mentioned quickly in her intro, and I will elaborate on it rapidly. One of the key priorities of the European Commission is competitiveness, which puts a very big emphasis on digital transition as an essential element for our future, for our collective future. Our recent digital strategies all aim at setting a trajectory so that the EU can shape the future of critical technologies, AI, 3D, XR, cloud, or quantum, to name some of the most critical ones. The AI Continent Action Plan, which was published by the Commission more than a year ago, focuses on mobilizing large-scale computing infrastructure, broadening access to high-quality data, and strengthening AI skill. The Apply AI strategy is about accelerating AI adoption in 10 sectoral flagships. Notably, one of these sectors concern our ecosystem. It's about the cultural and creative sectors. The Data Union strategy aims to increase the availability and sharing of data to maximize reuse of data across industry, societies, and areas of public interest. Taken together, these initiatives form an ambitious European digital framework, one that gives a new momentum with new capacities and tools to our sectoral ambitions, as set out in the recommendation on a common European data space, which was published already a few years ago. And let me recall the targets that we have set for ourselves. And Harry Rayan will come back on these in his presentation as well. So what we want is that by 2030, this is our compass, all monuments at risk should be digitized in 3D, and 50% of the most visited heritage sites should be digitized in 3D. This is driven by the imperative to ensure digital preservation and richer online access to our cultural heritage while spurring innovation through reuse. And from the Data Union strategy, published in November 2025, we want 30 million digitized works from Europe's cultural heritage institutions to be made available for AI development, scaling up EU's cultural and linguistic resource base and ensuring thus that we have an AI made in Europe, which is trained on quality European content. So, as Sophie said, we stand at real crossroads. We have much to contribute to this effort and much to gain from it. As a sector, we cannot achieve on our own but to create top-notch computing infrastructure or training extremely large language models, for instance. And this brings me to the central theme of the session, scale. Scale is what will carry us from ambition to achievement, from policy targets on paper to tangible impact on the ground. We live in a way, remarkable times. The news isn't always encouraging, I'll grant you that, but technologically, we are witnessing extraordinary progress. AI-driven automation, AI-assisted digitization, combined with advances in 3D scanning now allow us to accelerate high-quality digitization at a pace that was simply unimaginable a few years ago. And yet, what we have so far remains far from sufficient. Scale also means growing our ecosystem. we need many more cultural heritage institutions to join the data space for cultural heritage so that these can benefit, so that the cultural heritage institutions can benefit from what the data space has to offer, and it allows them to fully embrace digital transition. And to do that, we need more aggregators, national aggregators, thematic aggregators, to support cultural heritage institutions, especially the smaller ones. The aggregators are indispensable partners, intermediaries who guide institutions along this path, help to build capacity, and help upskill the institutions that are those who need it. Scale is also how we are going to continue to grow the European Network Association to act as a true multiplier for onboarding, engaging, and empowering more and more institutions across Europe. This is why I believe at this moment in time, we need to chart a firm trajectory towards scale in order to be able to achieve our goals. A full digitization pipeline, for example, cannot be done in a single go. It will require a lot of dedication, a lot of effort to have step-by-step automatized instructions. It will require refining AI prompts as much as possible. It will require splitting instructions in ever smaller concrete steps and then assembling them back together. It will also require constantly ensuring that the quality is good enough for its purpose, that the metadata is complete, that it has the correct licenses for sharing and reusing it. But these efforts will enable us to get to an automated pipeline to scale digitization. We have immense opportunities brought by advances in technologies, but there is also urgency in digitizing our most precious monuments and sites. Every day that goes by is a day lost. So these are just a few opening thoughts to set the discussion, to set the stage for our discussions. There is extraordinary expertise in this room and in our broader ecosystem. We will hear from many of our leading voices today on how we can chart a scalable, sustainable, and responsible path forward together. With this, thank you so much, and I look forward to a productive session. And back to you, Sophie.
Dear Rihanna, thank you very, very much. I'm trying to find out where I should look in the camera. I don't know. I just want to say thank you for setting the tone. So I remember, first and foremost, your motto, we need more. And it's not only more of the data, more of a technology, it's also more of the people in the network, the people who do aggregation work. You kind of put your finger right on some of the key enablers of this paradigm change that we would want to see in the end. Thank you very, very much for sketching out also a little bit of problem space and the barriers that we hope to tackle with this excellent group of people here today and in the next couple of days. Rihanna, you will stay with us and follow the conversations, I think, for a while to come.
Exactly,
Perfect.
I'm here.
Thank you so much. I think I can move on to our second keynote speaker. It's with great pleasure, always, that I can announce General Director of the European Initiative, Harry Verwaayen, to step forward. I know that he likes this spiel to share his vision and his plan. He's a man with a plan, to share it with as many people as possible. And you'll see that he is really, really good in putting an engaging narrative together. So I would not say sit back and relax, but sit back and focus on the keynote of Harry Verwaayen.
This is on? Okay. So you know I can't do my spiel, I should say, without the slides. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Also our French colleagues who came in very recently. Welcome. Thank you very much also to Marinos, who's organized all this, the chair of the UNESCO chair. It's really great to be here today. So what I want to do is give you some more opening thoughts on the back of what Rihanna has already presented to maybe frame the discussion a bit more that will follow later on with the excellent panel that we have here. So I was very taken this morning by Isto's presentation. I thought it was a remarkable opening thoughts that really gave me a lot to think about. And I was thinking about, in particular, about what you said, Isto, about our inability to bridge the big ideas that we sometimes, that we aspire for. What are the objectives? What is the desired world that we work towards? And, as you called it, the stuff that we produce, right? We're good at producing stuff. We have high-level visions over here. I think what's missing very often is, I'll call that the change model. You know, how do we move from A to B? What is the connecting tissue that brings it all together? I think that's something that I'd like to provide a few opening thoughts about without claiming that I'll have all the answers, because I really don't. What you see here rotating slowly in the background is one of those wonderful models we're able to produce. This one is the Neophytis Monastery, 12th century. It's located just outside of Paphos, if I'm not mistaken. A fantastic example, not just of a digital object, it's been digitized properly, but it's also connected with all kinds of other things we know about the building, who painted this, the letters that have been written from it, and so forth. I think this will come closely on an object level to what is being increasingly talked about as a memory twin, right? It's a digital twin, but connected to everything around it. The Twin It campaign, as Rihanna already alluded to, was an attempt as a change model. We know that we do not have sufficient 3D models available in Europe, while we also understand that to be a huge asset. We think 3D, digitization, even more so than single objects in 2D, have enormous capabilities. It can help us restore buildings or even glaciers, or well, we can't restore a glacier, but at least we'll have a good preservation copy. We know these 3D models in the appropriate settings can help with innovation and creating creative new enterprises. And probably most importantly, it can connect us as Europeans to the shared heritage that we have. But how do we do this? And the Twin It campaign was therefore had a very simple starting point. Can all 27 member states submit one digital object to the data space of cultural heritage? That doesn't sound too complicated, does it? And yet, as we've seen, it is. It's complicated because we do not have proper standards in understanding how we should submit the model. We still have debates about what kind of copyright should be associated with a digital reproduction of a physical monument. We even have issues, that was the most fun part, I thought. Which model should we submit if this is the model of our country that we're going to be presenting to the data space and to Europe? So eventually this led to, I think, a fantastic collection of digital heritage objects. What you see here is one of my favorites, one of the oldest surviving digital carriages in the world, this one from Philips II from Spain. And it helps us to understand Europe in a very different way. But most importantly, it brought to the attention of decision makers across Europe the fact that this is very, very much needed. What you see here is a picture from 2 weeks ago. We were in the heart of the European Commission's decision-making body, the Berlaymont building in Brussels, and we were able to get together an enormous amount of people who are also here in the room, but also what you see here, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Tech Sovereignty, Ms. Hanna Verkoenen, and 8 ministers of culture who proudly presented their digital asset. I thought that was an incredible feat that we've been doing this together. And together we need to now address what's here reflected in numbers. A little boring perhaps, but what you see here, I think, tells you part of the story. We have in the data space for cultural heritage now assembled over 60 million objects relating to digital heritage, or to heritage, I must say. That's quite a significant amount. We've assembled that over the past 15 years with the help of all the thousands of memory institutions who participated. We then focused on making that material as reusable as possible. And that meant to us that it needs to have licenses that allow some form of reuse in combination with a quality standard. Again, you've been talking about what is quality these days. I think it's in flux, but at least we've made some attempts to identify what quality looks like. But the problematic part is on the, for you, right-hand side of the screen is that 3D as a medium is very, very much underrepresented still as part of the larger collection that we represent. So how do we fix that? What kind of change model can we apply to this? I want to bring 3 elements of that to your attention in the hope that that will help spur the debate that we'll have later on. So the first one is, how do we meet the high-level objectives from the European Commission's recommendation targets, which are very ambitious, all monuments and sites at risk, half the monuments that are most visited, and let's make all of that available in public spaces like the data space for cultural heritage. In order to do that, we felt with Europeana that we needed to evolve. I think, again, the keynote speaker this morning highlighted that while Europeana has done some interesting things, it also needs to evolve. We're not in an end game at the moment. And we're very serious about this. So how do we enlarge this data space to accommodate different kinds of needs that the world needs from us right now? So I'll give you the very quick, overly generalized picture of this. Over the past couple of 15 years, we started to make data available, to make it findable. I think that was the first job that Europeana felt it had to do. On a website, emulating what Google did at the time very well, you need to be able to find data across museums, libraries, and archives. And over the years, as the web became social, we understood that finding things is not in itself sufficient. We need to make sure that this material, this stuff, as you refer to, is actually made there for reuse. New creative expressions can be built on top of older material. That led us to the development of a different technical architecture. We built APIs. We also evolved our licensing framework in order to do this. And now we're finding ourselves into what I'll present to you as a new paradigm. One that we haven't solved yet, one that we're still exploring, and one that in the coming years we'll need to really explore together, because this is much bigger than just what Europeana and the data space can do by itself. But by and large, I'll say that one of the challenges is that we need to make sure that sovereignty is at the heart of any decision-making about making data available. Hence, the catalog functionality, decentralized access at source will become a big part of the things that we do. And we also need to serve not only humans anymore who are interested in single objects or several objects. We need to serve machines, and increasingly at scale and at industrial scale sometimes, called AI bots and AI labs, in order to make sure that our cultural heritage data filter through also in the development of large language models and AI in the future. Now that is not a small task, and 3D has an important role to play here. And all of that, I think, needs to be folded into a trusted governance model, something that we all adhere to and believe is useful. At the end of your presentation, we had a little media discussion here about, how do we ensure that, people know that data they are accessing is trustworthy? How do they know this is not a hallucination from a large language model? I think those are the kinds of things we'll need to figure out. And it will require a combination, in my opinion, of new technologies as well as new social infrastructures. That's the only thing that really can build that trust. So speaking of trust, the second thing I'd like to present to you is that we'll try to adopt what we'll call a form of public AI. And I'll explain to you what we mean. With the European Network Association, we have run what we call an AI alignment assembly over the past year, where we try to figure out what does our network of 6,000 professionals feel and think about AI. And you'll see a very, very divergent set of opinions, and I'm sure you'll recognize that in yourself. On the one hand, we're super excited about the possibilities, and at the very same time, at the very same moment, we feel reluctant to engage with something we have almost no control over, or at least that's how it feels like. But the most important thing that this alignment showed is that we feel as a network it's inevitable, it's actually an obligation that we have to engage with AI, because if we do not, then AI will just run its own course. It will not be developed and trained on what we feel is trustworthy heritage knowledge, and it will not run the course and will not serve the public that we're set out to serve. So we already know that 1 out of 6 people uses chatbots across the world. This is, we're talking billions of people. This is only going to increase, and we know that this is becoming increasingly what we call a social cultural technology. Chatbots are becoming very rapidly the interface, or at least an important interface to our cultural heritage. So how do we manage that? As I said, we found that it's a balancing act. We, as individuals and also as organizations, do not like the idea of being extracted, do we? We do not like the idea that big companies on the other side of the pond just scrape the data without asking and making tons of money out of it and resell it to the same people who gave it, who provided that material and stewarded that for centuries. So we'll be publishing a white paper in mid-June, where we'll bring all of this together for you. I hope you have a chance to read it. But the gist of it is that in order for us to confidently engage with cultural heritage, we'll need to align it more with our value system. What you see here are the 3 values at Europeana. We want to make things usable, but we also want to make sure that it's mutual, that that there's a reciprocity built into the system, and reliability is critically important. I would easily say for anyone in this room who engages with cultural heritage. I'm sure you've all watched and read, hopefully, at least articles about this fantastic piece of work that Pope Leo XIV has released yesterday. This is one of the quotes that I picked up that I thought was really relevant for us. A more moral AI is not enough if that morality is determined by just a few. I think this is really something that resonates terribly well with me and also with the people who are writing the white paper. So when we talk about public AI, and I don't have the time to really go into depth here, we feel that public AI, just like public libraries and public broadcasters, are just an important additional component that is currently just not existing in the ecosystem of information. And we feel that it is incredibly necessary that this is also being built. It doesn't exclude commercial actors, but we also need to have an alternative public system. And that public system needs to have public attributes, openness, for example, reliability, and so forth. It needs to be built with the public service in mind. It needs to have public functions. It needs to deliver things that the public actually needs, not something that we're being trained to adopt. And it needs to have a form of public control. We feel our communities need to be involved also in, it needs to have public governance, is what it needs. And the third and last bit that I want to bring to your attention, besides the fact that we expand the notion of this data space beyond what Europeana as you knew it, beyond the fact that we're now also building new public infrastructure for AI and want to contribute to that actively, we also need to build a trusted ecosystem of partnerships. I think that is probably the most important thing we can get out of this conference today. How do we create that connecting tissue between all of these big initiatives, the Heritage Hub, Europa Nostra, the European Heritage Clouds, Europeana, the data space. All of these things are great, but they're not great if they're not intricately woven together. I'll give you a couple of examples where I think we're making some progress, some headway. We had an excellent cooperation with the Cypriot Ministry of Culture, not only recently, but over the years. Under the Cypriot presidency, we're very proud to be an active partner and have an active partner in Cyprus. We recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the Italian Ministry of Culture, where the Italian Ministry will be, has committed to not only digitize 10 million objects, but make them available through the data space in the coming year, which I think is a fantastic accomplishment and really a sign of commitment of the Italian ministry. We're very active and connecting with new initiatives. AI for LAM, Ines is sitting here. She'll be taking part of the panel. I think that is one of the most exciting new developments in cultural heritage. It's a worldwide movement, not just a European one, and we can really learn from working together with Americans and people and colleagues in Asia. Of course, 3D plays a critical role. We know that at Europeana we're not always the ultimate experts, but we know the people who are. And the 3D4CH consortium, I think, is one of the best positions to deliver 3D at scale and really help us as a sector move forward. And as part of that, we see interesting new developments. We're now working with Ukraine. Vice Minister of Culture, Ms. Bondar, was part of our event 2 weeks ago. And we now have monuments like this, unfortunately destroyed. But this is an important still artifact that we need to bring into our collective knowledge for the future. And of course, the European Cloud for Cultural Heritage. A couple of months ago, we signed another agreement with them where we started to articulate with the group what is the relationship between the data space and the cloud, not only on a data level, but also how do the communities intertwine. This is still the beginning of a longer journey, but I think we're on the right direction here. And the final bit, and then I'll conclude, is the new kid on the block, I think, for most of us, are AI factories. Again, we'll have a representative here who will speak about this later. But we need to figure out how data spaces, cloud infrastructures connect in a useful way to these AI factories. AI factories, there are about 6 that I know of who have culture and cultural heritage and language at their heart. They will be developing a data lab where data that we make available will be used as training material for the development of large and also smaller language models. So what we'll be doing in the coming months is to figure out how these two connect. What is the difference between a data space and one of those data labs? And these are, I'm just flipping through the slides a little bit fast, the kinds of things we'll need to really get to the core of, because it's not as straightforward as one might think to collect data from cultural heritage institutions in a certain format and make that available properly, curated, labeled, and so forth for large language model training. The last bit I want to share with you is that, again, coming back to the idea of reciprocity. This cannot be felt to be a linear process where we, I'm going to say we, as heritage institutions, make data available for others to simply use and reuse in other settings. We'll need to make sure that we, as heritage professionals, are part of the process of developing these language models and also making sure that that value flows back to the institutions who've put so much time and effort in making these things work. So I'd like to leave it with this. Thank you very much. Sophie, back to you. Yeah.
Bravo. Bravo, Harry. Thanks very much. Harry, I love this idea that you now postulated, having the big ideas, the big ideals as well, I would say, then all of the stuff, and in between a change model, things that must happen and are happening. You described already quite a few of them, and breeding jointly this connecting tissue that maybe, as you rightly say, we are too often missing at this point in time. Wonderful. I have a third keynote speaker to introduce, Mr. Skourides. A warm welcome to you. As a chief scientist of Cyprus, I believe your work is never done. I appreciate also grandly that your expertise is a cross-sectoral one. So I'm particularly eager to hear your views on some of the topics that we've touched upon, especially through the lens of the Cypriot strategy for digital cultural heritage. May I invite you to take the stand? Thank you.
There we go. I get forgiven for the pronunciation. At the end. Okay, thank you. So, dear Mr. Harry Verwagen, Director General of Europeana, dear Mrs. Larak, Deputy Director General of DG Connect, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to join you today at this important policy roundtable during the Digital Heritage Summit 2026. First of all, I would like to say that in addition to my roles as the Chief Scientist of a nation, I also wear the hat of the Chairman of the Research Innovation Foundation, which is the only competitive funding body in Cyprus, and also the person entrusted for developing the national AI strategy. So I liked what I saw before, and I hope to, I think, give you something at the end with the video that can help you ponder. I would like to thank Europeana, the European Commission, the Ministry of Culture, the Cyprus University of Technology, the UNESCO Chair of Digital Cultural and Heritage, and the wider European digital heritage community for advancing a mission that is becoming more urgent every day. A few days ago when Professor Ioannidis said, Dimitris, I want you to come in with your AI hat and really show us what you can do out of the box, he gave me a challenge. So I'll share that challenge with the video and how we build something that could reinforce, I think, the key messages that the Director General had actually shared in his keynote. We are, after all, here to discuss 3D digitization and artificial intelligence. But let's start by thinking that this is not just a technology discussion. This is a discussion about memory, about identity, about trust. And increasingly, it's a discussion about Europe's cultural sovereignty in the age of AI. Digital heritage does not really replace the physical experience of culture. It is intended to extend it, to protect it, to make it more accessible, more understandable, more meaningful for future generations. We must be clear about the urgency ahead. Large language models, AI systems, search platforms, digital tools increasingly learn for what is available online. My example would just show you how I scraped some data from existing research and build something that we believe is a very nice synopsis of our history. But when you look at it, you may find bias introduced, lack of integrity, and a few other things, which reinforces that this is a time where we need to use our cross-expertise and make sure that we represent history through digitization, through 3D models, through AI, through LLMs and others, in a much more succinct manner. That is why digital cultural heritage is not a secondary and critical issue. It is a strategic infrastructure. It is part of Europe's digital sovereignty. It is part of the AI readiness we need to think about. It is part of Europe's education, research, tourism, innovation, and a public trust agenda. To protect our history, we must become its active digital architects. For Cyprus, heritage is not abstract. It is visible in our archaeological sites, our Byzantine churches, monasteries, museums, castles, villages, and all our traditions, religious traditions, our maritime heritage, and the intangible culture of life. Across a small geography, Cyprus carries thousands of years of layered civilization. I repeat the word layered. This makes Cyprus an ideal living laboratory for digital culture and heritage. It also creates a sense of responsibility. Cultural tourism, religious tourism, are strategic pillars of Cyprus. They connect heritage with education, community, identity, regional development, entrepreneurship, and sustainable growth. That is why Cyprus is committed to research and innovation in archaeology, digital humanities, heritage, documentation, conservation, digital preservation, 3D digitization, digital twins, virtual realities, models with extended reality, semantic technologies, and much more that are even more important for the data spaces projects ahead. Our ambitions is clear. Cyprus should not only preserve its heritage, Cyprus should also contribute to helping define how heritage is protected, trusted, reused, experienced in a digital age. We're now moving beyond digitization alone. The convergence of technologies such as artificial intelligence, 3D technologies, twins, extended realities, semantic technologies, interoperable data spaces allow us to create much more than digital spaces, much more than digital twins. They actually allow us to document heritage at scale, to analyze complex historical evidence, to reconstruct damaged and lost artifacts, to support conservation, to enrich education, to strengthen our cultural tourism, and to make heritage much more available to people. I love the quote that you shared before with the Pope on the ethical and the moral AI. It tends to give us a very, very clear understanding. Is it something that we forget when we train a model, or is it something that is our obligation to make sure that no one parameter can be left behind? This is a powerful opportunity, but it also comes with great responsibility. As our Deputy Minister of Culture, Professor Vasiliki Kassianidou, has rightfully stressed, AI-driven reconstructions and visualizations must always be scientifically validated, evidence-based and respectful with authenticity. I had a short discussion with her when I showed her the video, and we actually had an exchange about, is it an actual replica or is it not? And then we had a very interesting conversation about how could this be used to help us accelerate. Culture heritage is not just data. It is memory. It is identity. It carries meaning across generations. If authenticity is weakened, trust is weakened. If integrity is weakened, then the outcome is a biased sensation of what existed. So Europe must lead with principles, clear principles. We must know what is original. We must know what is reconstructed. We must know what is inferred and what is known or is uncertain. Provenance, metadata, paradata, validation, transparency, and ethical AI must become core elements of digital heritage practices. Responsible AI is not a constraint on cultural innovation. It is what will make cultural innovation more trustworthy. Cyprus already has powerful examples of this work. The UNESCO Chair on Digital Heritage at the Cyprus University of Technology has become a major center of excellence advancing research, education, standards, innovation, and international cooperation in digital heritage. Its work on the enclosure of St. Neophytos that we also saw earlier on, especially important. Through high-quality 3D digitization, immersive VR and XR, and AI-supported interpretation, monuments that are not just digitally documented. They are made understandable, accessible, and reusable for researchers, educators, citizens, and visitors. I can tell you for first-hand principle that taking the challenge to show you something interesting today, I had to build something without having access to your data space, to your 3D objects. And the end, when you see that some items are not exact objects, right? You start understanding the power of the digital artifact and the power of, I think, your database, your data assets, and all of the 3D projections. A digital twin captures form. A memory twin captures context. A digital twin shows what exists. However, a memory twin explains what it means. And this is, I think, in my view, a potential future for digital heritage. Cyprus is also advancing capacity through initiatives such as the Eureka, 3DXR, Mnemosine, and other cultural heritage projects like the Competency Center, strengthening standards, training, documentation, immersive access, and trusted reuse. These examples show that Cyprus is not just theoretically speaking about digital heritage, but investing in developing the capacities to move forward. Technology alone will not deliver this future. People will. We need a new generation of professionals who can work across principles. Archaeologists who understand data, museologists who understand immersive experiences, conservators who understand provenance, historians who understand heritage structures, and computer scientists who understand authenticity, and AI specialists who also understand how to build some of these models by not losing culture and making ethics a priority. The integration of AI and advanced digital technologies into cultural heritage creates new skills, new methodologies, new opportunities. This should be also a compass for our skills moving forward in the heritage area. The future of digital heritage will not depend only on platforms and funding, but on people capable of connecting science, culture, technology, and trust, helping revive some of the stories of the past and showing our future, our generations, how our lives have changed across time. The Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage gives us a framework to move from isolated projects to shared infrastructure. That is a real opportunity. Europe does not only need more digitization, it needs trusted digitization, reusable digitization, interoperable digitization and assets, scientifically grounded digitization. Digitization that can serve education, research, tourism, conservation, creative industries, and public engagement. This is why TwinIt matters even for me as the chief scientist of the nation. It's not simply a campaign. It is a call to build Europe's cultural memory infrastructure. And Cyprus is ready to contribute actively to your mission. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the intersection of culture, technology, and policy. For the first time in history, we have tools that allow us not only to preserve the past and with unprecedented precision, but to understand it more deeply and share it more openly with the world. Success will require more than just technology. It will require trust. It will require skills. It will require standards, interoperability, investment, and it will require the entire European collaboration. I'm happy to see all of you here today as we speak about these very, very pressing matters. We are not just digitizing monuments here in Cyprus. We're helping secure our cultural DNA and also contribute to the vision that you have. Let us move from aspiration to infrastructure, one data set at a time, one standard at a time, one trusted digital twin at a time, a memory twin, and one breakthrough, creating and showcasing that everything is possible. And if we move forward together, Europe will not only digitize its heritage, Europe will define how many and how humanity preserves, understands experiences in the past in the age of AI. Before closing, I will actually try to show you a simple demo that I've created for you to also give you a small glimpse of what AI did for us in preparing this small demo, and maybe you take some key learnings away from Cyprus. Can you please play this?
What you are about to see is a creative reconstruction generated through experimental AI research. Some scenes may not be fully accurate to the archaeological evidence. This project was commissioned by Dimitris Skouradis, Chief Scientist of Cyprus, to demonstrate how AI and VR technologies can help us recreate the past and reimagine the future of education. Produced from first idea to final frame in just 72 hours.
What if artificial intelligence could help us finally see our past? What if it could sweep away 9,000 years of dust, turning silent ruins into a living, breathing world? This is the story of our evolution, from our deepest roots to our unfolding future. By reawakening these stones, we show our children that the fearless spirit that raised our civilization from the dust is the exact same spirit that will guide our future leaders. Around 7000 BC, farmers came to Nicosia. They built round homes of mud and stone.
For thousands of years, the world came to this island for one thing: copper, a metal so deeply tied to our identity that it still carries our name, Cyprus. But beneath our mountains lay a treasure that built empires. We learned to mine it, work it, and trade it, until Egypt, the Hittites, and the Aegean all came to our shores.
Then it all came crashing down. Around 1200 BC, the Bronze Age world collapsed. But we didn't vanish. Around 1100 BC, the survivors built a new city by the sea, Amethys. And they still spoke the old tongue, Cypriot.
But trade carried more than metal. It carried ideas. On the eastern shore, in the grand metropolis of Salamis, those ideas found a magnificent home.
Here, the visionary king of Agorus spun Salamis to the wider world, bringing the Greek alphabet to our shores and welcoming the heights of classical art and philosophy.
Then the sea brought something greater than philosophy, a new faith. And it came home in the hands of a son of this city, Varnavas. He left Salamis, an unknown islander, and returned to carry the word of Christ across his native soil. In time, that faith spread across the island until it reached the white cliffs of Kourion. There, a theater was carved into the hillside, open to the sky and the endless blue, where crowds once gathered for music, drama, and spectacle.
Heading west, the cliffs eventually give way to the shores of Paphos. It's here that the ancient world built its most monumental homes for the dead, the tombs of the kings. In time, the island's faith moved beyond the ancient ruins, rooting itself deeply along the coast in Larnaca, where a magnificent stone church still rises over an ancient tomb. By sacred tradition, the man laid to rest here was Lazarus, the friend whom Christ raised from the dead in Judea. Having escaped death once, Lazarus fled to Cyprus, living, leading, and dying a second time as a saint upon our soil.
Higher still, in the misty peaks, stands a UNESCO treasure, the Church of Panagia Asinu frescoes. Beneath its heavy wooden roof, our ancestors painted their deepest hope onto the walls, turning a simple stone chapel into an eternal masterpiece.
Down from those peaks, on the southern plains near the sea, stands a solitary square tower, Colossi Castle.
What does 9,000 years of endurance finally become? It begins with one last bridge, an old stone arch raised by medieval hands who mastered only raw stone and rushing water. On the far side, that same Cypriot ingenuity runs on, no longer cast in bronze or stone, but engineered in glass, in light, and in code.
For centuries, foreign hands carried away the treasures of our island. Today, piece by piece, our scattered memory is coming home. Hundreds of stolen artifacts are finally crossing the sea, returning to the soil that shaped them.
So thank you for the applause. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure this looks impressive, but when you actually go into the timelines, you're going to see that there are some things that are missing. Some of the historic accuracies were not there. In fact, they weren't there because we only had 72 hours. But I'll go back to another key point I think the Director General had actually highlighted. When you rely on others across the pond, as you said, to train the models based on scrap data that are collected, you never know what data was forgotten, and you never know how that data comes back into everyday infusion of the everyday work that you do. So when and in fact, the reason that I actually would encourage the people who took the video not to upload it is because if we do upload it, we will actually be creating bias in data, because there are specific elements that were not there that basically are in time archaeologically correct that we would be missing. And if we do upload this into a ChatGPT or a Gemini or a Grok or any other tool, we would be pollinating the data. Hence the importance, I think, of the data spaces project that you have, of the AI policy and the models you want to build for digital cultural heritage. But what I wanted to show you here is that we can actually revive our entire culture and our entire, let's say, history, and make it much easier for people to be able to understand. I mean, this morning I had a student who is a nephew who actually saw it before going to school, and he said, "We're 9,000 years old?" I said, "Yes, plus or minus." So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to leave you with the parting thoughts. Trust, identity, scale, preservation, and I think the right infrastructure are items that we need to really take into consideration. And I'm happy that you're having this roundtable to discuss about all of these items and with responsible AI usage. Thank you very much.
I don't know about you, but I am in full awe of Cypriot ingenuity. As we say goodbye to Mr. Skourides, let's give him one more round of applause. And definitely he gave us some things to ponder upon. I think this idea of being active architects of our future, I think that's something that sticks with me and that we take into the discussion just to see how are we going to achieve that. I think that was truly inspirational, but we don't stop here. We have another demo for you, and this one will be delivered by Marco Medici. Many of you might know him either as a professor at the University of Ferrara, the CEO of Inception, or of course the lead in the 3D4CH Competence Center. Marco, I'm wondering and hoping that you can hear us all right. We see you, we don't hear you yet.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Sophie, and thank you very much for introducing me, and thank you very much for having me here, even if online. It was also great to see some wonderful examples from Cyprus. So thank you very much, because it was also very inspiring also for me. So let's try to dive into also my presentation. I will try to keep it quite short, but I would like to focus on what we developed in Italy for the Trian column. So next slide, please. If I can kindly ask to, yeah.
Marco?
I can, yeah. Can you switch the slide? Yeah.
Just a second. We're exploring how to technically accomplish this.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, ready to roll.
Next one. Yeah, next one again. Okay, thanks. So basically, this is let's say, we called it a Roman carved tale because, of course, the Trian column is an amazing example of a monument where that has been carved with a lot of figures and scenes from the Dacian War. This is an example that we developed under the umbrella of 3D4CH Competence Center and in collaboration with FBK, Fondazione Brun Kessler, and in particular the 3D Optical Metrology Unit. So next slide, please. As you can see, it was erected in the 2nd century after Christ, and it is 45 meters high. But what we usually try to stress is that is actually difficult to see for a standard visitor because it is 44 meters tall, and it features a spiraling frieze of 200 meters. If you want to have a look at that, you need to walk around the column 23 times in order to follow the story that has been carved on the frieze. And the figures are varying in height between 60, 90 centimeter to 1 meter and 1 meter and a half. So for that reason, let's imagine to look at this small figure at 45 meter high, this kind of challenging to see and to follow the story that is engraved here. So next slide, please. What we decided to do, of course, was to digitize it in 3D. And as you can see on the right side of the screen, there is this digitization of this spiraling frieze in order to follow the story in a digital way. Next one. So basically, we decided to document it for 3D monitoring. So basically, there is a huge excavation for building the new subway in Rome, and so it needs to be documented and monitored constantly in order to see that any major the formation or damage are avoided. So we need, of course, to have a metrical accuracy on that, but also the idea was to have an interactive access. We thought that was not enough to do that in a traditional way, so we tried to understand how to integrate AI on that, both for the interpretation and the visualization. Next one, please. So basically, we integrated AI in several steps. At the very beginning, in order to divide the scenes into this sort of ribbon that can be expanded, understood, and visualized on a plane, basically, we utilized AI in order to mask images and textures. Then we applied a large language model, a multimodal large language model in order to perform a segmentation of the different scenes on the column, and we utilized a dedicated web viewer in order to visualize in overlay all the results that we achieved. Next one, please. So here you can see a quick preview of the point of cloud that has been created by the terrestrial laser scanning. Next one, we merge these results also with the photogrammetry, both from ground and also using drones in order to have a super detailed capturing. Indeed, what we achieved, it is a average cloud-to-cloud distance between the point cloud from TLS and the photogrammetry of 5 millimeter. But also we featured, next slide, please, a ground sampling distance, basically, that is average at 1 millimeter. So 1 pixel on the photos correspond to 1 millimeter in the reality. So a super dense and accurate the description of the object. Next one, please. So we add both the 3D shape and the textures, so the photographic detail of each part of the column. So you can zoom in wherever you want and have so fine details represented in the 3D model. Next one, please. But that was not enough. So what we decided to do was to interpret this, rolling this freeze and try to interpret these textures with AI, recognizing different scenes. What we figured out is that somehow multimodal large language models sometimes have still limitation in terms of inputs that you can provide. So in this specific case, the models that we used was really strictly correlated to small images. So we had to split these textures into small pieces, 640 pixels per 640 pixels. And so we had to do also a lot of overlapping between different parts of the textures in order to offer the large language model the possibility to interpret the scenes. Next one, please. So basically applying Sava model, so segmenting basically with the meta model in order to highlight the different parts of the scene. We designed proper prompt in order to describe which were the scenes that we were looking for. And we decided to look for 5 different targets: people, the Emperor Trajan, battle scenes, military standards, and vegetation. Next one. And this was basically on one of the part of the texture. This was the recognition of some of the scenes. Most of the time we got correct segmentation, but I don't want to show you only the positive sides, but I also want to show you that we had some partial and missing elements, sometimes due to the engravings on the column that were not perfect. Some other cases, some false positives that were not recognized by the large language models, or also some limitations in terms of how the pictures, the small squares were created in order to show to the large language models what we were looking for. Yes, and this is for sure something that after that we incorporated into a 3D web viewer. So I included also a small video. So if we go to the next slide, I think we can play a video here. If you can play. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So here you basically see the textured model, an exploration of the textured model in our 3D viewer, and highlighted or overlaid on this video, you will see some of the results that we achieved. So we looked for the different classes, and different classes were recognized on the column. You may see that sometimes you have some straight limits and some straight line interrupting the segmentation. Those are most probably due to the process, the division of the texture in several pieces that affected somehow the segmentation, or in some other cases, the prompt can be designed in better ways, but nevertheless, let's try to bear in mind what we had at the beginning. So a 45 meters tall column, next one, please. A 45 meters column on which it's hard to see what stays on the top. So for that reason, what we achieved was a way for a possible visitor to encode a prompt or select between prompts that are already designed by us and verify which are the scenes that are really depicted on the column. So just to come at the end and to understand which are the lessons learned in this project, for sure we have still some limitation in which large language models still struggle, but it is really promising. We need to have more computational capabilities. We need to process higher resolution images, but we think that this is really a way to improve the understanding of a 3D model. So the 3D model is no more just a replica of the reality. It is really kind of a digital twin or memory twin in which you can really ask something and get back a real answer and a real interpretation. How to refine the pipeline? For sure, we can train it a little bit because it was not trained. It was just a model out of the box without training, with a zero-shot configuration, basically. So we tested that in that way in order to show that also without specific training, we can still achieve super nice results, and we can also elaborate more on possible prompts and elaborate more on domain-specific vocabulary and teach better the large language model how to perform interpretation. Next one, please. So if we have meaningful results, we also can build a scalable pipeline. We would like to generalize this kind of pipeline, applying it to other narratives, other relief, other large-scale heritage assets. So this is just a starting point in order to show how 3D model can be just the first step of a longer journey. So thank you very much. Next one. And I would like to thank you for listening at me and presenting this amazing case that we loved when we developed it. There is also the link to the paper on which you can find more information on the process that we applied. Thank you very much, and back to you, Sophie.
Grazie mille, Marco. I love this project. I love the fact that thinking about 3D and AI, you just went and you did something that is at the same time quite mesmerizing, quite fascinating just to watch as you unfold the story. But it's also it's demonstrating your creativity in approaching the problem at hand. So as you demonstrated it also in Brussels a couple of weeks ago, do you remember what question I asked you?
Can you summarize for me once again?
Yeah, I asked Marco, can you use this application to chercher la femme? Can we spot on this column where are the potential female figurines in here? But I think your AI was not refined just yet to spot.
No, we didn't. Yeah, indeed, we didn't. We didn't get a result out of that prompt, but also going through the freeze, because it was possible to unroll it and look at every place. We then figure out that no women were described in the picture. So the answer is no. The artificial intelligence didn't provide an answer, but we still are not sure that it is because there is no figures that can be identified, or
exactly
if it is failing. Yeah,
exactly. Thank you. No, but I'm sure that in a little while, also this will advance and will do more in-depth analysis. But it's a great example. Thank you, Marco. Please stick around with us as we now move to the discussion. I would like to invite already Ines Vodopivec and Stefanos Kolias to take a seat, please, centrally at this desk, where I will join you in a minute, because the discussion that we're about to have will now try to unravel some of the ambitions that we've set out in, let's say, the first part of this session. So indeed, if we want to achieve those 2030 3D targets, how can we use AI as an engine to accomplish this ambitious goal, I think we may say? It's not only about technology, it's also about community, it's about networks, it's about collaborations, it's about having the right policies, and it's also about aligning with the values that we as European cultural heritage actors that we hold so dear and that are so core to everything that we do. So let's explore a little bit where we see potential barriers, where are the opportunities, what role can the data space play, and maybe most of all, what role can we as a collective of stakeholders gathered here play in reaching the ambitious goals. I'll join you now and we'll open up the floor for questions around 3 themes. I'll be exploring them together with Marco, whom I already introduced, Stefanos Kolias, who is the chair of GRNet. He's an emeritus professor at the National Technical University of Athens. And of course, he's also the man who can tell us everything about the AI factory in Greece, Pharos, that is going to play such an important role for cultural heritage. And then we have Ines Vodopivec, who's not only my colleague on the management board of the Europeana Network Association, she's also the Secretary General of the AI for LAM Collective. And Ines, we will be diving into what we as a network can learn from the network that you are heading. So let me join you and maybe welcome them with a round of applause. I will prompt the 3 of you on 3 central themes. I don't know, Lorena, if you can bring us to the 3 themes of this discussion. Yeah, it's about our big ambition to scale up. This is, I think, this has been a central concept that all the speakers brought forward today. This is our ambition, right? But secondly, which are the needs that we see and that we have to overcome to accomplish that ambition? And then finally, how can we proceed together? Where is here the added value of doing things in a more systematic, a more synergetic, and a more collaborative way? Okay, so let me start with this little prompt about the 2030 goal. In terms of data volume, it's enormous. We're not talking a couple of dozens or some hundreds of objects. No, we're talking millions here. Indeed, the Apply AI strategy is suggesting that maybe AI is the game changer here that we really need. So my question to the both, I would say maybe Stefanos to start with, and then going on to Marco, what would be the ways in which we can employ AI, use AI, to bridge the gap between where we are now and what we need to achieve by 2030, and to function as a driver between mass-scale automation for 3D digitization and enhancement of 3D objects. Stefanos, can you take that away with your specific lens on this question?
Thank you very much. Thank you for, it's very nice to be here. I have to say, just because people may not know me, I have been national representative of Greece in NRG MSEG for 13 years. My field is always machine learning, AI. We have been collaborating with EuroPeana from the beginning. And the last 7 years, I am involved in the digital transformation of Greece. We set up in Greece a single point of access for the public sector. We call it GovGR. And this is currently the most trusted service in Greece by citizens. In 2023, we included some AI component to facilitate search and so on. In 2024, we started developing a new supercomputer near Athens that will be installed during the summer and be operating. And in the end of 2024, we applied for an AI factory, and we were one of the first 7 that were accepted by the EuroHPC, JU. And so we will now implement this. After what has been heard by our colleagues here, Harry, Rahana and Marco, I think you see the framework. We know the framework. Harry has described very well what has been done all these years, how Europeana and the field have been working in the digital cultural heritage for reaching, for digitizing, for producing the data space. We had in the last few years, before say 4 years, Europe has also started to, as happens in all the world, to focus also to how they can link, they can take advantage of the infrastructure that exists in Europe, to link it through the AI apply strategy and so on with the different sectors and produce new products, new knowledge, new things for that can be assets for Europe. So in Greece, we put three primary sectors. We selected 3 primary sectors for this. We were the only one who started with the language and cultural sector among the AI factories. And then the other are healthcare, sustainability, climate change, and so on. But it's interesting that now we are in the position where the new next month, there will be an umbrella project linking all AI factories, 19 today, and 13 antennas. The antennas are countries that do not possess big supercomputers, so their ecosystems will rely on the AI factory, the countries that have AI factories there. And all these will be interoperable, and they are 7 data labs, they call it, that will have been selected as primary ones. And one of them is, it has been retained, that means language and culture will lead it as Pharos. And it's interesting that Europe, in combining the forces of EuroHPC and the normal European Commission strategy, they have selected this to be one of the 7 prioritized domains. So I think it's, for us, it's a challenge. I think what we heard today, I think for the field, this field is also a challenge. And we can come back, but just to summarize at this stage, that within 2026, we will have available freely to use big infrastructures to do, as the application that Marco presented, this can be done for free in our supercomputer. It can be assisted with data that we can have as AI factories in collaboration with data spaces, for example here, and more, and other sources. And we can assist Marco and the other teams with models that are already developed, and we can have them as well. And all this will be a structure that will assist researchers, small SMEs, startups, to use this and produce new knowledge, as we said. So maybe I stop here, just introduction, that this, I think, is a challenge. This will be available in late 2026. So as the data space, the availability of 3D data increases, gets bigger, is possible to be shared among the ones that have it, the lamps, and the AI factor is the general, the data space, and so on. This is a very, I think, for all of us, is a challenge to go together and to try to produce, really to take advantage of it in an organized way. We can come back on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefanos. Maybe a very, very small follow-up question from my side. So you described very much where the AI can come in for the 3D. Do you also see the reverse? So where is the 3D interesting for AI?
You know it, you saw it in the Marcos presentation. AI technologies need the data to produce new models, so new capabilities in our hands. So if we don't have really the data, then we cannot produce. We do this in all the sectors that I mentioned. So in this language, for us in Greece, it's a very, we would like to have data taken from the Greek language with all variants, all dialogues in Cypriots and so on, so that we develop our own LLM within the European framework, of course, but also culture. We need this data, and since I think 3D data is a challenge, it has already shown, if it's only a small percentage, as Harry mentioned, I think it's a very good challenge that we can blend. You have seen it in Marco's presentation. AI can facilitate many things, both in the acquisition procedure, in the processing, in the analysis, in whatever. So there will be tools that will be supported by what we described.
Perfect, thank you. I'm jumping to our friend Marco, hoping that he has been able to follow the conversation. Marco, how would you answer this question about AI and 3D intersecting and mutually reinforcing, in fact, benefits for end users? Because that, in the end, should be our intent and purpose.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Sophie. And I think that what Stefanos was mentioning is super important. I mean, knowing that there will be a possible infrastructure to exploit, it will be fundamental. Indeed, I must confess that the 3D pipeline nowadays is still somehow artisanal. Let's say that AI can provide an added value in every step, as we said, so data capturing, processing and modeling, metadata enrichment and publication. Of course, all of them can be facilitated and enriched by AI, and AI can become, let's say, a kind of enabler in this sense. However, we still need to design an overall pipeline that can be AI assisted. Because if we want to exploit this possibility of having an AI factory and infrastructure assisting us, we need to agree on a pipeline and we need to agree on standards. Because just to make one example, one of the other projects that we are managing, Culture, we are digitizing artifacts that were complex to digitize with traditional methods, so glass objects in most of the cases. That photogrammetry or scanning fails in representing. AI here can provide a super great added value, unlocking the use of Gaussian splatting, for instance, as a method of representation. But we need to keep in mind that this is evolving super quickly. So still, we do not have yet standards for displaying those models. And we are working on those right now. So let's say that AI can be a fundamental enabler to create this 3D pipeline that can be more effective. But we need first to design the procedure, the pipeline itself, and agree on standards in order to be able to jump into this pipeline at different steps and exploit it. So this is my basically my comment. If we want to scale up, we need to think about designing the right procedures with the right standards, and then everything will be a consequence, basically.
Thank you, Marco. I think that's a good directive, and it's also springing some hope that all of these big ambitions, they are achievable, but we need to approach it in a concerted and in a diligent way. Thanks very much for this. I will give also the floor to Ines, because you prompted me that you want to add something. Please, please do.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sophie. So, yeah, indeed, I would like to mention something. So, the low percentage of the 3D objects that we have in the data space is actually showcasing us something. It's reflecting the overall sectoral concerns towards the 3D, not AI use in 3D, but actually we have to go the step back to digitization. So there's a huge fear among employees in all cultural heritage institutions, but particularly in museums, that they will lose their audiences on spot. So in the museums as such. So in their exhibitions, what they don't realize, and this is something that we really need to address, is that with 3D they can enhance their potentials and then can even have more users coming in their institutions. And for this, we really need to be the ambassadors of positive digital transformation. That is what we actually have to really think about. And today's event, and already yesterday, is showcasing us that we can approach that fear, and that we can, with showcasing what, for example, Marco was showing us, or what we have seen here with the monastery, etc., etc. These are perfect examples of how good the technology can be used to approach your users within the institutions and reach out. And these are not the only cases. So, for example, when we were speaking about restoration purposes, you can use AI for 3D restoration. You can use AI, as Marco showcased us, for detection of motives. And this is not the only case that I have seen. So there's a huge potential to boost our workflows in cultural heritage institutions. And I'm not speaking only about libraries and LLMs and chatbots, but also of course, with 3D cultural heritage, which we are addressing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. And I love it how you pointed to bringing a positive spirit into this whole exploratory exercise that we're performing currently together, where people like Stefanos, they increase the opportunities for people to get practical, and then people like Marco, they go in, they do something, and with every single experiment, we know more, we learn, we grow. It's also a very good bridge that you built to my second topic, namely, and I will go back to Stefanos first, to discuss a little bit how we see collaboration and synergies in this whole emerging landscape. So we have representatives from different running projects, different, I would say, EU-wide initiatives. Our colleagues from the cloud are also here in the room. There's not only our data space, there's a range of data spaces. Now all the factories, antennas, the gigas that are emerging. Where do you see I would say, the most fruitful areas of collaboration for what we are trying to achieve here?
I think this now you are getting into not setting up the infrastructure and so on, but really how to make it produce new things, new ideas, new knowledge. And I think here we have this problem in every space, in every data. When we speak with every data space, in the healthcare, there are different things to consider, different things that you can use, different products and so on. But here, I think since we should follow, for example, in Greece, we have started locally the Ministry of Culture to collaborate with our AI factory, providing some more data that are not in the public domain, and so they will start giving that to produce something more. But I think now we're discussing this possibility, the capability to sign, to define procedures of collaboration with data space, Europeana, with also with we can see how both in the contributed domains, in the contributed countries, how we can collaborate with them. For example, we have a close collaboration with France. Since we decide, we all of us focus on the 2030 and forward, you know, from the technological part, now the idea, what we're trying to do is that we try to see how we converge the infrastructures, that means the supercomputing, high performance computers, AI and the application, and also going to the whatever happens with other domains like computing, new computing infrastructures and quantum technologies. And so we have a collaboration with the French AI factory towards how this will evolve. This could enhance also the security of the sharing of the data. But I think it would be nice to know that now there will be one common layer among all AI factories. So whoever would like to use a specific AI factory, it will be the same as entering the other. So the interface will be the same. Especially the data labs will combine whatever data will be for example, for the culture domain. And of course, this should be in collaboration with the sector. And since we're speaking in this sector, we need really to see how we will respect the privacy, we will respect we will get the trust of all the organizations who provide the data. And so this is something we really need to set up. And we are, for example, in Faros, we are really eager to work on that with other AI factories and of course the sector, and to see how this will be implemented. But it is in front of us. But now we know what will be there, and we will not leave it like that. I mean, we will go out to the stakeholders, asking for researchers, organizations, startups, and so on, to start using, as for example, what Marco did, to use either the resources, that computational resources, or the models, data, and so on, so that we can assist and make it tackle the whole, as described earlier from the presentations, with together with the new capabilities that AI and infrastructure provide.
Thank you, Stefanos. I think it points out that while we are still finding out how all of this is going to work and what we actually can achieve, we also need to dare and put things into practice. So we need these kind of use cases. So we are operating on two parallel tracks where we are putting things in place, and we are already on the ground carrying out projects and exploring how all of these stakeholders might engage with the AI factory landscape. You don't want to leave that for, let's say, in a few years? No.
No. In fact, in Greece, in the Faros, we have also on the front line, we have there has been created a new company. It's called Faro SA, owned by the Growth Fund and the state, that will try to really organize, get into, make it sustainable, so it can continue working with all data spaces, with all this, apart from the project and developments with specific projects. So we try to have a long structure that will be able to collaborate with the field, with this specific field, for example, in the long term.
Terrific. Thank you, Stefanos. I want to maybe shift the focus of collaboration and synergizing, Ines, with both of the organizations that you represent. diving a little bit deeper into communities, the ecosystem that we are developing through our respective networks. Can you say something about the role that you see initiatives like the European Network Association or AI for LEM to play in this, in getting aligned, let's say, in between technologies that could mutually reinforce each other? What is the role of these communities?
Yeah, thank you very much. So there are at least two layers to this question. And if I come back to the cooperation part, of course, all the communities, we see that with the European Network Association, we see that also in AI for LEM, the collaboration between different stakeholders on the particular subject, for example, in working groups, in the community, on copyright, for example, with et cetera, boosts the knowledge. So we can develop the knowledge by sharing knowledge. And this is first thing that we really need to do, and this is also what we're doing today, also with sharing, for example, different use cases that we have seen. This is the first thing. And the second thing that I really think is important is that the collaboration is established between, for example, the data space and AI factories to build the common AI infrastructure and environment for the both parties, for the both ends, to know how to share the data, how to prepare the data, how the data then can be reused, or how also the data transfer can shift back to the from both sides, so that all stakeholders have some, I'll say, benefits out of that. So also for the cultural heritage institutions, which I've seen through the years, is that typically, for example, libraries, museums, archives are the data providers, but they're never integrated into the discussions on the development of AI, for example, infrastructures at the moment. And this is something that we need to address, because this will be very, very, very important further on for training the models, because the cultural heritage data is trusted data. So if we want to have the trusted AI models, they will need to be trained on the curated, trusted data from the cultural heritage institutions, for example. So this part will need to be addressed very well from the beginning, so that the cultural heritage institutions have the opportunity and availability to boost and build their own inner infrastructures, inner workflows, to be able to share the data and collaborate then further on also with AI factories, for example. And in this particular case, I think the data space for cultural heritage can be I'll say, the in-between, and the one that can boost the knowledge sharing and the implementation of different phases on this space. Thank you.
Can I add?
Stefanos, please.
Here, yes.
Yeah,
no,
go ahead.
I think that what we have in front of us is not something that, this is the computers, you can use them. I think it's something that we need both the organizations, the memory organizations, all this, needed to take an energetic part in that. That means to try to use something. That means try to develop, to form something new, and see how this will be implemented. They will have the ability, the assistance to implement this. Both in terms, they will not need to pay money to Amazon, to Google, because this will for free. All the AI factories, for the first 3-4 years, it will be for free, all the services. So they can have this assistance to create things, but it will not be the AI factories that will come to every organization and ask for it. It is something we need to create together. Yeah. Of course, we'll be involved in dissemination activities and so on. I'm a member of the governing board of Michael Cultural Association. We discussed this, for example, but we really need to work to understand altogether the capabilities that we have. Not necessary to have the experience but some things will be automatic. But really, we need to put all our efforts towards this, I think. Yeah.
I would just shortly add something. We had a very nice discussion already before. It was really fruitful. No, but okay, one thing that I really want to emphasize is this, that we need to work together and we need to collaborate and have a dialogue when this is establishing, so that's now. Because, of course, there are so many diverse practices already all over Europe, showcasing us how the cultural heritage institutions, because they are not integrated into this loop, how they address these issues. I can give an example from Slovenia, where I come from. So the National Library of Slovenia was approached by the developers of Slovenian LLM, of course, and they work also with our AI factory. And because there's too much fear to collaborate, the library decided not to cooperate. Then you have another, for example, way, the German National Library, they are cooperating in the system, and they're even developing the German language model in-house, because on the other side, although they are cooperating in the system, they don't want to share the data out of the house. That is the second. And then the third one, you have Norway National Library, which completely ignores the development of AI factory, but on the other side, they are developing 16 language models in-house for support of the Norwegian language nationwide. So these are three different use cases that are completely disconnected, actually, with factories, because the dialogue didn't went through with the establishment of the ecosystem. So this is really, really, really important, and we need to collaborate through the data space to establish the good connections between different parts of the whole network. Thank you.
No, okay. As you see, it's a contest, but it's not. It's for good. So this is true. I think Harry mentioned in the presentation that we are obliged. So if a library, you know, we had this, I think, all these years in the labs, feels that they are not certain. We have to respect this, and of course try to find ways that they understand that their data will not go to some company outside Europe. For us, for example, our target is that Pharos becomes a trusted AI source of information for at least Greece. Because, you know, AI, as already you know, can be provided and say anything. So you really need to trust the data space, the organization. And this is something we have to work there. But it is something, it's from we cannot say that if they don't want, I mean, I think they will manage. They will want later.
Marco, I also want to loop you into this theme, where this idea of positioning the data space as a hub, actually, where this mediation can happen, this mediation that is so necessary, as Ines described. I want to play that back to you as a lead in the 3D4CH Competence Center. Which role do you see yourself playing in this process?
Yeah, thanks, Sophie, for asking, actually. And I think that just on the top of my mind, I have, for instance, one of the activities that we are doing within 3D4CH Competence Center. And among the other pillars, we are collecting good practices, demonstrating how 3D and AI can show indeed an added value. So, for instance, let's say, I mean, the presentation that I gave just a few seconds before was mentioned a couple of times by Stefanos, but I think that there are a lot of other examples. We organized an online stakeholder forum 1 month back, in which we collected several experiences of use of AI. And so I think that all of them can be worth of being able to have access to these AI factories. So for that reason, I think that the role that 3D4CH can play in this sense is it is also helping in understanding which are the different communities that we need to involve and to which we need to offer the possibilities of utilizing these infrastructures. But let me also add that we, as 3D4CH, we supported since the beginning this TwinIt campaign. And I think that campaigns like TwinIt are really important also to foster the use of these new technologies. Because, of course, we need to collaborate. We need to have different initiatives working together. But when we do have some kinds of overarching initiatives like TwinIt, we have several actors and several initiatives already coming to the same table. Just to mention, because I think it also really well representing what has been happening in the past few months. I look at the example of Italy, for instance. The 3D model that was aggregated from Italy was the first of a kind, because it is the first 3D model aggregated by a new national aggregator that is managed by the Digital Library in Italy. And it is also their first model, their first element that has been aggregated to Europeana. So let's think about that. We have a national body that as first element provided and contributed to the data space is providing a 3D model. I think that is a super nice message to tell. So for that reason, I think that we can achieve a lot of stuff because I know how much work there was behind that. So in this sense, having some initiatives like this one, let's have, TwinIt build a super nice brand, a super nice idea of different member states contributing with different fundings to one main idea. I think that we need to build on that because those activities really help let's say, the collaboration and build actual synergies in this sense.
Thank you, Marco. I'm going to jump to the third and the final theme now, and I want all of the speakers to have their turn at pointing out a trick that you think we are currently missing. So when it comes to this idea of collaborating, partnering, pooling our resources, combining our knowledge, maybe even our resources in terms of people, staff, funding, infrastructures, where do you think are we missing something critical at the moment? Marco, I'm going to instigate it with you and then loop back via Stefanos to Ines, please.
Let me be a little bit provocative. I would say that what we are actually missing is to agree that our cultural heritage is really the strategic infrastructure that we have. So for that reason, all the cultural heritage institutions, all the initiatives need to work together because our strategic infrastructure is our cultural heritage itself. So if we think about that, we stop thinking about having this initiative working to this target, this initiative working to another target, but we need to come together. So I think that the technical capabilities are there. We can really experiment with all the different AI factories or infrastructures. So we just need to sit at the same table and deciding that we are doing that for a greater value, and the greater value is our cultural heritage that we need to bring to the future. So this is my comment on that.
Thank you, Marco. That's inspiring. The way to get there is something that we need to map out also together, I think. But it's a good aspiration to have.
Definitely, we need to do that together. Yeah.
Stefanos.
I agree with what Marco mentioned. I think this is a way we have to go. I think that there is always this problem in Europe, although we have this common culture that we are based, we are moving to different directions. Even if you consider this, the AI factories, all the gigafactories that will be there now from the EuroHPC, came separately, in a separate way than the normal Horizon and European Commission projects. And I think even there was some difficulty in really understanding one another. I think this becomes better as times go and we see common approaches and so on. I think this happens to all of us and we are always focused on our own specific environments, as you mentioned, what we need to take into safety, not to lose, and so on. But then I think as all this goes ahead, we move towards there. So I think although there are barriers that the technology on one side, with all the difficulties that there are, we need, it has been already mentioned, to really improve our skills, not necessarily in technology, but in dealing with all AI products and so on. So I think we work there. In all AI factories have this as one of their targets, and of course in the sector will be so. But I think as we move forwards, we found ways to produce common good results. I'll stop here. Yeah.
Thank you, Stefanos. I think that's important to point out that our eyes are not always fixed on the same point at the horizon. It doesn't mean that because we are European that we kind of have an intergalactic understanding of what the others will be doing and how we move forward together. So this is something we need to do with intent, right? Thank you. Ines, please.
Building on our small, I'll say, horizon that we have here, I would like to add one point that we must not miss, and that is that gray hair keeper of the, I'll say, coin collection or any other collection. So I see here the full room of forward-thinking individuals. We are on the forefront of the whole development. We are the ones that want to change the world. But as long as there's just few big institutions that are in that on that path, as long as we don't reach to, I'll say, the individuals working in the institutions, in collections, in working behind the counter, working with the final users, etc., we will not make the change. For that part, we need collaboration also in communities. For that part, ENA communities are important. For that part, working groups of AI for LAM are important. And for example, establishing national nodes of AI for LAM or country groups of ENA, for example, these are then the opportunities where we can reach out with workshops, with educational programs, with showcasing the use cases that we saw today, etc., to that small individuals that are not the directors of the organizations, but actually the ones that need to trust us and need to have this, I'll say, positive thinking towards this big change that we are trying to do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ines, for bringing back the human face of the data space, right? This is not just about machines. It was said many times, we need other things. And I think on a marked priority spot, we need people to understand what we're doing and to then forge these collaborations that we so desperately need. I want to thank my three panelists. Marco, thank you very much for staying online and being so, dynamic and engaging. Stefanos, with your unique perspective, you brought us up to speed with some things that are happening fast and that are pretty important. And Ines, yes, as I said, you brought the human back into focus, and we never should lose sight of this. I hereby conclude this discussion. May I ask a round of applause for these three speakers? We have ran a little bit out of time. I'm sure you appreciate. So I don't know if there are super pressing questions, or if you are happy to continue conversations over the next couple of days, because in that case, if you allow me, I would just offer as a key takeaway that we need these synergies to happen, and we believe that the data space as a sort of hub where stakeholders can convene, where procedures can be developed, where frameworks and pathways can be designed together, we believe that this is a valuable idea to concretely move forward with in the next couple of months as we see this new landscape emerge. So this is a call to action for all of you to keep on advocating and to keep on meeting each other. It's not only about networking, it's about thinking up how to actively design our own sector's future. I thank you all for contributing to that with your presence here today. I hope to see you in the next sessions over this Digital Heritage Summit, and I wish you a nice cup of coffee now to offload and to re-energize a little bit. Thank you very much.
21 mars 1546, à l'occasion du mariage de la fille d'un notable, Antoine Lecte, on dansa. Parmi les danseurs figuraient des gens importants, un syndic, Amblard Corne, président du consistoire,
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a very strong coffee to help you go through the last hour and a half of this summit. For today, the roundtable that we are going to start now is focusing specifically on why do we digitize. So we're going a bit back to basics. We've spoken a lot about what we do with 3D. We've spoken about AI. We've spoken about AI factories and all these big developments which are happening. But as we said this morning, we are digitizing, and we need to feed all this new technology with the right kind of digitization. So what I would be discussing with this esteemed group of speakers is why do we digitize? So myself, just to introduce myself, it's Tony from Heritage Malta. And online we should have Miss Anne Bayard, Head of Unit for the Interactive Technologies. And can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Is it the same?
Just a second till we get the sound on.
Okay.
Okay, it's working. So, and welcome to our roundtable. Anne Bayard is the Deputy Head of Unit at the European Commission's DG Connect and is leading key European initiatives around the cultural heritage data space, virtual worlds, and Web 4.0. So we would like to speak with Anne and understand her work, which connects policy, technology, and capacity building at European scale. Hi, Anne, and the floor is yours to introduce your work and also tell us a bit about, from the Commission's point of view, what is the concept and vision driving the momentum behind the recommendations up to 2030? We've had previous speakers speak about this vision and where we'd like to get to 2030, and we'd like to hear your point of view about this.
Thank you, Tony. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for not being there, but it's the same than Rihanna. Unfortunately, we could not make it. I'm going to try not to repeat what Rihanna said basically earlier today. I would just like maybe to broaden a bit the topic. So indeed, in our unit, we are dealing with different topics, different strategies. Cultural heritage is a very important one, but we have others such as skills and indeed virtual tours and Web 4.0. And what is interesting to notice is that there are really links between these different topics and synergies to be exploited. And this is a bit the reason why I'm in this panel this afternoon, is really to try to see from a different angle how we can put the efforts of different communities, different stakeholders, together in one direction, which is really supporting indeed the digitalization of cultural heritage in Europe, but also reusing it and making sure that this is done the right way. So when it comes to the future, Tony, I'm afraid that I don't have a crystal ball, so I cannot say what the Commission is going to decide for after 2030, but something for sure, I mean, cultural heritage will remain an important topic. This is something essential for Europe unity, I mean, common values, you know, soft power for many different reasons. So, I mean, it will remain there one way or the other, but I cannot say for the moment exactly how and you know, why and when.
Yeah, fair enough. But obviously a lot's being done at the moment. We've heard a lot about many different initiatives and also the drive to move to scale up, especially when it comes to 3D. From a policy point of view, are we also moving beyond scale? Because we obviously need to have the critical mass of 3D models to be able to be used by and processed through AI, for example. But are we also focusing on quality as much as scale? Or the most important thing is to have really the critical mass? How would you say is the trajectory in this regards?
Well, both, obviously. We need both. I mean, and all the strategies and the initiatives that we have in place are basically aiming at both. So If you have a look at the recommendation of 21, the AI applied strategy, everything we do basically, it's on one hand, making sure that we digitize what needs to be digitalized in Europe. Would it be at risk or, most visited or just things of interest? But it's also guaranteeing some quality in the digital objects. And I think the previous panel already discussed it extensively. If we want to use AI and to benefit from AI the best we can, we need to make sure that the data available is high quality, interoperable, has all the necessary attached information to it also to exploit it and reuse it. So I think we need to tackle both aspects at the same time, making sure we don't restrict ourselves to just have a few candidates, but also that we end up with the right type of data to really play a role in the context of the world when it comes to using it.
Sure, and in fact, this leads me to reflect a bit about the video which was shared by the chief scientist, which was pretty impressive in the way it was put together, even in the fact that it's just 72 hours to produce it. But it was mentioned that the more data we feed in, the more AI can be accurate and the more it can reflect authentically, for example, in this case, the history of Cyprus. But do you think that the 3D models would be enough, or we need to kind of enrich these 3D models, which would be ingested into AI, with more layers of knowledge to be able to allow AI to actually build on them in an intelligent way?
I think it depends what you want to do. The thing is, there are probably many AI applications that do not require some additional data, but for some other AI applications, you would need it. And I think since I joined this unit 7 years ago, it's a discussion we had a lot. I remember, what kind of metadata we need to attach. And I remember that at one point when we made kind of a guideline for people to really go to 3D, we said that as you cannot plan for the future, the more the better. And I think this is what I would recommend, is that, technology evolves so quickly now, then unless you are 100% sure that the model you are creating now, it's only for this specific application and will not have to be reused later, then you do something with just the quality that you need now. If you want to plan for the future, let's go for, first of all, the best quality in the model itself that you can afford technologically and also financially. And then let's attach as much as possible information if you have it, because then later on, this can be exploited. So the more the better, I would say, yeah.
Good, thank you. It's a view which has been mentioned over a number of presentations today, where different speakers spoke about the idea of adding additional information to the 3D model in different ways. It's something which is evolving at the moment. We've heard the term memory twin, but we'll get to that later. It's just this need that there seems to be towards enriching more the basic metadata which we used to attach to a 3D model to something much more complex and complete to help us get a more authentic view of what that digitized asset is. Marinos, would you like to, because you're the co-moderator, I understand you're tired now, but I'd like to shift part of the responsibility to you as well.
No. It's an event organized here, and it's a pleasure. And I mentioned several times, this is what we do it because we like it. So therefore, it doesn't matter if we are tired or not, we are here and we shout. And I am loud enough, isn't it? You hear me. So, very good. So this is what I would like in continuation to whatever it has been said today. And of course, to this what Anne mentioned earlier, continue and go to Javier. Javier, if you present, before you answer, this is what I will ask you, present yourself first, who you are, and of course, I would like, first thing, the first part which I would like to ask you is, why you are here? Why? Yeah, because, no, you have, it's extremely important for us too. We are small and non-visible on this planet, geographically talking. I mentioned earlier to you, yeah? It's extremely important. But that you are here, it is a lot for us, yeah? And that counts. That's the number one, and it gives also a value to the gathering together. UNESCO is also on the other side. UNESCO is listening, ICOMOS is listening, ICOM is listening, and it's extremely important. And Javier, if we like it or not, has an important role to play within the next 5 to 7 years in the domain of digital cultural heritage. We cannot avoid it. And that was the first part, why here, why you invested your time. I know and appreciate a lot, you are undergoing as a management, as a coordinator, as an administrator of one of the biggest, or the biggest project ever funded from the European Commission. Through a very difficult time, at the end of this month, you have to submit a high number of deliverables. And this has to be accurate and precise, not authentic. The first part was that, and the second, which I wanted to tell you, is from this what you heard today, and you got as a message coming from the first day out of this, whatever it has been discussed. What is your opinion in relation to this, what you did, what you are going to do, what you are going even to have at the end of the period of your project? Please, by saying who you are first.
Thank you, Marinos. I'm not sure to ask to all your questions, but I try to start by introduce myself. I'm an archaeologist. My background is in archaeology and
nice.
Archaeology and computer science. I'm working in CNRS in France, and I'm here because I lead this ECOS project that you are. I'm quite sure that actually you know more or less what is ECOS. But to precise something about this project, I know I don't prepare a presentation of the project, but as you say, it's one of the, or maybe is the biggest investment for the European Commission in one initiative called European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, to build this collaborative cloud funded by Horizon Europe and under the supervising of the DG Research and Innovation. And so what we are doing with this cloud, we are trying to set up a digital platform, a digital environment dedicated to the stakeholders, to all the professionals in the scope of culture, in the field of cultural heritage. So it's not only researcher, it's also a conservator, restorator, librarian, archivist, and so on. Museum or site, and so on. So for that, we are taking in our consortium the main, there is actually 15, the main umbrella organization in this different field, in different part of cultural heritage sector. And to deal with that, just to understand, this ECCCH initiative is one project funded for 5 years. It was ECOS, starting in 2024, signed 2029. And under this, the same label, ECCCH, there are also 21 sister projects that 13 are already started and working. The 8 new are starting between the first one next month in June, so next week in June, and the other one in September or October. So at the end, we have 21 projects plus ECHOS to build only one cloud, with also the link with other initiatives, like, of course, the common data space for cultural heritage. And we are recently, as Harry said at the beginning of the afternoon, signed a joint statement between these two initiatives to ensure that we are working together in the same sense. Behind that, the cloud is not a top-down initiative, but funded of the communities. And these different communities in cultural heritage sector are for the main very strong organization with a lot of involvement in digital turn, application, tools, and so on, in digitalization also. And to come back to your first question, why we are digitizing, is not only digitization. And if I can make a link with what we are asked before, the question of the quality is not only a quality of 3D model, for example, is not only a quality of metadata, a quality of data, is a quality of knowledge. And we can't separate, and what we are trying to do is that it's totally engaging in this way. We can't separate the data, the model, and the knowledge. Because if we want to reuse it, we can have a good reuse of the model without the knowledge. And the aims of the cloud is to build a virtuous circle, since when we start with the digitization to the reuse of knowledge, and to provide to the stakeholders, to the user of the cloud, the possibility to manage their data, but also to work with the data and the data from the other community inside the same environment, digital environment, and to create new knowledge about cultural heritage assets. And this is the added value that we can hopefully expected at the end of the project when the cloud will be implemented, when it's running with all the data. So actually, we are building with ECHOS the first brick in the wall for the connection of the infrastructure, and it's not a physical infrastructure like I have often, and we are discussing about that just before the roundtable. It's not a structure for a stockage repository. It's really a space for work, and inside that, we are building something to be able to provide something more large, more produced for the user. And so I think probably that's it for yet, because we are numbers. Yes.
Yeah, obviously a very ambitious goal of ECHOS to look at digital heritage so widely and focus on the idea of knowledge, which is the way forward. So we're not simply digitizing for its own sake, but to build knowledge. But obviously this brings in practical challenges. So for example, given that we're looking at European-wide cultural heritage, different national entities and entry points, how would you ensure the interoperability of all this cultural heritage coming from so many different points, different systems, and added to the complexity of big AI systems which would harvest all this different types of data to process further? How is ECHOS tackling with this particular challenge? Because it is, I think, a major challenge.
Yes, it's a major challenge. It's not the only one, but I think there are two points for the answers to your question. The first one is that we are building a distributed architecture at all the level of the organization of the cloud, for the technical part, of course, but also for the governance, the sustainability, multi-level and multi-scale. We are building a multi-level and multi-scaling governance for the sustainability of the cloud, but also a multi-level and multi-scaling business plan. So we think that we need to involve, of course, the European level, the European infrastructure, and the connection with them, with the data space, but also with the research infrastructure involved in cultural heritage, the link with the EOSC, European Open Science Cloud, because there is probably, if we are at the end, the cultural heritage cloud will be probably something like a thematic node on cultural heritage for the EOSC cloud. And, but we need also the involvement of the existing national initiative, because there is a lot of them that they are available to connect with the cloud at different levels. And we need also to involve the regional scale. Because at the regional scale, we have the real communities, the real person involved in the communities. And also because even if the heritage has an universal value, even if they're registered at the UNESCO level and so on, the management of cultural heritage is always at the local level, by the local person. So, and authority. So this is the first part of the question. For the more technical part, we are building, of course, we need this kind of interoperability with this different initiative. We are building a knowledge base as a backbone of the cloud. And this is this knowledge base around one model called Heritage Digital Twin Ontology. Valentina knows very well because she worked on that. And you can give more information as me, probably. And this backbone is not only to have something like alignment of different kind of metadata, but to give the opportunity, to provide the opportunity to, from this first level of connection, to access to the more detailed as possible information that existing in each different community, in each different repository, and so on. So this is the way that we are building the connection. So the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, will be distributed for the stockage, but also for the knowledge at different knowledge base connected through this backbone.
Great. In terms of this data interchange, which you were mentioning, maybe Valentina, feel free to join in. I mean, this is a discussion, feel free. In terms of this knowledge building data which would be collected, so I'm assuming it's an enhanced form of metadata collection, but you also focus on paradata or additional methodologies which could inform AI better on how to process the data. Could you give us a bit more information on that?
Yes, probably each of the sister project present here can give more for highlighting this question with example and so on. But indeed, more than we give precise information, more we can use, more AI can use robust knowledge, data and knowledge. So this is the way that we are working. But when I talk about knowledge base, it's the end of the virtuous circle that I mentioned before, that it's not only about data and description of information and knowledge about the cultural heritage assets, but also of the process. To be sure that when we have tools, they are also described in the knowledge base. When we have a process, a workflow, they are also described. And the aim is that automatically, when we use something inside the cloud, we enrich automatically the knowledge base itself.
Yeah, I assume that at the end of this long process, obviously the amount of knowledge which would be built around cultural heritage in Europe would increase significantly. That's the whole aim of it. Also feeding into narratives, interpretation, and the way we use cultural heritage. How would we ensure the ethical governance of all this knowledge which is being inserted into or built into the system? Because it obviously has a risk. If the system is filled in with non-correct knowledge or some unethically collected knowledge, or missing narratives or missing point of views, this is obviously all linked to the fact that we're moving away from the physical, digital representation of a geometric image of an object. We're now adding in the layers of knowledge and the intangible and all this interpretation. So obviously this it will probably complicate the ethical governance. What would be your views towards this?
Tony, I will say, sorry for interrupting, but I will say it will be, we will support more Javier to give an answer by asking the sister projects,
yeah, sure.
and even, yes, Valentina, Angelos, Miguel, and Xenophon, because those are going to give whatever they have to give and support the ECO's infrastructure, isn't it?
Yeah,
so,
and the reason I ask this question, because I myself am a partner in Heritage,
yes.
and this is a discussion we've had. So we're not just looking at digitizing a room or a palace, but we're also looking at increasing the intangible and also the narrative of the cultural heritage. So how do we ensure that we also, the information which is being collected is managed ethically and processed ethically as well?
Yes, if I can just add something, indeed, there is a work that we are not working alone in ECOS. We are working with all the sister projects. And it's a good thing that you can give an answer for that, because inside ECOS, we have something like we have called a Nicosia integration task force to be sure that this kind of connection will be discussed and be working with all the community. The cloud we need to be built from the community, and with the community, and for the community. So it's inside this kind of, so for the governance of the knowledge and to ensure the robustness of the knowledge, if I could understand your question, there is different process, of course, but we are working on the organization of this kind of governance, actually, but we know also that for the research part, the validation of the knowledge is by the peer reviewing. So it's the ethical part of the research.
But if you allow me to ask Xenophon. Xenophon, you managed to coordinate, to be actively involved in different EU projects up to now. The projects were as such, have been declared as success stories by the Research Executive Agency. You produce an amount of data and high quality, and even you went beyond that. You use CITOC CRM, the only existing ontology standard in cultural heritage, internationally, ISO standard. You created a piece of knowledge there. Where are those results, those data and this information now available? How can I access it? How you took care that this data and information will have a sustainability behind for the years to come? Number one. And then number two, just to bridge this what Javier mentioned earlier, because your project finished, and because this ecosystem of cloud now is moving forward, growing and so on, do you have there a place? Do you have a role? Do you have a voice? Are you accepted? And the last one part, and you can continue through, with this what you manage, are you using and reusing it within the spirit and wide, let's say, horizon of this virtual worlds policy?
Yeah.
Coming from the data space and not from the cloud?
Okay.
From the DG Connect and not from the DG RTD? Yes.
To
please.
answer the simple part, the physical storage is on Zenodo. Zenodo gives you a URL, and we use the URL for the physical storage of everything. Now, I represent, of course, the two past projects we coordinated on digitization of intangible heritage, and I also represent the sister project of ECHO's archive, Arxiv, actually. So to answer the standardization part and how this will be integrated, the answer is the following. We use the CRM, we use for intangible heritage the narrative ontology by CNR developed by Carlo Meghini and Valentina Bartalesi, which is now the HC.2.intangible component of the heritage object ontology by ECHOS. So therefore, the intangible knowledge accompanying tangible artifacts is natively integratable in for ECHOS. And moreover, we have everything available online in something called, that you can access, called the Mingay online platform. It's available. And you can therefore there read the narratives and so on. We went a step further. Besides contextualizing through narratives, we use the CRM to represent the plans of practitioners, the schemas of intangible activities, and the expressions of intangible activities as practices, as events, but which follow a schema. And this was indeed, in two consecutive projects we coordinated, recognized as a success story. And through the new project archive, we bring not only our expertise in digitization, high quality, and so on, but also the formalization of processes, one, and the contextualization of intangible heritage as narratives. And to go a step further, as narratives that might as well be contradicting because they present different points of view. So I don't know if I answered the question, but I understand that through synergies that we have, the Commission is very positive in continuing this line of research. This is the feedback we received, and of course we are ready to deploy and integrate all of the material that we have directly in the cloud.
And if in case a force, your organization or the government decides to get the cable out of the wall, what you are going to do? I mean, to be complete, to stop the financial support, what are you going to do with all this, what you achieved, and it was declared as a success story?
This is why we store it on Zenodo, so even if tomorrow Greece does not exist.
So, okay, Zenodo, if you can make
but
a
this
note,
was, and
Javier?
to respond to Antonella, this was
Yes.
our solution.
Yes.
It's not necessarily the best solution, but
Yes.
this is the
Yes.
solution available.
And Zenodo, for all the colleagues here, is under the hands of CERN. Yes, CERN, which is the only organization worldwide which is out of any political sanctions. Russia is still there and working. Pay attention. It's very important that. This is science diplomacy. So, now, for saying this, Zenodo, good approach. Second, I would like to, yes.
If I may, Xenophon,
But
Marina's...
just to make, could you please make a note, Zenodo, the code Zenodo, Javier, it's extremely important. Because if we continue with Zenodo, and Zenodo can improve, and in a way to have a knowledge management, not just to be a repository of, I have something, I put it there, and so on, create the management similar to this what you have, then you have a competition. But no, because it's going to be more coming to you so that you can answer all together. Yeah, and Zenodo is an...
it's just storage for now. It's not...
It's by CERN. It's in Geneva. Yeah.
Trust the repository gives you also digital object identifier persistently.
Yeah. Can give you whatever it's there to give. Yes, no problem. So now...
Yeah, I have a very short question to Xenophon about the CDOC CRM. In an age of AI, how relevant is CDOC CRM still relevant? How can AI enhance it? How can it adapt to the new changes which are happening with AI? Could you comment on that?
Yes. Well, the important is that you have a knowledge graph. So that you can do a retrieval augmented generation, so that what you produce is based on a graph and not on assumptions. So the important thing is that you have formalized the knowledge graph. CRM is a language, and it has also many extensions. It does not cover everything. And I have a particular, even if it comes from my organization, I have some criticism on it, and I will say it. The CRM has many extensions. The CRM Archeo for archaeology, for bibliography, and so on. And somebody can, even the narrative extension was adopted by ECHO. So this is one part. What was the other part of the...
Now, how can AI assist, or is it a threat?
I don't see it a threat. It's a tool that, every tool when it starts, even if you go to the Luddites, they will steal our jobs, and it will be. But eventually, everything you adapt to the part. So I think it's much important that the knowledge is formalized in a way that can be cross-verified and so on. So this is the value, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Michael, would you like to explain how Heritalize is connecting to ECHOS and what the plans are that these tools that are being created in this project, or these demo cases, how they will help form and shape knowledge in digitization of cultural heritage?
Sure. So,
you'd like to introduce a bit?
Yeah, maybe I better introduce a little bit Heritalize project. So I'm Mikkel Boras, coordinator of Heritalize project, and also partner of Herit for Ages project, which is not a ECO's ECCH sister project, but one under the ECTP. And in a nutshell, Heritalize, what we aim to do is digitize cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, ranging from landscapes to objects going through buildings. So it's kind of digitizing cultural heritage from little parts, little objects, to those parts that can be found in the landscape or cannot be found but were there at some point in history. Not only that, it's not only digitization, per se, but what to make with that digitized, those digitized objects and buildings. And what we aim to is to provide some added value services that move around the concept of heritage digital twins. And I just want to mention that digital twins may sound like kind of innovative in the heritage sector, but it's a concept that was bred, let's say, in, I think, 2002 by American scientist Michael Greaves within the industrial sector. And around 2016, I think, it was one of the first times it was mentioned in the built environment. And that's where we start talking about the building digital twins. We start talking about building information modeling. And the strength of this concept within the heritage sector, I think it's amazing, but it's really broad. And that I think that leads us to the importance of digitizing, to what we digitize, how and to what extent, because we can go to extremely high levels of detail, accuracy, information, but are these high levels, extremely high levels, necessary or important or interesting for everyone? I guess the answer is no, and it depends on the end user or on what that stakeholder, that curator, that facility building object manager wants to make use of it. We are creating digital twins strictly focused on the improvement and optimization of energy efficiency in heritage buildings. And then, therefore, we are integrating parametric data from buildings with data coming from sensors, real-time and historical, to just analyze what solutions would be best for those buildings. But then we also have, so we have static data from the objects, from the buildings and so on. We have dynamic data coming from sensors, and we have also historical data. And that's where I think we start bridging from digital twins to memory twins. And with this concept is where I think that heritage has had or is having the strongest and heaviest impact on the digital twin concept, because we're not talking about only analyzing the status of heritage, but we're talking about the history and how we want to represent that history and how we want to make and provide end users, technical and non-technical, with added value services such as AR, VR, 3D printing, immersive experience based on AR, VR, XR, game engines, predictive maintenance, for example, preservation and conservation, and so on. And these are three of the main services that we are developing and researching in Heritalize project. Now, probably going back a little bit to how we aim at integrating with ECOS and the ECCCH is hoping for all these digitized data and models to be standardized in such a way that end users can retrieve that data, those models, that information, paradata, metadata, in such a way that running certain services can happen really smoothly. Maybe supported by AI, probably supported by AI, or maybe not, but that these data, if public, can be reused for and by different people to different services. And just to finish, I guess that in digitizing well and thoroughly and so on, we also need to define the data to what end it can be used and by whom. And I guess that leads to privacy aspects, to user management, to user definition, and so on. Just like the utilities or energy systems from a heritage building probably shouldn't be public, or at least shouldn't be of interest to the tourism or normal public, right? Yeah.
And if digitizing a building is difficult, with all these layers of different types of knowledge which one has to digitize, digitizing textiles is probably even more complex. I was having a chat before about a model which I was seeing, a fantastic model about a dress which was literally built in 3D from patterns and studied in terms of the material, the techniques, and all this information which builds up a dress. And one starts to realize how complex textiles could be. And this is why I'd like to introduce Agelos Giokas to tell us a bit about your project.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm on the innovation and dissemination coordination of the project. I'm not the coordinator. The project is coordinated by Athena Research Center in Athens, Greece. So let's say the core contribution of our project is to provide as universal as possible tools for digitizing textile objects and integrate all these tools into the cloud. Textile objects are very difficult, not only because of their complexity, but also because they are purely made from biological material, and we have a lot of degradation. So, let's say for the first question, why to digitize? Even digitizing the shape of a textile object is very important because the majority of the objects are stored in places that no one has access, and because they have to be in a very certain conditions of humidity, light, temperature, etc. So even getting an object outside of its box and digitize it, it gives the archaeologists and conservators a very important source of information because they cannot study the objects. But we go much deeper on this. We develop several tools that have to do, on one hand, for the restoration of objects that are destroyed. We have tools about analyzing the weaving patterns, that can also reveal a lot of social, cultural information of the past, and also simulate the movement and the dynamics. We have a large variety of collections and case studies that vary from very tiny pieces found like 3,000 years ago. We have even textile objects that we don't have the textile, but we have imprints on other objects. So we digitize this information, so in order to generate new knowledge, and we end up to very complex costumes that have very different challenges.
And how do you think AI can help with sifting through or aiding in this complexity, both in the acquisition but also in the interpretation of all this very complex data, which varies, I guess, between one object and another and one material and another?
Especially for the AI, one important contribution of the AI to our project is that two of the prototypes that we develop are two robotic solutions for capturing. One drone that is tailored to very large objects like tapestries that cannot be digitized, and a robotic arm that can go around through several areas. So both of them will have a component where, with AI, we can detect which areas are more of interest into the object and insist and put more detail. So this is the first one. The second one is more generative, let's say, for reconstructing always with human supervision of missing parts of an object. For the simulation and analysis of the movement, we mainly use analytical techniques and physical modeling, not AI.
Okay. And in the case of the generative AI, because lately there's been a few calls related to generative AI and virtual worlds, what do you think is the main key component to kind of ensure that generative AI gives accurate, authentic results, which in cultural heritage are very important? So if you have missing pieces out of a garment and you want to generate using AI, what kind of levels of data you want to put in?
I think we need very high quality data, because if we go at the level of the weaving pattern, for instance, these are very specialized and knowledge specific models. So I don't think that we need mass data. We need very high quality data. Of course, even if this data is high quality, it has to be supervised by experts who might disagree, for instance, on the color. Sorry, what was the last part of the question?
No, what kind of data? But as you're saying, it's
Yes.
a multidisciplinary approach as well.
Yes.
It's not just digitizing the material and that's it. You need experts who know about the weaving and about the texture and the pigment. So somehow all this data needs to be collected and passed on to AI to help recreate any missing parts. So there's already this big shift just from digitization per se on its own, the actual digital acquisition of the object, but more towards data collection in general and building this knowledge to feed the AI to it. Good. Valentin, okay, sorry,
just a second, because it's very important not to forget, because we started with Javier, then we went to Xenophon. Xenophon was very clear. Something that we forgot to ask Miguel. Miguel, you create data, you create information. Where do you store all these kind of things?
So, from Heritage project?
Yes.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So currently in IDP servers, just as a safe copy, and
the company servers.
Yeah, and then we have this web-based digital twin platform based on Azure and Forge from Autodesk, and also based also on AWS for everything related to web API services, but then, so just in a nutshell, in the cloud. But cloud provided by these enterprises that I guess you all know. And
Yeah. Okay, so at the moment, this is the situation, in-house solution.
Yeah.
Yeah? Very good. Angelos, you have so much created in algorithms, you have so many data and information. Where do you store them? And, by the way, his project is going to be the first to finish, and when are you going to finish?
August of 27.
Next year, more or less this
Yes.
time. So in 14 months, let's say from now. So
So,
now, what are the measures in place that you take? First of all, where do you store? You are now running 3 years, the project. You created a lot of data.
For now, we have everything in some local servers of the
Also
coordinator.
in-house.
Yes.
Also in-house. And your local servers are not having access to, let's say, cloud somewhere, Google or
No.
one, starting with one? Yeah? No. Okay.
No, as far as I know, no.
Okay.
But we have the complexity to be the first project to end and also to end before ECOS. So we are in a very close dialogue with the ECOS on how this will be treated before the end of our project.
Yes.
So we have a very active participation in the ECOS integrating task force. Also alignment of all of our data with
Clear.
It's
clear.
digital twin
It's clear.
ontology.
It's clear. So we have here Zenodo. I'm just only repeating. We have in-house solution, and we go now to Valeria.
and OneDrive.
And OneDrive, yes.
Hello.
Data center.
Hello, everyone.
Make a note. It's very important because out of this round table, we want to have a position paper. You heard the minister, the speech of the minister today. It was a call to give a good advice to the presidency to shape the policy in this particular area. very, very important topic to take into account is space, virtual space, to save, yes, please, Valentina.
Hello everyone, my name is Valentina Vassallo. I'm a researcher at the Cyprus Institute, another institution, research institution here in Cyprus. I'm representing the project Stratigraph, that is a sister project of ECOS, and the project stands for Knowledge Graph for Stratigraphy. So you understand the topic of, yes, of the project, and specifically it's about archaeological and paleontological documentation. Regarding the question that you asked, of course, we have also some data meaning case studies that we are using for testing tools that we want to develop and integrate in this ecosystem of Stratigraph first, and then, of course, ECOS, especially for transforming the way of the archaeological documentation and paleontological documentation. So developing these innovative tools that can integrate, for example, knowledge graphs, 3D field documentation techniques. So we have also these case studies to test the tools that we are developing. And currently, so of course, each use case is curated by the different partners bringing into the project these data use cases. And if I can say more or less, the situation is, for example, for us, the Cyprus Institute is bringing a use case of the monasteries of Agios Ioannis Lampaditis in the Troodos Mountains. We use HPC facilities, so the HPC systems,
which is
that is in Cyprus at the Cyprus Institute. Is the,
yes.
Yes.
In-house solution.
Yes, but it's
Okay.
HPC.
Yeah.
And then others are using, for example, Zotero. So this is also another solution. Yeah, these two are the main way of archiving
and all the knowledge, all this what you create. The one thing is the data that you created, yes, and the information are well saved somewhere, protected, yes, sustained, and so on. So, number one. Number two, all this knowledge that you created, all the algorithms, your ontologies, your whatever, except the publications, what are you doing with this? All the software?
Of course, this it will be integrated in the ecosystem. I mean, in the cloud,
yes,
in the heritage cloud, because also connecting also with the thing that we were saying about, yes, the formalization of the knowledge. We as sister projects, we are all contributing also in developing and in enlarging the CRM and the heritage digital twin ontology. So this is also something that will be enhanced, will be integrated. So we are producing also new information, new knowledge that will be shared. And also another important factor is also the integration of different kind of data, because we don't have only, for us, archaeology, yes, itself, but archaeology is made of heritage science. That is also another important factor, for example, in the ecosystem, in the cloud. So how we integrate also this different kind of data to produce new knowledge and new information after.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Valentina. I'm coming to Antonella before, Javier, you make notes, huh? You are the, we're not going to ask you, we're just only at the end.
You say that you are registered the session, no?
Yeah. Exactly. So now, Antonella, you had also 2 projects, you explained them, you don't need now to repeat them. Yeah, you are Italian lady, if you start now, good. So now, could you please take a position so far as the space of keeping the data and the information available in a short way, because you had the opportunity today for a long time to explain what your projects have achieved with several examples and so on. So first, where the data are, management, and that's it, and then we will come back where you can talk even longer. Yeah? Microphone, please, because it's recorded.
I was very much impressed by the speech of Isto this morning, where he suggested to look, to turn our view and to look behind. And I think that we can do 2 exercises. One is to look what has happened since the beginning of 2000 until now in terms of formalization and standards. Because it is only with the formalization and standards that we can give data to the computer, and the computer can analyze and can work on data. So standards and formalization are at the basis. And if we want to have an advantage of AI, we have to think in this way. So the fact that we are experiencing different approaches then should go towards standards, because looking back, we are at the point where we are because we accepted to use standards. Now, storage. Look ahead in 20 years from now and try to see what should we do now to be in the condition where we want to be in 20 years. Well, I think that in 20 years from now, we want to have the cultural heritage as a continuum, as something that exists in the digital world, overcoming the problems that we have in the physical world, overcoming silos, overcoming different considerations if we are in a museum, in an archive, in a library. So a continuum. To have this, we need to have distributed, coordinated, interoperable, but we have to have one infrastructure. We cannot continue to have separate in-house solutions.
Yes,
but just a second, there is a third point that is the hidden animal here, and we mentioned it many times, not very much tonight, but during the day, yes, capacity building. Because if we do not have a real center of competence where cultural heritage institutions can go and can ask to access capacity, we are lost.
Antonella, we are going to come to that. Now we are on the storage, and this what I asked was, where do you store your data that you created over your time period of the 2 projects? Just only that.
Yes, on infrastructure that is called the Eureka 3D Data Hub. This is just a software layer that uses the cloud services of the federated cloud that serve all the digital infrastructure of science in Europe. That is federated through an association, through a federation that is called EGI. Its name comes from the grid. Now we talk about the cloud, but it is the evolution of what the European Commission has established to provide a digital infrastructure to science.
Okay, so then here we have Eureka 3D Data Hub, and it's running under the EGI cloud, okay? EGI is an organization which has been set up and running from different organizations around Europe, and probably all the universities of Europe are members there, just to get an idea. So, now, storage, yeah? We saw, if I may say, Javier, storage is fragmented in Europe. And we have here an example of how many projects, Xenophon? Just only a number.
How many?
Yeah, you created
three projects plus some Creative Europes.
Yes, okay. 3 projects. Antonella?
2.
2. Miguel?
2.
2. So 3 plus 2 plus 2, 7. Angelos? 3. 10. Valentina? No. Microphone on. We need to record it.
We say 2, 3, yes.
3. In the last how many years?
5 years.
Since 2020 or
Yes,
2020?
yes.
Okay, since 2020. Yeah? All of you, yeah? Javier, we have already over 10 projects. If I will count the amount of investment here, we're going 100% over 20 million euro. Can you imagine if you have 20 million euro, what you can do here? What a wonder you can do. That's just only from the people representing these 10 projects here. You can multiply that by several others around Europe, around the continent. And we are not talking about projects related to ECOS. We are talking about projects coming from the climate change, coming from the data space, coming from the creative initiative of the TGEC, and so on. So, storage is a challenge, is an issue which you, Javier, I'm sure you have to take care somehow. What is the other situation?
Yes, of course, we need to deal about this challenge, but in the call that when the first call is CCCH, when
Yes.
we write the proposal for ECOS, it's specifically precising by the European Commission that the funding is not to build a physical infrastructure. So we are not here to build a repository or a physical data center and so on. But the situation now is not what we try to do with the cause for the cultural heritage cloud. It's not, as you say, that the storage is fragmented. We try to do something that is distributed storage.
Yes.
It's not the same.
But
and we are trying to connect all the repositories that they are existing with a different project. Actually, I talk about the 21 sister project in the CCCH initiative. But we are also in touch with quite 20 other projects at different levels, past, actual.
Yes.
And we are also requested by some consortia that they want to apply now for the future, for the actual open call in heritage. You know that there is in Horizon Europe, there are also there's still two years with call on heritage in 26 and 27, and they are asked us to make the link with the cultural heritage town and to make this connection. So. We can have the responsibility to make the storage for each project, but we try to do the connection by this distributed architecture. And it's what we are doing with the sister project and also with other external projects in this sense.
Excellent. Thank you very much. But even the distribution solution has a precondition. The infrastructure by Miguel is a private company. The company is investing €1 to get 10 out of that. Angelos is a research institution. Today has money, tomorrow not. If it's successful in competitive funds, then it's good, there is a growth. If not, and if there is again a big financial disaster like it was 10 years ago in Greece, then I don't know how long the servers in Greece are going to run. Similar situation also by Cyprus Institute, because Cyprus Institute is getting also a lot of money from the infrastructure budget. And Xenophon, on your side, by Zenodo, yeah, it's more guarantee solution. It's going to run because CERN, it is financed by the member states, yeah, of the organization. Now, and on the EGI Data Hub or Eureka 3D Data Hub solution, the maintenance needs also secure budget in place. I leave it for all of you to think, to brainstorm, because we're going to continue, no, George? We're going to continue in the next 2 days here in all these sectors. Please make a note, storage, and this storage needs, first, capacity, maintenance, yeah? On a local level. It doesn't matter where you have it, needs maintenance, needs capacity, and the hard drives are machines. The day is coming when they are kaput. Someone needs to replace them. Money needs to be in place. Who is taking care of that? I'm not now saying anything about the backups in case of a total disaster, and we know it several times what a total disaster means. Just only think on the internet archive what happened once, yeah? So, nevertheless, now, let's close that because of the time flying. But Miguel, you turn on your microphone. You wanted to take a position. If your company declares bankruptcy, I don't know what is going to happen, but anyway.
I think I can say two things. One is, I think, going along with Xavier, I think ECOS and the ECCH, we can use them just to make a plea to the European Commission to guarantee or demand that maybe national bodies, so each of the member states, provides this storage for organizations. But in the end, it might be complex because, I don't know, for example, here in Spain, at least, well, here, not here, in my country, in Spain, cultural heritage, most of it, or a big part of it, belongs to the church. So
yes.
Careful with that. But
it's a holy space. It's a holy space.
Yeah.
It's the paradise.
And you can always go to heaven and retrieve it, right? So, but the other thing I wanted to say is that, for example, in the Heritalize project, what we do at IDP, if we go bankrupt, it shouldn't be lost because we don't own the cultural heritage. It's owned by Heritage Malta here, by Timespan Museum and West Highland Museum in Scotland, and by Venaria Reale in Torino. So they, in the end, they are owning the HB models, the OBJ's models in theory. The OBJ's models have been carried out and digitized by Techniker in Spain, but in the end, the owners are these four organizations. Now, if
stewards, the owners are the people.
Yeah, but if we went bankrupt, the information shouldn't be lost.
Yes.
What's important now is that what we have done is done based on standards, because if it's based on standards and we go bankrupt, they will be able to reuse what we made by just contracting any other company, organization.
If I may ask, Malta, Italy, we don't have Italy here. We have Antonella, yes. Which was the other country? UK, yeah? Okay.
Scotland, yeah.
UK is not here, but nevertheless, no, I know about UK. Very good. So, now, do you have in Italy a national policy in place so far as your data records concerned, especially based? Javier mentioned we are moving to the knowledge-based documentation. It's not anymore X, Y, Z. So, and all the colleagues here, all of you. So, do do you have as a country, but please, in a very, very quick one way, because I want to give also the floor to the colleagues here. Policy in place from the government saying, this is the memory of Italy, whatever is happening and wherever it's harvested and stored, I take the liability to have a copy always in the National Digital Archive of the country.
So we have policies, we have strategies. They are not clear as you mentioned in your request. However, we don't have the solution. In fact, that we need, on the 12th of May, the content was just.
But you don't have, as Italy, as a country, this policy in place.
We have policies, we have strategies, but we don't have the storage.
Yes, okay. So then there is no implementation of the policy. Nice. What about...
Greece has, Professor Collins can say, we have pathos, correct?
So, I will come to Stefanos. What about Spain?
Not that I don't. Not that I know of. What I do know is that I think the cultural heritage branch of the government is starting to build this tourism cultural heritage data space where everyone can publicly store cultural heritage models data there, but I should need to have a closer look into that.
Yes, this is very important also for whatever now during the project is going to be digitized. Yeah. What about Malta?
We have a strategy for the national agency, for Heritage Malta, which is responsible for the national collection. But as far as I know, not a digital strategy for the whole country, culture heritage. Or if there are, it's fragmented and not put together as one main strategy.
Excellent. Okay. Greece, we said, you are Cyprus, we know we don't have anything. Javier, having that in mind, that this storage, that this whatever capacity which exists now with unique data, we need unique memory of Europe, is somewhere where the member states, the governments, first of all, I'm not sure if they are aware where it is, and if they take care that this or a copy exists in the National Digital Archive, well preserved there, so that a copy, for example, of the monument from Malta or a copy of the monument in Italy is well preserved also at the National Digital Archive of Italy. And the project can do whatever they want so long as the company exists, can be visible under Europeana if it's harvested in Europeana. If not, then at least there is something there. So how do you bring all this together in your distributed cloud system?
As you can see here, the situation is quite different by member state. So we have not the mission to uniformize this kind of situation. We have not the mission to convince the member state to have a policy on that. But we try to, for the future, in the next months, after because we have just in June, after 2 years of we are starting the ECOS project, we start to the negotiation with different stakeholders, member states, and also institutions and so on, for the future legal entity to support the sustainability of the cloud. And in this way, we are working. It's one of the challenges that we are which we are to deal. But I can ensure that each country, in Europe, in each member state, will be able to have this kind of policy and this kind of interest to store their own data. But on our side, what we are doing, one more time, is this distributed organization. And with this distributed organization, we aims to access to the more, as most as possible, to institutional and a strong private company that they are, we can are confident to the preservation on the storage. But I think that we can never say that that the storage will be insured for the long term. As you know, we are all working on heritage here. We are very at the right place to know that we are working on fragmented and with a lot of lack of information in the past. Actually, we are not sure with any solution, we are not sure that we are able to preserve all that we are building on the digital form now. So we need to give us the most strongest solution, to build the most strongest solution, to be ensured that we are on the best way, the best solution to preserve our information. But we can say that in 10 years ago, in 20 years, in 30 years, there is always already here and accessible and so on. It's impossible.
Sorry, because we're going to conclude this very hot topic, we want to give the floor to you to give us your feedback, but we need microphones. Gentlemen, Konstantinos, we need microphones, please. Yes, we need 2 microphones, if we can have. Yes. Here, to the gentleman to the front. Yes, and we come to you, sir. We give just the floor for 2, 3, persons to take a position, please. If you can put it closer to you, sir. Yes, please.
One point of feedback, I've heard a lot of discussion about infrastructure, storage solutions and the like. I haven't heard much about storage media. The fact of the matter is from what I've heard, there's been a great deal of discussion about a medium of storage that will last at best for decades. And if we're looking at longevity, it is demonstrably inferior to microfilm. It's demonstrably inferior to leather parchment. Why not discuss something like DNA? It presents the advantage you have of providing a medium for distributed storage. It also provides another advantage, information compression. Surely, if we're going to be offering blue sky commissions to the European Commission, we ought to be pressing for research in this important area that will afford us the ability to store our complete cultural heritage all over the solar system if we deem fit.
Second, Stefanos, you want to take a position?
Since we discussed this in the former panel, in the AI factories, apart from we have the following needs. We have the need of the big supercomputer for training big models. So this is the big supercomputer. Then we have the need for inference. That means if you develop a model, you would like probably to provide continuously some service. This needs an inference machine. So it is another infrastructure goes together. Together with the inference, you have storage. So what we do in Pharos, we, apart from the supercomputer, we will have another 20 million pounds for having storage and inference machine for being able to store data for that be processed in the computer are needed and so on. It's not, of course, for storage for everything, but the AI factories will have their own cloud and storage facility related to the main machine, so that whatever is needed and there will be there will be this facility. So you expect that there will be also some storage with respect towards the usage of data within all this infrastructure in all these AI factories.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thanks so much for the panel. It was very fascinating. My name's Luke. I'm from Ireland. So obviously Ireland will have the next EU presidency come July. Heritage is a huge component of the member state, and in particular digital as well. So it's an infusement of the two. And I wanted to ask kind of two questions which merge into one. And that's really assessing sort of foresight of EU policy and how that will affect storage going forward in the context of European strategic autonomy. Because I heard you converse about the storage aspect, OneDrive, Google Drive, whatever one you want to pick. All of these firms are American cloud-based storage firms. Now, in terms of European strategic autonomy, obviously the Commission is trying to move away from that and largely focus on European components in the storage space. And this will likely be kind of a constant in relevant policies going forward, not just in storage, but also in, you mentioned the HPC component. In Quantum Act will likely also sort of focus on European partners. And have we factored in this component as well? Much more of a European-centric approach to storage and high-powered computing, and how that will infuse into a European-centric aspect to our digital heritage preservation and promotion. And yeah, I think that's the gist of it, but I hope we got everything. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks also for coming here, yeah? Yes, there is a gentleman here. Gentlemen, you know what I'm doing. I'm one of the oldest persons here. You are all younger than me. You have to come to me and not me to you. Huh? I mean, if you came from Ireland, you can come.
Yeah. So we heard different solutions that, storage solutions that different projects or different member states are pursuing.
You don't hear me either.
So I will repeat from the beginning. So we heard different solutions that different projects or different member states are pursuing. But what I was missing is the motivation. I mean, why, for example, the in-house solution, why some projects are preferring the in-house solution or Zenodo? I mean, is it a governance issue? Is it an easy solution that, okay, it's easier that we store the data in-house rather than trying to find another solution? So that's, I think, collecting the requirements is very important in order to understand which solution will be better for the different member states or different projects. I mean, answering maybe the point about the European solution, I mean, in Europe we have Zenodo, for example, which is financed by the Commission. It's operationally backed by the Commission as well. We have also like commercially equal product like the BSCW that we also, I mean, it's developed by our institute and we are offering it to other projects. It's not an advertisement, by the way. So I'm from Fraunhofer Institute for Applied Information Technology in Germany. And we developed actually the BSCW for, I mean, it's running for, I don't know, 20, 25 years. And it's a European solution. We offered it for Argos. It's an EU project, EU Horizon project for free. And also we are doing that, we're planning to do that for Archive. So what I'm saying is that there are solutions, but since you said we are going to write a position paper, but to me, what's missing is the requirements, what we need. Do we need governance? Do we need easy solution for cultural heritage professionals? So that's, for me, an important point to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We move to the last one. Just a second. To the next one here, Ronald. Oh, yeah. Okay. The gentleman here.
Thank you very much. I want to bring in a couple of thoughts from before. Persistence is one thing. One of the things, a problem we have is when aggregated resources go dark. So how we make sure that they persist. That usually means some kind of persistent identifier. So I wonder if how serious we can be about that, to have things, even if it's the URI, that it doesn't go away.
I cannot hear anything anymore, so I'm going to disconnect. I don't know if someone hears me.
Can someone tell her?
Hi, Anne. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, now I hear you. Okay.
But you're not hearing any of the interventions of the audience?
No, nothing. And I tried to disconnect and reconnect, but it did not work. But whatever, it was just
I think it might be some technical issue here.
No problem.
If I say something...
Could you hear any of the panel speaking or no?
No, the panelists, yes, but it's
Okay,
from the moment
the audience
microphone.
now.
Yeah, but it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, slow down.
I'll keep it brief, and Tony, if you can relay it, that will help, or whomever. So the only other thing was, there's a very good model worth considering from Morphosource, the project, where they have calculated onward costs of storage. So for people using that for a set fee, they get a sense of persistence into the future. Zenodo has another way because it's centrally funded, but something that can reassure people that they don't have to, that they know that their data is safe, and then we can build on that. Can you talk about that?
Thank you very much. Yes, Tarek Tiba, University of Portsmouth,
Just
UK.
a second. Anne, can you hear the questions being relayed or no? Still no?
No, nothing.
I don't know if the speakers would like to use the podium. Maybe it's easier.
Oh.
That way? Okay. Yes.
Sorry, guys.
Yes, it's, sorry, it takes long. It's good gymnastic. Come. Yes, and it's a lady. It's the European Commission. You see? Come on.
No, I just wanted to, I'm Tarek Tiba, University of Portsmouth in the UK, having been part of one of the 5 towards national collection projects in the UK funded by HRC. I agree 100% of the problem of the storage. And on the problem of the storage, I believe even with metadata, the point of the issue of infrastructure is not separated from the issue of storage, because even storage, metadata or paradata became obsolete over time. We are talking about long-term time here, if it's not encouraged through platforms and infrastructure to be used not only by professionals but by public. So encourage use would benefit how the storage become regenerative and not become obsolete over time. And in addition, that in storage issue, the encouraging reuse will overcome the problem of structural bias in the data. So that's one of the key problems in storage, is like structural bias, how the data is really structured in a way professionally oriented, not public friendly. So this is really the 2 points I wanted to raise in this part, which the relationship between storage and infrastructure is not separable actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarek. Thank you very much. So to conclude, okay, last one, because we need to catch up and we need to move to the next point. Eric, yes, very good.
We do. We need dinner. There's lots of words: digital preservation, digital archiving, infrastructure, storage. They're not all the same, and there's a considerable amount of expertise in all those different things. So we need to really think, backups, they're all different. Can the panel get any inspiration from the Fidelis project? So that's the European Open Science Cloud, They have a current project called Fidelis, which is developing trusted repositories. That is a repository for the long term for a particular community built on standards. Yes. So that's the same kind of thing that e-archiving that Anne presided over for many years. EARC standards, that's the kind, and other standards, Paradata standards, etc. That's the kind of thing that will last.
Yes, please. Please say who you are, yeah? Just for reasons of...
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Żaneta Żeglin. I'm the project coordinator of the Impulse project. And because our panel is also referring to virtual worlds and probably...
Is it an ECOS project?
No.
Okay. It's coming under the climate change or
No. We are dealing with the topic on how to play with cultural heritage, how to position cultural heritage in virtual worlds. Yes, exactly, in virtual worlds. Yes. But what I would like to highlight, because we are working here on position paper, isn't it? So, and our discussion is also about virtual worlds, and it's in the title. And probably I'm the only one person here presented the projects that are connecting virtual worlds, per se, and cultural heritage. And as Anne is here, hello Anne, by the way.
Hello.
Then I would also like to recall that we need to fight for infrastructure that could be a European metaverse for cultural heritage, and that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good statement. We cannot take any other statements, but the focal point was, and it is clear, there is something here for the future European or pan-European policy on a global, not only on a local, it has to be on a global scale, is the storage and storage management. It comes together, storage administration comes together, and of course, whatever it is under this roof. And it is an issue which cannot be solved, centralized by the biggest initiative in Europe, ECOS. Now, Anne wants to have the word. The floor is yours, Anne.
I just want to add some. I did not hear everything because there was this some problem, but when it comes to storage and infrastructure, I would like just to remind everyone that we have just at EC level initiated a European cloud initiative, where in particular there will be 180 million, if I remember well, that is going to be spent on the procurement of a European sovereign cloud for storage and any kind of activities that you want to have on such a thing. So it's just to say, yes, you might need something dedicated to cultural heritage, because I understood this is the topic of the discussion, but keep in mind that there is already an awful lot of money planned for a global storage facility that is going to be purely European. Just Google European Cloud Initiative if you want to know more about it. But it's just what I wanted to say. Thank you, Marinos.
Thank you, Anna. This is very important also to know, extremely important. But this is also a point here, just to continue how much of this now new initiative is going to be allocated for Cyprus, and from that part allocated to Cyprus is going to be allocated for cultural heritage, or for culture, and then for cultural heritage. And there is where we don't know anything about that. And nevertheless, at the end of the day, there is no national policy to cover this place, and this national policy to be in a pan-European way, in such a way so that the system can work. So that ECOS, for example, at the end of the day, can work, can produce something, This is missing. And this is something which needs to be improved. It's a challenge for Europe, and this is a point that we are going in the next 2 days to discuss further and deeply analyze. Of course, all the topics that we wanted to discuss today, we haven't covered them. Tomorrow, we will be here in the same place, first to announce and coordinate the hackathon. And when the hackathon starts, it's moving to the next hall, hall 2, at 10 o'clock and 10:30. We are going not only to have our coffee, we are going to be really in a relaxed situation and way, move forward to have a deeper analysis of the challenges of the digital cultural heritage, starting from the first chapter, which is digitization, because there is also a lot of gap. The way of how we digitize here in Cyprus is not the same as they digitize in Spain or in Italy or in Greece. But we are using the same word, digitizing, yeah? So to give you an example, some is saying I'm using this scanner, the other one, the photos and so on, yeah, and so on and so on. Nevertheless, so tomorrow morning here we start in this hall at 10:30 with the parallel session on data acquisition. Now, coming back to all this what we have been discussed, this what it has been said today, it has been recorded. It will go through a very, very detailed analysis. It's going to be shared with all the panelists, first with you, yeah? You were selected persons, and thank you very, very much for coming here, giving us the opportunity to discuss this very important part for Europe, because the data space cannot work, and not even the cloud can work if the space is not in place. I'm not talking about the high quality of data, yeah? Just only the space, which is very easy to be, bring it together and run. Now, having said that, Tony, floor is yours.
Goodbye.
Tony, what are you doing? Before you say goodbye, you said thank you, first of all, to the people, to Anna.
I'm sure everyone's very tired after a long day of discussions. We have another 2 days where a lot will be said during the parallel sessions, 3 days. And yeah, we'll have many opportunities to discuss further. So thank you for participating. And by common consensus, we agree that the second day of the summit is now closed.
The first day. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.